Mission, I'm mission. Trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. I'm on a mission, I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transition in my life. On a mission, on a mission, on a mission. Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and I'm your host, DJ Genesis. So today, we went to go see Avatar, and if you get a chance, you should go and check that movie out. It was really cool. If you're gonna go and see it, make sure you see it in Dolby Digital, because the Dolby is gonna also have the 3D, and you're gonna get a better sound. I heard some people that have watched it on IMAX have complained that the sound was kind of flat, but honey, that Dolby Digital, when you see it on Dolby, it is amazing. Um, I'm going to do a review of it. I'm going to try not to do spoilers tomorrow. Me and my daughter are going to review the video. We're going to review the movie. So please look forward to that. But today, I was focused on my kids and bringing them, taking them out and taking them to the movies, and getting some rest because I was up. I damn near was doing like a 24-hour shift. You know what I'm saying? So I can get kind of crazy sometimes with this streaming. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I gotta take a break and get some sleep. Get a life. So yeah. When I get home, I got some. I see that there's an update on the Tariq Nasheed case, and I wanted to cover that. And also, as I was covering the Passport Brothers and that entire saga, I ran across more information, and it had to do with O'Shea Duke Jackson. As much as he was talking about the whole situation with the young man that got arrested. Apparently, he has come under fire for some of his actions overseas. So we're going to go into that as well. So without further ado, we're going to go into our first video, our first discussion here. And this is the case with Taharka Bey and Tariq Nasheed, where Taharka Bey has come back to give more clarity. If anybody was on the last show I did, I had people saying, "Oh no, that he didn't win any case and this, that, the other." That was just a case in order to know whether or not he could get it thrown out of court. Well, he is going to, in his own words, explain exactly what the case is in this video. And I want to give shout outs to Moorish TV and to Harker Bay. If you get a chance, please support his channel. And without further ado, let's go into it, because I had people telling me that I was wrong and I didn't know what I was talking about. But you'll see right here where he's going to go over what happened exactly. So let's go.
African think tank. I think it's African think tank, something like that. Tell him to get with me. I want to see if he is interested in interviewing me. I'm just dropping in the day, just drop a few jewels. Man, I'm getting some rest and relaxation. Just chilling, you know what I'm saying? I'm just chilling, you know what I mean? I'm out here chilling, you know what I mean? Just chilling. How y'all doing today? Everybody good? Let me see if I can put some light up in here. Let me see if I can. Person fights litigation. I got to save all my stuff for next week. But I did hear that Tariq Nasheed say he didn't have to spend a dime. Family, what person fight litigation for almost 3 years and don't spend a dime? What person What person fights litigation for almost 3 years and don't spend a dime? Family, my battery is not going to last too long, but fam, let me break this down to you real quick before my battery goes dead. First of all, let me explain to you what happened. So the litigation started in February 2023. But let's remember, family, that Tariq Nasheed, um, let's remember that Tariq.
That's crazy. 3 years in litigation. That's insane. And that's why I know that this was not just another litigation. I mean, 3 years. That's about the time that they wrap things up. Because even when I got my DWI, unfortunately, it took about 3 years for them to finally do the case. I mean, I don't know whether it's backed up or what, but it takes a long time. I think sometimes the lawyers try to stall you out. You know what I'm saying? Keep pushing the dates back, keep asking for this and doing all that. Try to push it more to try to either make people forget or, you know what I'm saying? So, or like it won't be so much in the news or so, so people kind of, if it's in the media, you don't really see that much of it. So it kind of like dies down before they actually like do the case, So it's interesting.
Nasheed was pulling cases on everybody. Remember, he was pulling cases on everybody. Remember he did the peace order, and he went and said, "Oh, I got Taharka Bey the peace order." Fam, let me officially explain this to you, right? So with the peace order, in reality, I wasn't even in that frame of mind that it was something serious, and it wasn't anything serious. What grown man goes to get a peace order for someone making reactionary videos when that's what he does? So I wasn't tripping. So in the legal concept, right? In the legal concept, it's basically, they have a term for that. It's called a legal ambush, right? I mean, it's called legal ambush. It's what happens is when someone goes to court and you're not cognizant of what the evidence is, and then they throw the evidence on you. That's what happened in Baltimore. I wasn't cognizant of them having evidence or whatever. I showed up and they was like, "Oh, he's making this video, he's making this video, he's making this video." And it seemed like it was prearranged and it seemed like it was set up. And of course I was unprepared, because that is not how court is ran. Court is ran that both sides must know both evidence. I mean, both sides. How much money you get sent from Tariq? None yet. But both sides must present both evidence, and each side have to know the evidence. So in Baltimore, they did not do that. They just showed up, and the judge allowed this to happen. The reason why I was able to continue to make videos is because I challenged it. You know what I mean? After the fact. You know what I'm saying? I challenged it after the fact. And this is why when the dumb FBA said, "Well, you're not allowed to make videos. You're not allowed to make videos. You're not allowed to make videos." No. You cannot block someone's freedom of speech. That's number one. So that was Baltimore thing. But let me address the FBAs that I've been seeing in the comments. I'm getting some rest and relaxation, right? So I see the FBA comments talking about some even weirdo was like, "I was there. He doesn't have to pay a dime." Let me tell you something, family. I didn't win over 100, but I didn't win less than 50. But it ain't over yet. There. I mean, you said on your show Tariq gave money until his insurance was included to pay you, though. Absolutely. Let me finish. So what happened is all the way up into.
Wait, I want to replay that for the people in the back that said that he didn't win a judgment and it said the other. So he did win a judgment.
Even weirdo was like, "I was there. He doesn't have to pay a dime." Let me tell you something, family. I didn't win over 100, but I didn't win less than 50. But it ain't over yet. There. I mean, you said on your show Tariq gave money until his insurance was included to pay you, though. Absolutely. Let me finish. So what happened is all the way up into now,
Hey,
don't hold me to this, but all the way up into maybe November or maybe right around before that, Tariq was paying these attorneys. He was paying all these attorneys. Don't hold me to this until I get to my studio. You know what I mean? Don't hold me to this until I get to my studio. But it's at least 5 attorneys. You know what I'm saying? It's at least 5 attorneys. You know what I'm saying? So it appeared, I don't know, it appeared that Tariq ran out of money because in order to...
He got slipped a couple dollars. If he didn't, listen, I don't know what you call a couple dollars, but over 50 is not a couple dollars. I mean, if he was asking for 100 and he got 50, well, he got half of what he was asking for. That's not bad, so.
In order to retain an attorney in California is $7,000 to $10,000.
And he didn't have an attorney. He represented himself. So that's pretty impressive to be able to win a case and you're representing yourself and you're against 5 different attorneys. Come on now.
$1,000. Multiply that by 5.
Let me go back.
Money. Because in order to retain an attorney in California is $7,000 to $10,000.
And I have to also say, if he did not retain his own attorney, he represented himself. That means, because normally what will happen is that if you win a case like this and you have an attorney, you got to split that money up. I think 33% or something like that. I think the attorney will charge you, plus they want 33% of the judgment. So, hey, he's going to get all his money, minus taxes, of course. But yeah, like,
multiply that by 5. You hear me? In order to just retain an attorney in California is $7,000 to $10,000. You hear what I say? Every attorney that he had, in the preliminary discussions, I was legally manhandling them. You have to understand jurisprudence to understand what I'm saying, right? What I mean legally manhandling them, I'm showing them the law in which they will not be able to defeat. You feel what I'm saying? I'm showing them the law in which they are not able to defeat. You feel me? And so, now I don't know what was going on behind the scenes, but whatever was going on behind the scenes, you had things like motions. So whenever you go to court, right? Whenever you go to court,
and let me tell you this, is whenever you file a motion, that costs money too. You got to pay for each motion with the court, and the lawyer charges you for those motions as well, on top of their fee. So,
especially for defamation, there is a bunch of motions that need to be filed. There's a bunch of motions, right? In California, these motions with an attorney can cost between $25,000 to $5,000 per motion. So when you first obtain an attorney, first you retain the attorney for about $10,000, $7,000 to $10,000, and then the attorney have to file a motion to respond to the complaint. To respond to a complaint, man, we can do the math all day. To respond to the complaint, that's another $5,000 to $7,000. Do you understand what I'm saying? To respond to a complaint. Because you got to understand how you respond to a complaint. Responding to a complaint is mandatory. It's not like one of them things like, okay, it's like if you driving a car and you about to run out of gas, you got to put gas in. So regardless of what the price is, you got to pay it. So responding to a complaint is mandatory. I mean, somebody say, because I told you to up me up. Who is that? Brandon Fingers. So it's mandatory. So he has to respond to the complaint. So I'm gonna do the numbers on my show. So he responds to the complaint, right? Now, after responding to the complaint, the next thing that the attorney have to pay for is interrogatories. You have to understand interrogatories. Interrogatories is a lump sum of questions. See, I'm about to give y'all the game. Do y'all want the game? Do y'all want the game? Y'all want the game or not? Press 7 if you want the game. You have to do interrogatories.
And yes, press the like button if you want me to continue. It's 48 people in the building, 31 on one side, or more than that on 40 on one side, and I think maybe 8 on the other that are watching it on the long way. There's like I'm doing mobile and I'm doing horizontal, like vertical and horizontal streaming. So guys, a lot of times when you'll be in the chat room, you will see nobody talking in the chat is because they're in the long stream version of the video. So sometimes I think you can, like, if you go to my page, you'll see both versions. You know, if you want to be in the audience with the people that are chatting, you might have to go through the long version. Just FYI, guys. So let's go.
Interrogatories is another about $5,000 because interrogatories is a lump sum of questions, right? See, listen, family, whenever you see me on TV, I'm the more you gonna remember. Family, don't take that for me. Everybody got a different person. Everybody is multifaceted. You understand what I'm saying? Some of us are more educated than others, but all of us are multifaceted and all of us are multi-talented. When you see me on Morse World TV and I'm having fun with it, family, don't take that as the total me. That was dumb fault. That was dumb mistake. You know what I'm saying? That was dumb mistake. He took the dancing around as the total me. That ain't the total me. I mean, that ain't the total me. But now, at the end of the day, you have the interrogatories. Now, the interrogatories is very expensive, and the reason why it's in California, I think it's 35 questions, but normally what attorneys will do, they will try to flood with over 100 some questions. And these questions are given under oath. And so these questions that you write, the court considered those questions as legitimate questions and answers. And when you answer them, you have to answer them, quote unquote, honestly. You know what I mean? So with that being said, that now the attorney have to go over 100 and some questions. That's time. Attorneys charge $200 to $400 an hour on top of this processing
It might be more than that in
interrogatories.
California.
So when one said they didn't spend any money, what? You know what I mean? Now, once that attorney, I ran circles around him. You know what I'm saying? I ran circles around him. What I mean, I ran circles around him, no disrespect to him, but from a legal standpoint, he didn't have a legal leg to stand on. He didn't have a legal leg to fight, and he knew it. I don't know what happened, but the next thing I know, he removed himself. Then up comes another attorney. You know what I mean? Up comes another attorney. Now, this attorney starts over fresh again. You know what I mean? He starts over fresh again. And at the end of the day, that was another repeat. So in other words, he gotta pay the what you call it, he gotta pay the retainer. Yeah.
Unless that was just another attorney from that law firm. For the same law firm, I don't think he had to probably pay this. But if it's a different law firm, then maybe
has to pay the retainer. Now, because the response has already been done, the next step is to do another interrogatory. So that's another $5,000. You got to do another interrogatory. He didn't have to, but most attorneys don't want to operate off some other attorney interrogatories, but they did it. After the interrogatories, right? Most people don't understand this language, but for the sake of those who do, you have to do another interrogatory. Once he did the interrogatories, the next thing that they did was they have to do a meet and confer. All of this stuff costs money. You're talking about $200 to $400 an hour. You know what I'm saying? He says it's cold out there. But long story short, I'm gonna break this down in the future show. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, he had to pay for interrogatory. And then we had a trial. We had a trial called of all things, it's called an anti-slap motion. An anti-slap motion is when one says that I am privileged to say this. This guy in this motion was saying that he is a radio announcer because his YouTube channel is called Tariq Radio. You know what I'm saying? No, he already paid me for attacking me. Are you going to get him for attacking me? He already paid me for that.
Oh wow!
I don't put everything online, right? But I'm gonna do it now that the case is over. After the case is over, he already paid me. I already got paid for that. Yeah, I already got paid.
Right. So Taharka Bey was pro se, but Tariq Nasheed had he went through one attorney dropped out, and as he said, is that this new attorney that he had was the one that was running the show and had to start all over again. So that cost more money. So he did have to pay. I mean, it's not like he had to pay a lot of money.
He already cut the check. They already cut the check.
And apparently he had to pay him for slapping him or beating him up or whatever he did.
Let me move on. So don't ask me how much. I'm not going to say how much yet. Don't ask me how much yet.
He said like next week he's going to do the show.
And so he had what was called an anti-slap. An anti-slap is
just FYI, because I also want to give
I forget what the acronym stands for. I forget what the acronym.
Covering his story. So if you guys get a chance, I think it's called Moorish World TV is his channel. So if you want to get the background, because I think he's also talked about it throughout the year, the other videos where he discussed the whole situation. If you want to get all caught up on everything, please check out Moorish World TV. I'm just covering the case from this point forward because I think it's interesting that that Tariq actually lost the case. You know, that's interesting. So let's go.
Stand for, but it's to say that he has. It's to say that he has the right to say it because he got a radio show. You know what I'm saying? And he's just reporting news. Well, that was a whole trial. Those trials cost at least $10,000. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So that's another 10,000. Like we can do the math all day. You know what I'm saying? I defeated his attorney in that trial. You hear what I say? I defeated his European attorney in that trial. I never reported it. You know when Tariq won that peace order and he went live, I beat Taharka in court, and you have people making videos. I beat Taharka. Every time I beat in court, I never said nothing. I never said nothing. I'm from a place where we ain't got to tell everything. We ain't got to do that. Only sissies do that. Only sissies do that. A sissy.
So what happened is that Tariq Nasheed, I guess like Taharka Bey had said some things about his kids. So Tariq ended up assaulting Taharka. Because I think Taharka said something about Tariq Nasheed's kids. And then that whole thing was some kind of legal thing that happened. And so while Taharka was in California, he had stopped by the Hidden History Museum. Tariq saw him out there and I guess approached him and slapped him and knocked him out or knocked him in the face, whatever, knocked him. So after that, Tariq got online. It was, talking mess, and he began to show images of a case where it was calling Taharka Bey a sex offender. And he was showing all these documents of him being a sex offender. So Taharka Bey sued Tariq Nasheed for defamation of character. And but there was also these other. So I think Tariq Nasheed had also tried to do some cases against him, and they were just in court back and forth. Several lawsuits just going against each other with lawsuits, and I guess there were several lawsuits one lawsuit that Tariq won, and then there were several that Taharka won, and then he's saying that he did not report on everything that he won, but he's going to. I think coming up next week, and we're going to be right there to report it.
See, win something, a sissy will report it as soon as they win something. But that might be a battle. You don't even know that sometimes in the game, we will set something up one way just to win the other way. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't set it up like that. But once the universe allowed me to see how these people are playing and how the system is working in benefit of this grifter, now I got to realign myself. I had to realign myself, and now I'm like, okay, if the system gonna play this, so I'm fighting. I'm fighting against not only him but also the system. So now I had to realign myself. I had to realign myself to fight two battles on two different fronts. Press 7 if you understand what I'm saying. You ever had to fight two battles? You one person but fighting two battles on two different levels. The principalities. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at the system, how the system is going to try to help him, and I'm looking at him, and I'm looking at his attorneys. So now I'm fighting it on two different fronts. You feel what I'm saying? I'm fighting it on two different fronts. So now when I'm going in, listen.
Yeah, it's interesting because, honey, the way that he was talking about, you would thought he was like Mike Tyson out there, shuffling his feet and throwing blows, but it sounded like he just slapped him. So I don't even know exactly, how hard he hit him or not. He said he knocked him down. So I don't know.
At the end of the day, do I trust the system? No, I don't have a lot of faith in the system. The system has never been faithful to us. So even if I wouldn't have won, I wouldn't be surprised because the system don't have trust in us. When he goes in there and he demonstrates the Masonic principles and all this, when he goes there, hold on, no. When he goes there and he demonstrates all the Masonic principles and all the hand signals, you know what I'm saying? I expect them to help him out. I expect that. You know what I'm saying? I don't have that much confidence in the system. And anybody that think that I have some confidence in the system, if anybody think I have some confidence in the system, you know what I mean? You're missing the whole point. I have no confidence in the system.
Wait a minute, wait. So there's some kind of Masonic principle that you could use when you go into court and do some signals, and then they'll be like, "Oh yeah, you're a part of us," and so we're gonna like. So he still lost, even though he did all the hand signals and the Masons or whatever. That's crazy. All right, interesting.
But every so often, we back the system in the corner, and the system have to deliver the verdict as to what it is. That's the only way you're going to win. That's the only way you're going to win sometimes. You have to back the system in the corner. And sometimes, even if you back the system in the corner, those who represent the system will be so arrogant, they will still give you the L. You know what I mean? They will still give you the L. So I don't have no faith in the system at all. You know what I'm saying?
You're saying not really what? Like not really that there's a not no hand movements. You can't twinkle your nose 2 times, throw up some gang signs, and then you win the case. Like I never even knew that it existed. I mean, I've heard of it, but I always thought it was like fake. Like, oh, just go in there and put your left foot forward and your hand up over your heart type of stuff. Or when you go up in there, keep your left foot forward or some stuff. I've heard stuff like that, but I'm not sure if there's additional signs where you put your hand inside your vest. You know what I'm saying? Put one hand inside your vest so you can show that you're a part of the Masons or whatever. I don't know, but whatever it was, it didn't work. Let's go.
Hold up, be quiet, Aline. Be quiet, I'm talking. Excuse me, I'm talking. That's my son getting all hyper. Be quiet, I'm talking. I keep telling you, man, I'm trying to hold my thought, son. I'm trying to hold my thought because I got to get ready to go in a second. At the end of the day, I don't have a lot of confidence in the system. You know what I'm saying? So, but I do know that if you put the system in the corner, the system will cough up. I mean, because they don't have nowhere to go. You know what I'm saying? Somebody say, then leave. Somebody say, you need money, so you harass Tariq, you provoke them and to hit you for money to pay your bill. Is South Central Los Angeles, let me block South Central. He sounds stupid. Let me block him real quick. He sound dumb. Let me find him.
I don't think that Taharka knew that he was going to get hit. You know what I'm saying? I think
he sound dumb. I'm going to block him.
I don't think he was trying to get.
So at the end of the day,
he might have went there just to he might have went out there just to record the museum. I know, like, this is a hidden video. This is the museum, y'all. Who knows what he went out there to do? He happened to be in California for some legal stuff that was going on between them. Who knows why he went to that museum? It could have been for any reason, but do you think that he purposely wanted Tariq Nasheed to hit him so that he could file a lawsuit? Well, he got money off of that, but it didn't cause for Tariq Nasheed to go out and put up a fake thing saying that he was a predator and stuff like that. That's where the line was drawn. So
that attorney with the we went to a whole trial to try to get it thrown out. I mean, somebody say, what's the Muslim cap? Is this a Muslim cap? Hey, Maverick, you got to know your history. Let me take a detour and get Maverick real quick. Do you know the term Kufi is African? Kufi is not Arabic. Kufi is African. See, what happened was the Arabs, the European Arab, misappropriated and appropriated our culture. Kufi is not Muslim. Kufi is not Islamic. Kufi is an Arabic word. See, this is the problem. Y'all allow people to appropriate our history, and then you just keep repeating stuff that you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. And this is why I can win law cases, because I'm going to go by the letter and the principle of the law. You understand what I'm saying? Kufi doesn't mean Muslim. Kufi is not even an Arabic word. Go research the word. Go research the word. No, I'm not taking it up with the Arabs. I'm taking it up with a misguided Negro. See, you the problem. The misguided Negro is the problem. It's not the goofy Arab that appropriate our culture. It's not the European that appropriate our culture that's the problem. It's the misguided Negro that refuses to pick up a book, that refuse to read, that have in their hand a computer in their hand, and all they want to see is dumb videos and twerking. That's all. That's the problem. The problem is never the person that appropriates our culture. It's the misguided Negro that listen to ones who that appropriates our culture and take it for what it is. You're the problem. You're the problem. Don't tell me take it up with the Arab when you're repeating the lie. I'm taking it up with you. You're the problem. Now back to what I was saying, you ignorant fool. Back to what I was saying. Don't be so ignorant, Maverick. Pick up a book. Books are everywhere. You got a computer in your hand. Use it. Use it. Now, somebody said, why did Muhammad call black people raisin heads? That's a question you have to ask Muhammad. What are you asking me for? Did he say that, or is it hearsay? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Go ask Muhammad.
What do you mean by that? That's pretty much what he's doing with that African nonsense. And why that gotta be nonsense wearing a kufi? You know, people have this FBA movement has gotten everybody just on some very divisive. Everything that's African now is evil and terrible. Now, I think that's a divisive way to go.
Did he say it, or did somebody tell you he say it? Which they call a hadith. Muhammad said, man, I don't deal with people. He says, she say. That's sugared up. That's sugared up personality. He says, she they. I don't believe in hadith. I don't follow hadith. You know what I'm saying? He says, she said. That's sugared up talk. You know what I mean? That's sugared up talk. I don't do that. I don't do that. I deal with actual fact. I'm a Moorish American, man. I deal with actual facts. I'm a Moorish scientist. I deal with actual facts on things that I can prove. I don't deal with what people say and he says, she says. I don't deal with any of that. But let me get back to my point. So all the way up into that, his lawyer come in. He has a European lawyer. He comes in and we have a trial in California. I knocked that one out the park. Once I beat that attorney, he gets rid of that attorney. Boom. Or the attorney drops off. I don't know what happened. The second thing, the third attorney that he used, this was an attorney that he used to file.
I think a lot of the Moors, you know, when it really comes down to, you know, doing research, are pretty good, you know. So, and especially like, you know, I mean, there's some parts that, you know, that kind of got really taken out of context when people were getting pulled over by the police and had their own IDs and this all that stuff, and ended up a lot of people in jail. Even ended up a young lady getting killed over it. You know, I forget what her name is, but I think it was a Sandra Massey. No, not Massey. One lady who got killed over it. She was driving her car and she was kind of, I think she kind of had some mental issues, and I think she was going at it with the police and ended up getting killed over it. But she was a Moorish American as well.
Is what you call it? This wasn't even a defamation attorney. His money was getting so funny. He used the attorney that a copyright attorney. He used the copyright attorney for defamation. He used a copyright attorney. He used a copyright attorney for let me black Maverick. Maverick asked me a dumb question. He said, I got a lot of drama. Shut up. Get out of here. Now, he used a copyright attorney for a defamation lawsuit. The copyright attorney didn't even know how to file paperwork. Every time the family, I'm going to show this next week, the copyright attorney was filing paperwork with the court and they was rejecting it. What's up, buddy?
Wow, imagine you filing paperwork with an attorney. Well, imagine you filing paperwork, you paying this attorney, and they messing up. That's crazy.
But the copyright attorney was filing paperwork and they was rejecting it. You understand what I'm saying? They was rejecting it. The copyright attorney could not get their paperwork in. They couldn't get their paperwork in. So every motion to copy. Now remember, at the same time, he's paying this copyright attorney to follow these emotions. You know what I mean? Let me block this guy. Say I ain't showing you no check right now. And you must work for them people. Let me get them off here too.
By the way, anyone saying that he ain't showing no check, why would he show his check? I think that you have to normally, it's usually a gag. You don't really get to tell people what the amount is. I'm not sure if there might be a law against that. I don't know if you could tell people what you got or if that's a thing. I'm sure it's in the paperwork somewhere. If you could look up the case number online, you could probably find out how much you got the money for, how much the judgment was, if it's not redacted.
Keep on asking me the same question. Show the check. Be quiet. Take my word or be quiet. Let me get them off here too. Now, Morse World TV citizens, we know what it is. Now, with that being said, so the copyright attorney is filing all of these motions, and I'm batting them out. Bang, bang. I'm batting 1,000. Bang, bang. I'm knocking them out the park. Every time they file a motion, you know what I mean? I'm filing one. Bang. They file one, I file one. They file one, I file one. Every motion that they file, I knock down. So at this point,
and that's pretty impressive for a person that is not an attorney. Just killing attorneys. Wow. Back to back. And I can't wait to get the actual documents when he actually does this next week. I can't wait to see it. But that is okay. So you can, but why would you? Yeah, why would you tell somebody? Yeah, I got 100,000. Hell, you don't want your family members trying to hit you up. That's like winning the lottery. You don't want to tell nobody how much money. That's crazy. And also setting yourself up for robbery and all kind of different things. You don't want to tell nobody what your judgment was for. Come on now.
They already know I'm not playing. And they know I'm not an idiot. And they know that I'm not the Taharka Bey that they seen on Morse World TV, that they think that I'm just some goofball hooping and hollering. I'm the more you can remember. Don't throw them, please. They know that at this point, because every motion that they file, I'm winning. Aline, stop running. And they know. See what I mean? So after that attorney, he tried to get another attorney. All right, I'm ready. So after that attorney, he gets another attorney. Because that attorney cannot win. You know what I'm saying? So he gets another attorney. That attorney, it's almost time for trial now. This is in January 2025. It's almost time for trial. I come to California to go for trial. The attorney says, I'm not ready. And I said, Your Honor, I'm ready. I got all my records. I'm like, I'm ready. This attorney don't have a clue. I beats this attorney down. I beats. Are y'all ready? So I beats this attorney down. He can't get a win. He gets another attorney.
Wow.
Same thing. 5 motions down the line, beats them. All the way up into 2 months before we go.
Now look what I found.
What? Let me finish. I'm almost done. All the way up into 2 months before we go. Now, I'm going to break this down with receipts. When I get to the studio. But all the way up to 2 months, give or take, he ran out of money, it appears. And then I get a letter that his insurance will be compensating for the case. I'm like, insurance? How do insurance cover defamation? It was beyond me. But okay.
Wow. So that's something new. Y'all need to Is it business insurance? I mean, can you wrap your name into some business insurance, and then if someone sues you, then your insurance will cover it? Like, hey, we need to take a page out of that book right there. That sounds like a just like the trust and everything. If you wrap your name into insurance, then your someone can't sue you personally, and so your insurance, okay, liability covers that. I work in insurance. Oh, okay, wow. So is that like is it a personal thing or a business like insurance? What insurance is that? I need to get that.
Okay. But now I got all these attorneys together. I got them all together, and now I got to fight all of them.
Is that a personal
I got to
liability?
fight all of them.
Okay.
Fam, I'm going to give you all of the details next week on the podcast. I got to fight all of them. But guess what? I'm batting 1,000. I'm batting 1,000. I'm batting 1,000 and knocked them all out the park. So at the end of the day, yeah,
Wow,
it's cut
okay, I
the
didn't know
check
that.
time. At the end of the day, I got the verdict. At the end of the day, we're still going to the next level. I mean, no, he already got that. The paid out the pocket already happened. It's just this last leg. The last leg was the last month. I mean, yeah. So the last leg is he got out of not paying them. He got out of not paying an attorney to try the case in court. I mean, he got out. Listen what he did. He used his insurance because he could not afford to pay the fee that it takes to go to court. So his insurance paid a trial attorney to go to court. To go to court is about $25,000 to $30,000 to try it.
Y'all, that is some new information, y'all. Listen, take notes. Get out your pens and papers, y'all. We have an insurance agent right here that's saying personal liability insurance. That's why it's important to own your home, because apparently your homeowner coverage covers that. I guess if you add personal liability to it, guess what? If you go to court for defamation or any reason, you can actually have your homeowner's insurance take over and cover that. Wow.
Case. It appears that he ran out of money. And so he called in his insurance to supplement to take it to court. Press 7 if you understand. Press 7 if you understand. It costs 30-some thousand to do a trial in court, to do a trial. So he called his insurance company to pay the
Hey, I'm glad that you came here, Doctor. I was going to cover a little bit of your video that you did a little earlier about his website. I was going to cover a little bit of that before I go on to Oshay Duke Jackson. I was going to hit a little bit on that before I did that. But yeah, that's crazy. So y'all listen, if you own a home, and you might also be able to just get personal liability insurance, just in general, to just to cover things, especially if you're online or you're a content creator, because this could hit you and then you got to come out of your own pocket. You don't have the money, you can use your insurance. Boom. Write that down, y'all. Keep notes.
Attorney. You understand what I'm saying? That's it. And that's how it works. So at the end of the day, we're going to give you the receipts. Everything I said, I'm going to give you the receipts next week. Next week, I'm going to give you the receipts next week. You know what I'm saying? Everything that the brother is putting on now is a flat out lie. And I'm going to show you all the receipts. I'm going to show you all the receipts next week. I mean, next week, I'm going to show you the receipts. But people keep sending me these videos. He's like, oh, he didn't win. Okay, I'm going to show you the receipts next week. I mean, I'm going to show you the receipts next week. I'm telling you, 2 things is going to happen. He's going to put a crowd. He's either going to try to do a crowdfunding or he's going to try to put Hidden Collar 6 out to make some money. I'm telling you.
He gonna have
I'm telling you.
He gonna have to.
All right, let's go. With that being said, family, I got roll, family. I'm out here. Not this one. I'm talking about So, family, I'm out. I'm still out here. I'm still out here with the family. Let me show y'all. We with the little palm. We with the little palm trees, family. We with the little palm trees. You feel me? We with the little palm trees. You hear me? I mean, he's not getting money without having a payback, buddy. Yeah, exactly. So with that being said, come here. Let me. Hey, what you want to say?
Hey, everybody, y'all need to respect Greg. He telling the truth to everybody out here.
Yeah, with the babies. I'm out here with the family. With that being said, family, peace and love. I'm going to see y'all next week. I might upload a video or something like that.
Listen, so that is the coverage about the Taharka Bey versus Tariq Nasheed court case. For those in the back that was arguing me saying he didn't win a judgment, he did win a judgment. He did. He said on this live that he won more than 50, but less than 100. So somewhere within that amount. Some people saying that ain't that much money. I'm like, hell, I wish I could somebody get my hands on 50K. You could. That's a house. You could buy a house with that. You know what I'm saying? So hey, 50K. That's not nothing to wink at. You know. I'm sure the government gonna get their little tax off of it. But the one thing that he did do was that he represented himself and still won. So he won that judgment. Anyone saying he's doing that to make money and this, that, the other, well, I think that they both were going at each other and had cases against each other on both sides. So I think they both were kind of going at each other. So I don't think it was just one-sided. But I also wanted to cover this video and I'm glad that he's in the audience, Dr. Dennis Asar Winkler, where he's actually going over the FBA website. And this was an interesting live because I think he was going over. It was a snippet of the entire live that was called FBA 101, and in this part he is talking about Tariq Nasheed's website. So let's go into it.
Are you there with me?
Yeah.
Do you see the subliminals? All these are FBAers. They just they didn't just made them. They didn't went back historically and created this term and took it back and said these are FBAers, because these are people who touch us on a very emotional, affective level, as you heard about ideology.
Now listen, I'm gonna say this. See, they're trying to wrap everybody into this FBA thing. They tried to say Claude Anderson was a part of it. They tried even to say Dr. James Mall, but James Mall came out and said, "Hey, I'm not. Hey, listen, it's okay. I'm not against it, but I'm not necessarily for it either. I'm not for the division." Okay. And then he was kind of exploited for his opinion about that there are agencies that want to push or push for Pan-Africanism to be removed and to be deleted. This has been going on since the 60s. So yeah, I mean, it's not far-fetched to think that an organization that is trying to dead Pan-Africanism and push the FBA lineage, I believe that there is something to that. Because you don't have, one does not have to die for the other one to live. So I think that there is something to it that they're really like pushing this delineation does not have to turn into an all-out just war, So let's go.
It hits you in a cognitive sense and an affective or emotional sense in order to control your actions. So who is foundational Black American and who is not? This is the key indicator that it is an ideology. Why do I say that? In group and out group. There's nothing wrong, again, with an ideology. My beef here is that you say it's not. And then I know you're going to have to go back to the drawing board and say, well, maybe we are not.
Oh, it's a lineage, okay? You know who else is a lineage is the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Cherokee. Those are a lineage of people. Like there's a lineage, there's different tribes out here, there are lineages of people. But lineage does not necessarily mean delineation. You know what I'm saying? Just because you have a lineage does not mean that you have to like then become like this kind of cult like separatist group. That's where it gets weird. Is the and so they're saying that delineation is the movement for FBA. Well, I never know any lineage that thinks about separating itself from everybody else. What if all the Jeffersons or the Thomases or the Jacksons or the Browns decided to delineate from everybody else in the United States? Wouldn't you think that was a cult? You know what I'm saying? I mean, if they begin to like separate themselves and say, no, this is everybody else sucks and we are the Jacksons, and then now you become this elitist group, and then they begin to make fun of all the other last names out there. But we're a lineage. We are the Jacksons. You know what I'm saying? We are the Thomases. Wouldn't you be like, man, the Thomases are that's not Thomases the cult. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's kind of looking like. And then they're trying to wrap other things into it and say that the movie Us was about FBAs, and it's getting into a lot of weird stuff. So let's go. Let's watch how he breaks down this website and how they're trying to pull other things that might have had certain words that were said and try to make that FBA ideology and say that this already existed before. We go back to the 1800s. People were saying this back in time. Let's go.
You're gonna have to get some new catechisms or some new apologetics, or you're just gonna ignore it. You're gonna act like perhaps you never said you were just an ideology. Okay, so who is foundational Black American? Who is not? A foundational Black American. It gets pretty interesting because hold on to your seatbelt or your seat or something like that. A foundational Black American is any person classified as Black who can trace their bloodline lineage back to the American system of slavery. To be designated as an FBA, at least one parent must come from a non-immigrant background in the United States.
See that? At least one parent, okay? Now, when you hear these FBAs talk, they'll go, the first thing they'll ask is, so what's your lineage? Where you come from? And if someone says they have any Jamaican in their family or any African, automatically they're written off. And some people will be like, but hold on, my mother's, no, you're a tether. That's exactly the way that they go about this. And that's where I'm like, okay, this is getting ridiculous. Okay.
Get that? Look, I got it, cuz you with it. You ain't got to explain no more. They understand that did you understand that? You are logical. With that, we don't have to say it again. We've already said it enough that we get that. But what you won't do, not you, cuz the FBAers, our brothers and sisters, is turn the corner and really accept that we're saying it. Why would you put another thing in it? It's a lineage. All right. Okay. We don't have no problem with you saying that, but we're showing you all these other aspects of it that makes it more than a quote unquote lineage, which others have shown that you misuse and misappropriate the word. And I'm not even going to that because I think, and I'll just be honest with you as a social scientist, that you can operationalize the word. You can. Have no problem with you doing that. I'll help you out. You can operationalize the word lineage and what you mean. You just have to define it. So how does a person trace their lineage back to American slavery? The process of determining if you are a descendant of foundational Black American survivors of American slave trade is relatively easy. 5 years after formal slavery was abolished in America, the U.S. government provided detailed information about the foundational Black American population for the first time. The 1870 census provided the first detailed accounting of the Black population, and if a person can trace their lineage to the 1870 census, they are most likely a descendant, a descendant of foundational Black Americans who were enslaved. Most likely. The 1900 census is a good verification resource because of the influx of immigrants to the U.S. at the time. The 1900 census have been even more detailed information, which includes race, citizenship, nativity, meaning of the birthplace and parents. Okay, so I heard someone on your show say that some people might have an issue with that. You had a sister on your show that was very powerful and profound. Go check it out on Proper Perspective, The Proper Perspective. What's the name of that show, cuz?
The channel is The Proper Perspective. That was a conversation about reparations, DNA, and I forget the last term.
In genealogy, I think, something like that.
Genealogy, yeah.
Right. So what they'll do is they'll say, well, the DNA tests are fake, right? But then you'll take a DNA test to find if your child is somebody for paternity, but DNA is fake. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? They use DNA to find out about the monkeys and all that other stuff to find out how old they are. but no, it's fake. Okay, so how are we accepting one form of DNA, but then the other one is fake? I don't get that. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, and I think one thing that you brought into the conversation with by putting DNA, and she brought that into the conversation. DNA would help us out. We wouldn't have to do all these things. They want to ignore the fact that science is science and that DNA works. They want to ignore the fact that DNA could cut a lot of this confusion out. They want to ignore that. They want to act like it doesn't exist because it really puts a hole in their argument in their ideology. So they conveniently ignore that this debate could be over just by really
doing a DNA test. Thank you. I can finish the sentence for them. Doing a DNA test. Just do a DNA test, and you'll find that you probably have some African. Why would they even? Well, that's because well, they did a test on an iguana, and it said it was a Nigerian or whatever. Okay, But I'm sure that if you did a test on the iguana and said that is this my father's child, they would say it's not. So, yeah.
By really a quick sample. Oh, we don't believe in DNA. We never. Some of them saying we never been in Africa. We're the explorers, and we're the first.
Well, where do you get reparations?
All those type of things. But then there's those who have some sense, who know that most of us came through the transatlantic slave trade. All right, let's keep going. This is all the stuff that most of us can say, okay, that doesn't sound too bad. But what is the status of people with half FBA? This is where it gets interesting. And half immigrant lineage. Have you seen this part, cuz?
I have seen this. Well, I've seen it because I have been on the site a couple of times. And I'm reading it back over too, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember this. And I've had more conversation with people about it. So I'm like, oh yeah, now I'm remembering why and where it came from.
Okay, so this is part of the ideology. If you are a person classified as Black who has one parent from an immigrant background and another parent who can be traced to American slave plantations, then you are considered foundation.
You know what's so crazy is, do you know how many people came from the Caribbean to American slave plantation? If that was a port that they also shipped people to America from, why is everybody ignoring that people got shipped from the Caribbean to America? And then we want to say that there's no connection between us and the Caribbean? I think there's a connection between us and Caribbeans, and us and Africans, and then there are people that were here. Why can't it be all three? Why does it have to be no? You know what I'm saying? That would be ridiculous. We're not a monolith. The people over here.
Black American. All right, they give they okay, cool. All right. That means you got one parent, you in there. You're a half breed, but you in there. And half breeds need to be looked out for as we continue to talk. It's kind of like a mulatto. They're gonna call you like I don't know. They probably have a term for you, like what do they call you, an anchor baby? I don't know what they call people, but anyway, they got all types of derogatory terms. There is a very important caveat with this designation, a very important caveat. An FBA individual whose non-FBA parental lineage comes from a person who immigrated to the United States after 1970 should not be considered or looked upon as a representative of what? A representative or spokesperson for serious political, social, economic, or judicial issues that affect foundational Black Americans collectively. It's just a lineage. And now they want to tell you, the lineage wants to tell you. The lineage wants.
Yeah, so if you are a part of FBA and you're half Caribbean, and maybe your parents didn't come before like the 1970s and migrate over here before that time, then you shouldn't run for office.
To tell you how to treat people who has. So, okay, in fact, let me just use this case study. My sons, that's interesting. My sons is African American as they are, cannot be considered as Black power as they've been raised. As much as they help their community, my sons who don't know nothing about Jamaica, for real, besides their mama cook the food, they cannot be considered or looked upon as representatives or spokespeople for serious political, social, economic, or judicial issues that affect foundational Black Americans collectively.
So are they also encouraging black foundational black Americans not to marry Caribbean and African women and men? Is this now a purity test too? Like, oh, okay, are you FBA? Oh, I can't date you. As if it's hard enough the dating pool as it is. Are we really gonna do this?
That that's just it's just a lineage, but what? Now you're saying what they can do politically? What?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay, so what you say that? Cause like that's what I'm saying. Like I can't look the holiday, happy holiday, and all that. It's all you get down here to this type of thing. And look, I'm surprised they even have this on the website. So what people will show you on websites,
but they already have your blood. If you ever been to the hospital and got your blood drawn, they already have your blood. And they probably already have done the DNA on that. So I don't think that these companies are doing anything different than the hospital have already done. So I don't think that. There's no reason to draw like 8 vials of blood every time I get a blood test. I got O blood. They draw the fuck out of my blood. And no, I'm anemic, and will draw the shit out of my blood.
Steve, what is going on underneath the surface? What do you say about that, cuz?
Again, I mean, it's definitely, well, one, I would say they really should just embrace the idea that it is an ideology, because it is so painfully spelled out. When you have all of these rules and definitions and terms and qualifications and qualifiers, that's the very essence of what an ideology is. Now, I do think it's like, even when I'm trying to be generous, even when I'm trying to be like, okay, I ride with you about something, then like, okay, if I like, am I reading it wrong? Are they literally saying that we still rock with you if you have FBA, but because you have FBA, you can't speak for us. You can't speak for us about anything serious, political, social, economic, or judicial, because you only have. You in the fold, but
and they're trying to say that the Caribbean influence will influence a person's ability to fully represent a Black American ideology, because the Caribbean parent might be of influence to that person.
You got to shut your mouth. That's what they say.
Oh yeah. I think you hit it, and I think I lost my space. But oh shoot. But that's what. All right. So this is, but the goal is, this is not political. Everything political is ideological. Everything, even identity, is ideological. But I want to show you that even in their own writing, it shows you that it's very political. I mean, I don't know why I would even be arguing that. Why people would argue that it's not, because they don't really understand that political is ideological.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like they're getting caught up in what they think is the connotative negative vibe. When you say, well, this is an ideology. No, it ain't. You just think I said something bad. You think I just said something to disrespect you.
That's right.
And so then you're battling back. But I'm like, ideology itself is not a bad word.
Well, it is, brother, because you're giving them too much credit. It is a bad word, because you can't, at that point, it becomes a struggle. I mean, maybe, you know what? Then they're going to have to really identify that they're really a religious sect. Because the reality is, if they say it's an ideology, then they...
Hold on, I wanted to to at least let you guys know where this video is coming from. Give me a second. Try to minimize this.
I have to say, well,
it's not letting me do it. Okay, I got too much stuff here.
they're gonna have to even lie, act like everybody's a part of it, like a religious sect, and say, well, we all FBAers, you know. And but the reality is, but people get to choose their ideology.
Right.
The reason why they want to say it's a lineage is because they're saying, well, we're all here fall into this category, and we even have half breeds, and half breeds can't be trusted. You know, I mean, they said we have half breeds, you know, like these people who come from two strong African parents, even not even the one drop rule. We're talking about Black continental, Black Caribbean, or mixed with Black person on this continent, the United States of America. And somehow you got to watch out for those Negroes, because let's get to the only, so let's read this again. An FBA individual whose non-FBA parental lineage comes from a person who immigrated to the United States after 1970 should not be considered or looked upon as a representative or spokesperson for serious political, social, economic, and judicial issues that affect foundational Black American successfully. Now, I'm gonna just keep cut to the chase. 1968, some major things happened. Also 1960.
Hold on. Just so for anyone who's interested in the content, like I said, he did an entire stream called FBA 101. If you want to see the full video, please go and support his channel. His name is Dr. Dennis Starr Winkler. And the actual name is in the chat, so please check him out. We're going to go over a little bit more of this, and we're going to get into Mr. Oshay Duke Jackson. Is he a passport bro? So about 5 more minutes of this, because he is going to get into some real good things here, and then we're going to go into Oshay Duke Jackson. Let's go.
I can't remember what, but anyway, they want to include all the. Now, this is my hypothesis that they want to be able to include Malcolm X and the others who have parents who have migrated from other spaces that they know will be our sacred cows. You better not mess with Malcolm, you know. So after 1970, of course, they said this whole the immigrants after that came in and they formed their own communities, and
I think that's why he said after 1970, so he could lump those of Caribbeans that were here before. You know, I think that's the reason why he said that time frame. So that's really just focusing on the younger people, so that the younger people will be able to attack other people that have a Caribbean parent or whatever. You know, that's interesting.
The way that the government organized some laws and things of that nature had them become more displaced. I don't even know where they're talking about, really. I mean, like every city don't have like immigrant Blacks that are separate from.
Yes, for sure. We definitely have to tackle this together. I'm attacking the passport brother movement. I'm attacking the FBA movement that's trying to create separation. It's interesting. The passport bros, people like Oshay Duke Jackson are now claiming to be FBA and talking bad about Africa, but they're still living in Africa and doing a lot of wild stuff in the meantime. So we're about to get into that after I cover this, but I don't like the division. I don't like the downing of Pan-Africanism when so much work has been done, calling them scammers, when people haven't really done the research on what's really happening. And then I think hopefully next week I'm gonna be bringing the young family back that I interviewed. I forget his name. T3 and me. They're gonna be coming back to discuss their herbal business. The wife, his wife actually got like an award for being from the African Health something over there in Tanzania for her work in herbalism. And this is the type of stuff that you don't really get to hear about, that people are not only going to Africa and doing business, but they're also getting awarded for their business and appreciated in Africa for the work that they're doing over there. And this is the stuff that you don't get to hear about. Only thing you get to hear about is, oh, it costs more. Well, you know what? They're trying to charge us. Well, when you go to an African market, you're supposed to actually haggle them on the price. They tell you it's $1. You're supposed to say, well, I'll give you 50 cents for it. That's how it works in the African market. But we don't know that. And they'll say, oh, it's $20. And you'll say, oh, okay, here's $20. Well, that's not how it works when you go overseas. You got to go back and forth. Okay, you say it's 20, I'll give you 10. Well, no, 15, and so on and so forth. That's how it's done in the markets there. And what we do is when we come over there, especially during vacation, is that the person will know that you're from another country. They'll try to go up on the price of it all. They'll come with American dollars. They'll and they won't haggle. They won't, what's it called? Barter. I think there's a word for it when you go back and forth to, what is it called? It's a name for it where they give you a price. You say, no, I'll give you this for it. And then, well, no, it's that. And that's the part of like the culture there. And so that makes the price go up for even the locals there. And then they can't afford their own stuff. So that's the reason when people will tell you when you go over there, don't just accept every price by face value. Always like go back and forth about what the price should be. And don't over tip. There's like there's rules to the game. But if people don't teach people the rules, they go over there with their money being Mr. Big Shot, and they want to complain. When, it's too expensive. They're trying to get us for our money. Well, no, you weren't supposed to accept the price. That's how it works when you go to an African, when you go to any Arab country, a lot of those countries, it's like you gotta it's a word, haggle, or you know what I'm saying. You just don't accept the first price you get. You I forget the word is right now, but listen.
The other blacks, like, I mean,
Right.
if you're like in maybe New York, perhaps,
Mhm.
even Baltimore, just to be honest, we have a major Caribbean population, and they do move out into certain spaces, but it's still very integrated with other Black Americans. You have Park
Right.
Heights in Baltimore that there's a lot of Caribbean restaurants. There used to be more. A lot of Jamaican, more Jamaican than anything. Then you have Trinidadian and others, you know. But you have the brothers and sisters from the continent, and they might live out in Randallstown, but they also live in.
And here's another thing: is that so we have been living amongst Caribbeans our whole life. I order stuff from the Caribbean store all the time. Some of the most healthiest food. Okay, when you go to a carry-out restaurant, some of the most healthiest stuff you can get is you go to a Caribbean restaurant. So now I'm supposed to like just X out support for Caribbean restaurants, African restaurants because we are delineating. That's stupid. The whole thing is dumb.
the community, and you have to also realize they be like, so where all that people ask the most interesting question: where the Africans at? Where the Caribbean people at? I ain't go to school with them. I mean, I ain't see them in my, like, bro. First of all, second generation is very difficult to tell because they grew up with you.
Right.
Right.
If you ain't ever going to, you hear so many people, even that's part of the documentary, said, I didn't know they was Caribbean until I went to their house and they offered me a certain type of food.
Right.
You don't always. It's very difficult to just say someone's Caribbean because what do you think you're going to do? The hairline test that they talk about?
Right.
It just don't work that easy. Even brothers and sisters from the continent, you know, it's so crazy. But nonetheless, let's keep going. The only exception to this rule is if the half FBA individual has verified
and
track record.
parties. Some of them Caribbean go to the Jamaican spot, be the best parties, and they be having the after hours and stuff where people be partying past the time. You know that? So now we're gonna give up all that because we delineate now.
Loyalty and tangible contributions to the betterment of the foundation of Black Americans on a grassroots level. The reason this rule applies to FBA people who immigrant lineage came to us after 1970 is because the African Caribbean immigrants before that time frame had different collective disposition,
And I want to know why. How was there a sudden butthurtness that never? I mean, how old is Tariq Nasheed? Now all of a sudden he's mad about how Africans are saying this and that. He's just now saying that. Like, if you're in your 50s and now you want to start a whole movement about like, no, they said they call us a Akata. Like, bro, like, how long have you known of this word Akata? You just now found out. And it's not. I haven't heard no. I've been around Africans all my life, and I've never heard no one call me no Akata. Anyway,
position in relationship. Oh, my sons probably can make it, but who's the officer?
There you go.
Yeah. They don't have. I mean, there's not an ideology. They don't have leaders. So who decides? Who? How do we vote on this? What type of process do they go through? There's not an ideology. There's no leader. There's no body. It's not an organization. Who decides on and who quantifies whether or not the track record is who verifies the track record? Who verifies and quantifies the loyalty and the tangible contributions to the betterment of foundational Black Americans on a graduate?
Child, African booty scratcher. I mean, come on, that's some elementary bullshit. Who the hell is a grown up is going to call an African booty? That's some stuff that we said in second, first grade. Stop it.
Level. And when you get upset with them, can you just call them if they disagree with you for one thing? Are you going to just say tether?
Yeah, that's. I mean, even in the chat, you know, they're still assigning us the label of tether because we're not on the bandwagon. We're not. Even if somebody said, "I'm halfway on the bandwagon," well, you still a tether because you're not all the way on the bandwagon. So and
right, they say tether is a verb or a noun or some shit like that. Well, tether is a verb. It's an action. It's a way that you act. Well, first of all, I mean, if it's like a Caribbean person that uses African Americans to their accomplishments, to their ability, why are Black Americans that are supposedly FBA that would be considered FBA being also called tethers? Because we don't agree with the ideology. Like, what's up with that?
As you had made reference when I did have Dr. Carmichael on the show. That was one of the things she was saying. She was like, you know, you get to the point where now you're trying to police the community's own Blackness. And you're trying to put.
I wish that we could get a count of how many Caribbean people brought Hidden Colors, especially when he did the Haitian one. How many Haitians bought Hidden Colors for 1403 or whatever the one was, 1508 or whatever it was? How many Haitians supported Hidden Colors? 15 whatever that one was when he was talking about Haiti. And then to turn around and make fun of Haiti, saying they're eating mud pies and all this other stuff and all this crazy stuff. That's crazy to me. I don't get it.
At least the community's own eligibility. Like, you know, you either fit, you know, if you're an African American, you're an African American. Can't nobody, like, you can't, like we may all have a huge problem with Candace Owens. We may all have a huge problem with Clarence Thomas. But no one has raised the flag to say she ain't African American.
No.
Because you can't take the ethnicity from somebody. Even if you want to, you can have some jokes. You know, you can get online and say we want to revoke the black card, but it's a joke. She's still an African American. But that is not the truth. That's not the same with the FBA. As soon as you get out of line, you ain't FBA.
So as soon as you get out of line, you're not FBA. And you know, in Cross Niggerson's theory on black identity, what they call that is, oh yeah, we all are black, or we have black identity. But someone like a Candace Owens or the young lady who used to be on a Huxtable show, they're more like assimilationists. So they still fall under the umbrella term of African American or what have you. I think, not sure if Candace Owens had some quote unquote lineage elsewhere. Maybe, I'm not sure, but
yeah,
but nonetheless,
somebody in the chat said that she's somebody in the chat said she's Jamaican, and I'm like, okay, you know, so I got a bad example, but you still know what I'm saying. Okay, we can switch it over to Clarence Thomas.
I don't think that she's full Jamaican. I think that one of her parents is Jamaican. I don't think that she's full-blooded Jamaican.
The point still holds.
Or Thomas Sowell, or Glenn Law.
Hell, what about Busta Rhymes? I mean, hell, Busta Rhymes gave us some of the best songs back in the day. He get taken out the box. I mean, how many Jamaican Americans contributed to hip hop? They might not have been you want people to argue about did hip hop start with Jamaicans and this, that, the other, but how much accomplishments that did Caribbean people bring to hip hop? So, and also that whole time frame where we were listening to like, just give me the light and pass. I mean, that was a part of like, I mean, me growing up, a lot of reggae music and Shabba Ranks and all those different things. So now all that stuff is out the window. We're delineating. We can't listen to Shabba Ranks no more.
Or many other people like that.
Right.
In fact, I'm going to argue that that brother, Frank Zanu, studied them, and they all getting that bag off of being. They all getting that bag. Even Glenn Laurie talks about, you know, he held his position sometimes.
See, I think that's why he's focusing on like a younger crowd, and then some of these older people are kind of like joining along with it. But he's really focused on young people because they don't have a memory. They don't have that memory of when reggae and Caribbean music was really a part of our culture. But the thing is that it was a huge part of like the hip hop culture back in the videos that were out. You know, Mr. Lover Man, Mr. Lover Man. Even In Living Color did a joke about it, Mr. Hungry Man. You know, like Caribbean culture has been a part of like American culture for how many years? The music of Caribbean culture. You know, they have a Caribbean Day parade, for crying out loud, in almost every city, major city in America. But now we want to delineate. And you know, Black people was there at the Caribbean Day dancing it up with the Caribbeans, at the Puerto Rican Day parade, at the different day parades that they have going on. But now we want to delineate and say that, no, we're separate. We need to like separate ourselves. We need to send all those immigrants back to the Caribbean.
Was afraid to come out and really alter his position because of his audience. You know, there's a lot that like if you really want to be like a Jesse Lee Peterson, look, you'll get some money and your YouTube channel will grow quickly.
It will grow, yeah.
The African brother Frank Zanu was like, well, you know, people think I've been doing this for years, and you know, I've only been doing it for 8 months. When he was on I want you and I to do a
Oh man, Frank Zanu was crazy, and I was just on a stream the other day where we had Chaotic Truth, like pretty much. You know, I'm not sure what his lineage is or whatever, but he was really saying that Frank Zanu is the number, like Now, this is one thing I will say, because I got very irritated on that channel where he was saying, Frank Zano, he needs to be touted. He knows what we're talking. Black Americans don't have a this and we don't have a that, and Africa is, and the white man is the better thing. And then he had a bunch of white people up there like, yeah, beating their chest. Yeah, you guys are, we made it everything. And it was crazy because they were like, yeah, we black people haven't done any. And there was some African up there, and then him like, yeah, you white men have done everything. Y'all made the world. And I was like, what? And I tried to put my little 2 cents in, but you didn't see too many black people up there really trying to. I mean, I'm not sure if the audience over there are just like a bunch of like self-loathing individuals, but he really he did like a whole like, I mean, 8 hour live stream just big upping the white man, and then had a lot of these racist white men. One dude called me, talking about my big lips, called me a nigger and everything, and then they were laughing. It was crazy. But I really do those shows. Really, I co-stream those shows because I want to show how crazy people are. Especially the white people that be over there, because he gives them a platform to say all kind of wild stuff. And I just, I'll get up there and every once in a while try to say my little piece, but I know I'm in enemy territory. Please don't think that I, for any stretch of the matter, no, I'm not in like enemy territory. So. Anyways, let's go.
Yeah, I've only been doing this for 8 months. Yes, if
I found those channels just to like grab the few people that might have some sense and come over to my channel and join and subscribe.
want to be a straight in the black community. If you're black and you come out as a straight conservative, hardcore conservative, and hardcore white supremacist points, you're gonna become very popular really quickly.
Yeah.
In that video with the sister, I would like for you and I to do a review of that. She was giving it to him, and she was from like Kenya. She was giving it to him. I think we should do a review of that because I would love it.
I'm down for it. All we got to do is like schedule it up, and then we can chop it up. That is one of the ones I was like, I sat down the other day and just started taking notes. I'm like, I feel like a student in class again, because I was like, oh yeah, I'm going in.
And she was.
Well, listen, I'm not gonna play this whole thing because I want you to really go to his channel and check it out when you get a chance. It's one show called Black FBA 101. Please go check that out. Let's get into I want to get into the Oshay Duke. I want to go into the Passport Brothers and then get into the Oshay Duke Jackson situation, right? So the Passport Brothers have a recent situation where one of the Passport Brothers got caught in Dominican Republic, and he was doing child corn, CORN, right? And so he got arrested, and that just sent the Passport Brother movement down the tube. Honey. People were like, "Oh my God," And apparently, this Austin Holman guy was the one who introduced him to the movement. And so people were upset about the fact that he was using the word Passport Brother in his when he was actually discussing the case with the guy. I forget what his name is right now, but when they were really upset about that.
The Passport Bro Rainbow Punk. So okay, so you're the one that Austin said in his video that he was calling Trump on, because I kind of peeped some of that video, and he said he got Donald Trump's number. And when he said that, I was just laughing. I'm like, bro, you don't got no Donald Trump number, bro. What Donald Trump number are you talking about? And why would you want to call Trump to get ICE, to get people deported? Why would you want to do that? Come on now. It don't make no sense, bro. None whatsoever. And shout out to everybody coming in the building. Shout out to the mods. I see Caramel, Kimmy Kim in the building. Yeah, so guys, we're talking about the situation with Austin Holloman with this video title change. As I told you before, guys, let me see if I can show you again. It's in the thumbnail though, but let me do it again. So again, guys, this is what Holloman did. This is the original title he had on the video. And I need this to be public record because this title alone slanders the entire Passport Bro community. It caused damage to the Passport Bro community. It also caused damage to the Red Pill brothers in the space. So primarily what Austin did is, with this title alone, he basically accused all Passport Bros of being pedophiles. Because, you know, right now, Austin feels some type of way about me, right? And I got a lot of things that I'm going to bring out, right? There's a lot of things that's going on. I'm just waiting for the right timing because I'm playing chess, not checkers. So with this title alone for the court, Austin.
So Oshay said he votes Republican every year faithfully, but he lives in Uganda. So how does he get to vote over here in America and then he's from Uganda? What is that about? Like, that's crazy.
Holloman accused every Passport Bro that is in Brazil that they are sexually dealing with 6-year-old children. This is what he did. And he did it to take the heat off himself because he knew the backlash would come because he know who Floyd Wallace is. You understand? He switched the title from Passport Bros in Brazil with 6-year-olds to are Americans in Brazil with 6-year-olds. But yet he still didn't put Floyd Wallace name in the title. Why? Why Holloman would not put Floyd's name in the title? He put Americans. He's still misleading viewers because what he says are Americans. See, Holloman didn't graduate high school and he don't understand how to use words. How could you put in your title are Americans in Brazil with 6-year-olds when the topic is about the arrest of Floyd Wallace? He's basically accusing Americans now of being pedophiles. So he's still doing the same thing, guys. He's still doing the same thing. He switched the title because...
See, I just wanted to just kind of catch y'all up about what's going on with this. The Floyd guy got caught in Brazil with 6-year-olds. Everybody is scattering, you know. And then this guy, Austin, got caught, some old videos where he was saying that he does sex tourism. And here's the thing. This has been an ongoing conversation about Black American men going over to different countries, including Africa, that they will go over there and be on some sexual tourism thing, right? And, O'Shea Duke Jackson was one of the videos I played where I was covering the whole Floyd situation. But I guess from me playing that and playing all this stuff about the situation, a video popped up on my stream, on my timeline that was what? All right. So on top of Austin saying that he does sexual tourism, this video ended up popping up on my stream that I found to be very interesting. So let's talk about it.
I don't have anything against him. I don't know him personally.
Let's go. Let's start.
Oshay Duke Jackson he's a big creator. Okay. I don't have anything against him. I don't know him personally. But I'm disgusted by the proliferation of sexual tourism, mostly by Passport Bros to the African continent, which is why I have decided to speak up against it. So I have a personal problem with anybody that promotes it. And you're going to make your own judgments. My job here is to connect the two, and you will make your decision if Oshay is really the guy that introduced these guys to the game. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna watch this together. And
so he's saying, as much as Oshay is talking about the Passport Brothers, and talking about what's happened with Floyd, seems like he might be on the same thing. And I'm not sure if you guys know it, but I did some research. This is a hot topic in Africa, and especially that area, Uganda, Tanzania, all in that whole area of Africa with Oshay Duke Jackson. This is what people are talking about, and also the Austin guy, that they're both over there on this thing. And so what he's saying is that he's not sure whether or not that O'Shea Duke Jackson is the one that's introducing people into the whole sex tourism aspect of this passport bro thing. Now I had no idea about this until I saw this video. So let's go.
You know what your opinions are on this.
Kenya as a sex tourist. Let us know exactly why that is wrong and why you would get in trouble for it.
It is illegal in Kenya, and I would not encourage anyone coming to do that. First of all, it is not good, and unfortunately, what happens is, especially at the coastal part of.
So their hashtag is Africans against sex tourism, guys. And look who's sitting right here. Prime example. Boom. You know, this is interesting, guys, because I had no idea about this. So with this whole thing blowing up with Austin Holloman and the Floyd guy out of Brazil, now O'Shea Duke Jackson is now under the microscope as well. Let's go.
Kenya, young girls or young people have been pushed to do that because maybe they're looking for money, they're unemployed, or they're forced to leave school and go into that business. So whoever is coming to Kenya, first of all, we would not welcome any sex tourism in our country. This is because it is really affecting many families. It is affecting young people, and unfortunately, it is it's not a good thing for the country.
Right, yes. So this clip you're about to watch might be offensive. The languages are rated un-African. Okay, here we go. Fair use.
I'm here with say hi to everybody.
So this is him
So
with a woman.
let me
watch what
Let
y'all
me pause right there.
watch this.
Doesn't this scene look like a J-Relo scene? Let me know in the chat if I'm getting something wrong. I haven't watched these guys in a long time, so I don't know. And I don't know if he's a reformed person. I know he doesn't create this kind of content anymore, but there is a lot of similarities between this and a J-Relo video. I wish
I'm not sure if you guys know who Jay Rello is. I don't really know who he is either, but apparently he does videos similar to this. This is crazy. So let's go.
could go back and forth. My technology set up in the living room is not like in the office, so please forgive me. But isn't this so similar? Even the background, right? The way they all sit on a couch, set up their laptops. This is J-Relo type. So just before we even get into the video, guys, please just be objective. I'm not knocking O'Shea Duke Jackson, but I have enough videos from friends of the channel that really points a striking semblance to what NYC, the future, or the new iteration or versions of the Passport Bros and J-Relo. They all have this. Like this is like the scene, right? And mind you, this video was taken just when O'Shea moved to Uganda. So
when O'Shea Duke Jackson first moved to Uganda, this was his content where he was bringing on different girls and talking to them and this, that, the other, and it gets kind of crazy. Watch what the things that he's saying to this woman. Watch this.
Tells me, I mean, this is what, 8 years old, if not, maybe more. There is a lot of similarities, but let's go ahead and listen.
live chat up, guys. This is her first time doing this, so she can't really see. She doesn't know much about YouTube.
And they sound the same, man. Is it just me, or like have I watched so many J-Relo videos over the last week to make me think they sound the same? Like they really sound the same. So it's not just the scenery of it, even the the vocals, the speech, everything just sounds the same. Like it's this creepy style of accent. It's not your common black accent in America. It's nowhere close to the common black accent in America, right? Like the average black guy doesn't speak like this. It has like this little creepy tone that isn't really black, if you know what I mean. Like, strange, yeah.
But she said I'm fat. My fat. All right, guys, I can't even see what's going on in the chat right now. All right, let me go to my chat right here, my live chat.
This right here is.
All right, we got 31 people watching. 36 people watching. All right, can you guys? Is the internet going pretty good or is it going slow? What up, All? What up, Mr. Marcus?
So I wanted the 31 people that are all
Man, where's
passport
Lala?
brothers.
All right, can you guys? Is the internet? All right, cool. So, all right, so Rosalind, I'm sorry. What's your name? Tell them what
She doesn't even know what her name
Rosalind,
is.
okay.
Wait a minute.
What part of Uganda are you from?
Wait a minute. What's your name? You don't even know what her name is. So you just grab a woman off the street. You don't know who she is, and you just start interviewing her. And watch what he says to her. It gets really crazy. Watch this.
Kampala. Yeah. All right, like, but what kind of? Where were you born? Where were you born in? And where's that at? Like, what part of Uganda is that?
Man, guys, I know I don't have any game. I've been out of the game for over a decade now, but you got to come out a little bit stronger than this, Oshay. No wonder these guys don't get anything out here. Come on,
right?
In the West. Okay, so she lives in Kampala, but she's from the West, right? Yeah. Okay, so guys, like a lot of people from the West, they moved to Kampala. You came here for school, or?
Yeah, for school.
Okay. We were talking a little bit about like weave and makeup and stuff, right? And how do you feel about that? Because it's a big topic, like in America and amongst Africa. What do you feel like about makeup? No, it's fine. Come back. You're shy. No, it's fine. You look good.
You see, that's one of the things too. Very similar with Jerello. A lot of the girls don't want to be on camera because Africans are really shy people. You know, like you don't find a lot of us that can do what I'm doing now, like facing the camera and confidently.
I was talking. So he said, African people are kind of shy. They're not really camera ready. You know what I'm saying? He probably grabbed her off the street. He didn't know her name. She's probably a very young lady. And so that's why she's talking low. And that's they're not really camera and they don't know about all this stuff. This was 8 years ago apparently, but and he was doing a lot of content like this at first when he first got out to Uganda. And watch when you hear what he says. But I want to give a shout out to the super chat. Thank you, Timbo's Slice, 1290. Oshay, I'm coming for you. I knew it was meant for me to watch this channel tonight. Tim Ford Jr. on T3andMe told us about Oshay. Yes. So, and shouts out to Tim Ford and T3andMe for. I did an interview with them. If you're Timbo, if you're not aware of it, I did an interview with them. And I was told about how they were being attacked, but Tim Ford's wife is right now getting awards. She just won an award, I think, last week for all her work in the herbal field. For being a healthcare person. And one thing that people don't know is they're now going to bring herbalism into become like an actual practice in Africa. That's offered in hospitals, and this is the work that this guy Tim Ford Jr.'s wife is doing. And you have people like Oshay calling them scammers and this, that, the other, and they're doing a lot of things in Africa. And I'm not down for people going after people and being so negative. It's almost like it's crabs in a bucket. He's not even in the same country as they are, but he wants to be the only thing in Africa that can talk about Africa. So I don't get it. Let's go.
It's not part of us. A lot of us are not good public speakers. Like these are skills you have to learn as you live in the West or connect with a lot more people here in the West. This doesn't come easily, right? So a lot of these girls don't want to even be on camera. And this again is very similar to these videos of Jerello that I've seen. Kobe Tembo, Jerello doesn't even know the depth of problems he's in. I believe he is afraid to leave Kenya because of what awaits him. You mean back in the States? Is that what you mean, Kobe? Or you mean the problems he's about to face in Nairobi. Like, you think something will happen to him at the airport while he tries to
Yeah,
leave?
he's
Or
making him look bad.
my
Yes.
skins money. I see your clips on TikTok. I have a different account there, so you don't see me when I comment on it. But shout out to you, man. Oshay is the
Watch
final boss.
when he says,
Bonga.
guys, this
Yeah,
is
I think he taught these people a few things, because like,
this is something
Kofu
real
said it on one
crazy.
of our streams. Like, the initial passport bro goal was very simple. The women in the West sucks, which I agree with, and we're gonna go east and to other parts of the world and take our, and find the right partner for ourselves. Now it's like,
Now he's saying the whip. Now I don't agree with that. I guess he must be a red pillar, an African red pillar. He's up here. He's saying the women in the West suck, and so now he went to East Africa to find a suitable wife or whatever. But it's not wives he's looking for, guys. This is not a wife. He's watch. Okay, let me just be quiet and just play the video.
we're gonna go abroad and buy prostitutes. I'm like, where did this go off? Or that tricking part is, I think, really started with O'Shea Duke Jackson, because he did this a long time ago.
And thanks Akina Rob for the $10 super chat. You know what? I'm gonna just take a quick break to play the money mantra for you. You know what? This is I made this mantra because when people give the super chats, I want to also share the this is, to me, it's a mantra. So if you memorize it, you could actually sing it to yourself. So I'm gonna play it real quick for you.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money moves. Jewelry in the safe, piggy bank on full. And I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh, I am blessed.
Yes, and she says, Takina Ross says, keep doing what you do. And yes, I'm going to keep on doing what you do. And if any of you guys want to come up here and give a comment, especially after you hear what he's about to ask this woman, I think that please come up here and talk about this. This is crazy what he's about to say. Watch this.
Oshay does not look anything like this now. Like, this is his intro to Uganda, right? Part of the reason he went there is this. And these are the videos that taught Ejirelo and all these other guys that, no, don't go abroad to seek relationships. Instead, just go there and go to the brothel and sleep with as many women and get some suckers to pay for it.
And you know what he'll say on his lives? He'll be like, "Yeah, I'll be, I'm a trick and stuff out here." And I never used to really think about every time he could be talking about bricks or whatever, like building a house, and somehow he will say something about how he's in Uganda just tricking it up. And I don't know if there's a reason why he does that, because maybe it'll get people to ask him, "Man, you out there clapping cheeks that hard and whatever." You know what I'm saying? If you can do it, hell, turn me on to it. But that maybe he got away from doing this kind of content, and now he just hints around to it, But now, like, I'm seeing, because at first I just thought, well, he sounds kind of like thirsty, but okay. And I would actually play a lot of his content and cover it. But now I'm looking at this, I'm like, wow.
That is the business plan, and I think O'Shea Duke Jackson gave it to them. And let's keep watching.
Come on, let's talk about it. We're gonna talk about also why you're gonna go to the USA. Come on, let's talk about it. We're gonna talk about also why you're gonna go to the USA. Come on, let's talk about it. We're gonna talk about also why you're gonna go to the USA. But some of these guys we done seen it. They said they want us to come back.
That's what.
They said we done seen the ass now, come back.
We done seen the ass now, come back. Wait, let.
They said she got ass out, you see?
Hey.
She's beautiful, right? Like, she don't have no makeup on. She don't have no weave or anything.
Look at me.
America. You want to go to America, yeah?
Yes, I do.
Okay, why do you want to go to America? Work. Okay, do you know anybody that works in America from?
No.
No?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't know anybody that's ever been to the United States?
No.
Why not, like, the United Kingdom, or why not France, or why not Germany, or those other places?
You're scared.
Don't be scared. Just not scared. Have her turn around for us.
I was gonna say that a lot of the chat, I probably think a lot of the chat at the time was focusing in on just her backside, right? And again, that is very similar with Jerello videos. This like the same playbook, same script. If I blur this video out, I mean, Oshay has a unique voice and everybody knows that. But if you didn't know Oshay Duke Jackson and I did a Rello voiceover, you'd probably think this is Jerello, you know? So he must have learned this from somewhere. This is 2019 when he did this, right?
Skinny as she is, I wasn't expecting that donkey booty. Hot damn. I'll tell you what, we'll start a business, okay? Me and you, I promise. Me and you'll start a business, okay? Right now, you can't get up in the next 5 minutes. So you and me are gonna help recruit Ugandan girls for black dudes in America. So you and me are gonna help recruit Ugandan girls for black dudes in America. So you and me are gonna help recruit Ugandan.
Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? I don't know if I should play it again. Oshay Duke Jackson is telling the young lady that she's essentially going to become a pimp or a matchmaker.
How do you, so you meet a chick off the street in Uganda, don't even know her name, and now all of a sudden you guys are going to start a business together where she's going to help you recruit Ugandan girls for black men in America. Wow. I'm not sure where he met this girl at. I don't know who she is. I feel sorry. I don't know what happened to her or what.
She's going to, through her, she's going to hook up a lot of the guys that come from America to Uganda. So it's not like you're only doing sex tourism. Now you've moved the goalpost to a pimp business, actually. Guys, that's why I didn't watch the whole video, so I didn't know what direction this was gonna go. But this is sad, man. Like really, like, and for those of you that don't know, I keep saying this. Africans have no problems with Black Americans. If you guys go over there, you're going to have the time of your life. You're gonna have the most love, the most respect that you ever had, ever. I can almost certainly guarantee you that. And I speak for all 54 countries, probably except for the places that have war, right? But for English-speaking Africa, I think if you go over there, you guys are going to feel very comfortable because everybody will speak to you in a language you can understand. I didn't learn English in America. I spoke English my whole life. So you may have issues with accents here and there, but for the most part, a lot of the guys will understand you. Even the guys that don't have an education, they'll be able to communicate and understand you. So for Black Americans going to Africa, man, you guys are gonna have a good time. Like really, like guys are gonna really welcome you. Guys will. I always say like,
wait a minute. You said that I wish I kept my recorded videos. I remember this. Oshay once had one of these. The Flux said 15 and 16-year-olds was acceptable. What? See what I'm talking about? And they're going. This is not cool, bro. But then they'll talk mess about Africa. They'll talk mess about what's going on in Africa. He didn't bring up money, but that is, you already know the money's going to be involved. Come on, let's stop. You know, I'm sure he paid her too. That's why she's there. But she just don't know how to be in front of the camera. She's kind of giggly and awkward. She doesn't really know what to do. But he's trying to get her to bring other women. That's crazy.
Problems with Black Americans. If you guys go over there, communicate and understand you. So for Black Americans going to Africa, man, you guys are gonna have a good time. Like really, like guys are gonna really welcome you. Guys will. I always say like the poorest of Africans will put food on the table for you to eat, even though they don't have enough to eat themselves. They will do that for you. You know, but he's not over there telling people to, you know, go to the national park, go see some lions, go see some giraffes, you know, put up a tent in the national park and have a good time. He's not doing that. He's telling people, he's setting up a sex business over there, man, you know, like this PDD type shit. Oh, man.
Girls for Black dudes in America. That means that we're going to create, like, we're going to hook Ugandan women, pretty ones like you, up with guys in America.
Not play it right now, I swear.
That means that we're going to create, like, we're going to hook Ugandan women, pretty ones like you, up with guys in America. That means that we're going to create, like, we're going to hook Ugandan women, pretty ones like you, up with guys in America.
Cully.
We're gonna go in business. See, now she. So what do you think? You think it's a guy's press 5 if you want Rosalind, because Rosalind's shy, right? But I might bring her on for Kinganda for I wasn't gonna do an episode with her for that, but I don't know if she's camera shy or not. But so let's talk about how we're gonna get pretty girls like you to guys in America, right? That's how we're gonna do it. We're gonna use my Kinganda YouTube channel, and we're gonna bring
for American passports. So
yes,
this is like,
put guys up, and then
so this is almost like, you know, he was he trying to do mail order bride something, you know? So he didn't say whether to marry a black man or for what. Like, so you're gonna hook him up with men in with men in America for what? So they're gonna come over to Uganda and then what? Marry these women or come over there and get some cheeks, clap some cheeks. That's what he always says. Getting some, you know, booty clapping sounds. He always says that. FBA, the African pimping young girls, sounds like the FBA's off code. Exactly. That's not. What is this? Okay. He was advertising them. Crazy. What are we doing, bro?
that way you'll have enough money to go to the U. You probably won't even need to go to USA if it turns out well. I promise. That way you'll have enough money to go to the U. You probably won't even need to go to USA if it turns out well. I promise. That way you'll have enough money to go to the U. You probably won't even need to go to USA if it turns out well. I promise. This channel is all about exploiting and later dissing Africans out. Who the hell is the Mac 3? What are you talking about, Nick?
Honey, somebody on his thing said
this channel is all about exploiting and later dissing Africans out. Who the hell is the Mac 3?
Yeah, and that he's come under a lot of criticism too, that he promotes Africa for sex tourism, but in his current videos, he also promotes a lot of the diaspora wars, like the shaky relationships between Black Africans and Black Americans. I think that is all an internet thing. It's really made up online. I don't go outside on the street and looking at a Black American and thinking it's any different
now
from
Oshay
anybody
is
else.
not
Like,
FBA.
I don't know anybody that even does
Is
that.
he FBA? I thought that he was FBA. So now he's not FBA. He talks about being FBA. He's talks as if he's FBA. Well, the difference between Oshay and the Pop the Balloon show is that these people voluntarily go to Pop the Balloon to so-called, it's a dating show. What this is doing, well, and then Pop the Balloon is in America. He is going into Africa. He didn't even know the girl's name at first. So he just found some girl off the street, brought her onto the couch. Oh, look at her. You're natural. You don't have no makeup on. This, that, he's brought advertising her. And then all of a sudden he came up with a business plan for her to be able to, bring more Ugandan women for American guys. He is original FBA. Yes, thank you. End game is to come to the USA. Exactly, right? So the whole objective is because he's siphoning girls from Africa to go over there. But it's all like, is this like mail order bride type of business? Are they going to pay him to find a mate over here in Africa? And who knows if he's still running this business right here under the table, under the ground.
When you stir these things up online, you're creating war that doesn't even exist in the first place. I mean, bro, we got a lot more problems on the African continent to be worried about 13% of the American population. We really have a lot of problems. Okay, so the last thing an African guy is thinking about in America is not liking another Black man. It's not part of us. We don't grow up like that.
Yeah, he the plug.
We may disagree with how certain people live. Like, we will judge people based on them.
It's not the same thing,
and not solely as a group. I've never even heard that before, but for some reason the internet puts it out there that there's this big division between the two groups, and and I think it really a disservice, especially for guys that want to go over there and have a good time.
It don't matter.
Oshay Jackson
at all. But now he's touting the FBA moniker, and who knows if he's still doing this under the table, because now he has a whole network of people, that he's probably been doing this for. People that go over to Uganda to hang out with him, But we're gonna find a bunch of Uganda. No, that's not. No, this is a tourism. You know what I'm saying? This is ex-tourism, guys. Let's be real.
He lives there. Like he lives in Africa. His whole business is in Africa. And from this clip, it sounds like he was trying to make a business out of this too. You know, like I said, there's a lot of lonely men.
And here's the thing. Yes, it is a business. He's saying that he is going to pay her to hook men up with other American men. That means that the American men are going to pay him and he'll give her a kickback for bringing the girl. That does not sound like pimping to you. I don't know what it is.
On the internet that are really subscribing to some whack ideology that for some reason people think it's cool to travel abroad and just pay for sex at a brothel. Like, that's stupid, man. Some of the best women on the planet are in these countries. You can find yourself a very suitable partner with very little effort, man. Really, really very little effort. So
yeah, or you get just over to the country and meet a person naturally, you know. Why would you pay O'Shea Duke Jackson to set you up with one of these women? Like, when you could just meet if it was a really natural thing that you're trying to do, you don't need to be set up. You just go and meet people like naturally. But I wanted to bring that to y'all attention for free. FBA have to hold this L. And any day now I'm waiting for the FBA cult hate group to be talking about their boy, but don't hold your breath. Exactly. Because he's pushing the FBA ideology too, but yet you can go back and find a video like this. If he's so FBA, but is he still pushing that Americans should come over to Uganda and find a wife? Is that still a thing that he believes in now if he's FBA? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But before I end this show, I wanted to show you guys something I think is really, really interesting. It was a video I found on YouTube, and I thought it was really, really, really just getting off this subject of O'Shea. You know, I just wanted to bring that to y'all's attention. And as I get more information on that, you know, so we have two subjects now that we're going to be going on to this passport bro movement and the red pill and how it's moving out here with the passport bros. And we're going to keep on covering the whole Taharka Bey versus Tariq Nasheed. And then, but I wanted to like really go into this because I think it's really interesting. If you guys are not aware, Bill Gates has been on this whole thing about, you know, trying to reduce the birth rates, you know, and I think that this video is a really important thing to bring to African Americans, because I think that we don't even realize how important Africa is. And while we're trying to delineate, I think it's interesting because as our birth rates go down in America, not just whites, but also the black birth rate in America, the so-called FBA, the rates in Africa are going up. And let's talk about this right here. Let's go. Hold on, all right, let's go.
So I brought you a story some time ago about how Bill Gates was allegedly testing contraceptives on Kenyan women, an 8-year contraceptive, and the obsession that WHO and the Gates Foundation have on birth rates in Africa. Well, this is the interesting thing. Greece is in the midst of a serious demographic crisis at the moment. They're closing down 721 schools out of the 13,478 that they have in the country. And this is for the 2025-2026 academic year, because they don't have enough students. They don't have the minimum requirements. So the kindergarten need at least 5 to 7 enrolled children. Primary schools need at least 9 to 10. Junior high school needs 10 to 15. Senior high school need at least 15 students. So the fact of the matter is that they don't even have enough. We're talking about 5 to 10, 7 students or 15 students. They don't even have enough of those for 721 schools. The fertility rate in Greece is low. It's like, I think it's 1.3 to 1.35 births per woman, which is well below the replacement level of 2.1. African birth rates are exploding. Nigeria is the fastest growing and youngest population in the world. Africa is exploding. Across the continent, the average fertility in Africa is 4.1 birth rates per woman. That's more than triple Europe's average. And Nigeria is leading the world when it comes to that. So when you're talking about it being the fastest growing population, and it's already at 230 million people today, and projected to hit 400 million by 2050. Nigeria's median age is 18 years old. The median age in Europe is 44. I'm like, that's insane. So half of Nigeria is under 18 years of age, and half of Europe is middle-aged or retirement age. So the reason why I'm bringing this up now again is because why are they so obsessed with our birth rates? You would think that they would be overjoyed that Africa's birth rates are exploding because of the crashing birth rates in Europe and the fact that Greece don't even have enough students to fill classrooms. Guys, you see, this is the reason why I say you've got to keep educated, you've got to keep your eyes on the ball. None of that stuff is for our own good. This shows, to me, as far as I'm concerned, you don't really care about us. Like, if you really cared about humanity as a human race, you would look at Africa as the savior of the human race, because we're the ones having the babies and the kids that are going to take the human race forward. That's the reason why white supremacists are so afraid of the replacement theory. You are being replaced, if you want to call it that. But who cares about what color your skin is if we're one human race? Like, follow, share, subscribe if you found this video informative.
So, what are your thoughts on that? So, welcome to the channel, The Man in the High Castle.
Good evening, Americans. Good evening.
Uncomfortable Truth says what? Yeah. So, with African birth rates rising and American birth rates going down, and then you have FBA delineating, what do you think is the real thing that's happening here? How do you quantify that into we should delineate when you have certain nations that are dying off, and Africa seems to be the only race nation that is actually building and having young people, more young people.
Well, first and foremost, these are great questions. If I could do say so myself. My thoughts are, one, first, yes, the European white ethnic race, they are suffering from demographic winter. Two, Africa is right now, they will be having the highest child majority rate in the world. And third, FBA lineage, FBA in the United States of America do not have a decline in birth rates. People need to realize what they are saying. Our numbers are fine. When it comes down to sub-fertility rates, they have to study demographic winter first and foremost. Low birth rate community is the white race globally. So when they project, 7% globally of their total population, in actual fact is around 5.9% of the world in totality. Also, in the United States, if you were to head count every last person of the dominant society who is classified as white, the average age on total would be 48 years old. They don't have a child birth rate that's high. So, say for instance, if we have two children, you and I, if I'm FBA, if we have two children, if you have two children, they look at it, the dominant society is we're having like 5 children. They have to have 4 children to keep up with their sub-fertility rates. You have to really study this. But FBA lineage does not have that problem. Also, no matter what y'all are about to say about this, even in the United States, the child majority in the United States is the FBA child. And people will be like, oh, no, no, no. This is why they crash out. See, where our numbers are underrepresented. All this 13% stuff, hey, it's pseudoscience. It's like 27%. Of the population.
Everything I'm
You know,
saying,
it's just that people want to keep on playing with what they read and they don't know. Even when our women are going to the Planned Parenthood, our numbers keep going up. Our child rate keeps going up. We thrive under adversity. So, say for instance, Haiti had an earthquake not too long ago. A lot of the things that the white supremacists were doing, they were sending barrels of contraceptives because in the state of panic and emergency, they believe that people will go to their lower nature and start fornicating, and possibly rapes will be breaking out as well. And consequence, there would be more birth rates. So our birth rates are fine, people. As long as people don't get carried away with this projection. This is why we didn't vote for Kamala and why we voted for Trump.
Okay, okay, you're saying that we don't have a declining birth rate, but all of the data says otherwise, based on
Go ahead. Keep on going.
Okay, I mean, so there is actual like what I mean. I brought up in the Guardian. There's actually a paper written on it. But I mean, I can go into the paper.
What were they were just saying just a year or two, or what were they saying just a year?
Hold on. So this is the paper saying, okay, and it's an actual study written on it, explaining the declining Black American total fertility rates 1992 through 2022, the paradox of human capital theory related to relevant factors, implications, and recommendations. So this, if you guys get a chance, check this paper out, but it's actually breaking down the fact that, respectively to whites, it wasn't exactly 2.4 to 1.639, but it was 1.9 to 1.568. The paper finds total fertility decline for all women from 2.046 children born per woman in 1992. Just all women in America. It's a declining thing that's happening throughout America. So it's not just only white women, but the black population is having a low fertility rate as well.
Sure. Anyways, it's just like a year ago, there was articles primarily saying need more Black American sperm being donated to the sperm banks, even in Japan, even in other countries. You saw headlines just last year in 2024. Let's stop with the propaganda. I don't care about the Guardian or any. It is
the actual paper that's done. Well, no,
the Guardian's propaganda.
This is not the Guardian. This is an actual scientific research paper. This is scientific research. It's not just
who's the research from?
Amadou Jackie Kaba, the Department of Sociology, Anthropology, and Criminal Justice, Seton Hall University, South Orange, USA. So this is a paper done, right? So bottom line is that this is an actual paper that you
I don't subscribe to it. But keep going.
It doesn't matter whether you subscribe to it exists. So therefore, you can not subscribe to something. You could be in La La Land and believe that that it doesn't exist, but it does.
Nah, we're fine. We're fine. Go ahead, though.
So yeah, but people will be delusional until the cows come home. But let's go. Welcome to the channel, Mr. Know It All.
Love that name.
Yes. What I would like to say is that can you hear me?
Yeah, our birth rates are soaring.
Can I say the word bomb on here? Like bomb? Like a bomb going off?
Well, you already said bomb, so what's the point?
I'm just saying, like, because I'm talking about Africa, like as far as Nigeria, like America just.
Well, they bombed like the people they didn't even bomb up people. Nobody died like during that whole thing. So.
But what I'm saying is,
all that was just them, like, just a fear mongering thing to scare people in that area.
But what I'm saying is, America don't have to declare war if they declare you have terrorists in your nation, and most African nations have those terrorists. So America they're gonna bomb more nations within Africa. If you have terrorists, they can bomb you without declaring war. Same thing, that's what they're doing with Venezuela. They declared the cartels in Mexico and the Venezuelans terrorists so they can bomb them without declaring war. So America, we are at WAR. I'm sorry for saying war on here. I'm sorry for saying that word. But we are at.
You're saying you're not sorry for saying it. Stop doing it. Like,
okay, well, we are at
why would you say the word? So stop it.
No, because I was just freestyling off the top of the dome, and so it just slipped out.
Word. You already know certain words you're saying, so stop.
Okay, I apologize for that. TikTok, YouTube, but WAR, we are at WAR with many nations right now, and so it's not a game right now in America, because every nation in Africa is a target right now. We will put it on any nation in Africa right now. We can, because Trump just set the precedent. We'll put it on any nation that got those people in your nation. And there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing they can do about it. And so why would Black Americans move over to a place that our enemies can bomb?
Nobody said move over there. I'm talking about that there is a declining birth rate in America across the board. People want to be delusional and say that America is Black Americans are a growing group of people and this, that, the other in America. Meanwhile, Africans are outpacing us too. Like, they're having 4 kids to our 1.9. And that was in 2022. And who knows if it's decreased from there. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying that when you're talking about, even if we don't have a low, or we're having kids.
We don't.
We're having about, 2 kids to their 4. Comparatively, we're not having as much kids as happening in Africa. So we ain't even matching up to what they're doing. You say we don't. So, okay, compared to how we normally were in America having 4 kids, now we're only having, we
be having like 10, 12 kids back in the day. What you talking about?
We went from 1992 having 2 kids apiece to now it's maybe 1.5. Like, one person will have 1, another person might have 2, another person might have 1. We're having less kids, sir. And you could be delusional all you want, but you're
not about being delusional. It's about race. You're not getting it. You're not getting it.
No, you're not getting it.
You don't know what it's about. It's about race.
No, listen, I know what it's about. If it's about race, that means that we're on the same trajectory as the white person in America.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
You're wilding.
Well, show me otherwise. Show me some proof. Because I showed you a paper. You said that you want to discount any evidence or proof of anything. You just want to just say that it's.
You're new to this. That's all. It's fine.
Well, what makes me think that you're not? Because you just said something. I can't take your word.
Do you know what demographic winter is?
Sir, no, I don't know what demographic.
Okay, then.
Well, this the thing is that they control all the resources. So even if you do control your resources, you can't sell them nowhere. You can't sell them to nobody because you got to sell them to them. So they control it anyway. That's why they are not in Africa, because they control it without even being there. Because you got to sell it to them. So and they tell
And
you what they're gonna
let
pay
me tell you
for it.
how crazy it was, right? Bill Gates did a whole thing where for 10, like what, for how many years? 10 years they had birth control because they knew that the birth rate was just booming in Africa so hard that Bill Gates gave women 10-year birth control to where they couldn't have kids. Guess what? They're still having kids. People, their birth rate is not declining, but ours is. Yeah, they shut down the abortion
Our birth
clinic.
rates aren't declining. White folks are.
Okay, well,
Jeez.
you can be delusional if you want to. Show me the contrary. Show me some
It
paperwork
said
saying.
Black Americans make 467,000
And they're
babies a
also
year.
giving birth to they're having kids with Africans because
That excludes Africans.
China and Russia are going over to Africa, and then they're because their numbers are going down in China and Russia. Everywhere the white man is, their birth rates are declining. And so what are they doing? They're going.
That's the story.
Black Americans with immigrant background is like 530,000 babies a year, but without immigrant babies, Black Americans alone is like 467,000 babies a year without any immigrant inclusion.
46 million babies in Africa.
Well, I said 4,600,000 Black American babies without any immigrant inclusion into that.
And you got to take into context how big Africa is population wise. That's not a shock.
Even if you cut that in half, and just even if you put
It's not a shock. There's how many billion people are on Africa in total?
But
about 2 billion.
And you just only go into a small and just say, let's just use the
right. There's about 400 million people here.
How much babies we're
You're
having?
You're not doing the math, sis.
You're not doing the math because if you're telling me that 400,000 babies in America is equivalent anywhere close to 46 million babies, there's no. You can take one part of Africa and kill America.
There's 2 billion people in Africa. You're not getting it.
So guess what? Guess what? There's more people in Africa than
the most important thing is
FBA Foundation. AA. Welcome to the channel.
Hey, what's up? Now, one thing that the other two brothers they ain't keeping account is that when you look at 20, like I was just going over statistics in 2021, you could have 400,000 babies in a year. Say we give you that. In 2021, there was 2.6 million white people that died, and it was 480 some thousand blacks that died. You know what I'm saying? So the offset, don't you get like you got to take into account all of that? Y'all counting all those numbers?
Yes, we do. We are not dying more
They're
than
dying more than they're giving birth.
Unalive.
White folks are dying more than they're giving birth. Period.
Not black Americans.
No, you hear me again, brother. White folks are dying more in the United States than giving birth, and globally. Did you hear me now, bro?
How many black women are dying giving birth in America, though? What about that?
Our numbers are fine, sis. I'm not even tripping on that.
Our numbers are fine.
Show me proof that our numbers are fine.
I'm not even tripping on what you're saying, sis.
The black thing is exploding in Africa, or the African numbers are exploding because each African has 4 kids apiece, damn near, or more.
Yeah, and what's that have to do with us?
Man, what thing y'all got to see?
What's that have to do with us?
Listen, because Africa is the future. What do you look like
trying
to delineate and cut ties and then the white people over there making a city off the coast.
Africa about to get
I look at
recolonized in
the
2026.
I mean,
They got
bro,
4
you
more
cannot
days, bro.
do
They got 4 more days.
anything without the
Africa,
liberals over
Africa
there.
found
They
Africa
are the
Right, y'all
found white
one
supremacy.
mic, y'all. One
bruh,
mic.
bruh,
One
bruh.
mic. One mic. Let it.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Africa in 4 more days.
Now listen, he's talking. FBA Foundation is talking, and nobody interrupt him, please. Thank you, FBA. Go ahead.
Okay. So when you look at the numbers, when you look at the future, when you people not even keeping it, Donald Trump done reached out to me, one of the greatest scientists, or one of the greatest inventions of all time was it just invented by an African named Maxwell. I mean, the dude invented a way to make electricity without fuel or coltan or anything. I mean, it is the future that they got the young population. Why do you think Bill Gates? You know what? It ain't just me. You could look on what you call that Forbes. You could look on like Economy Now, Peter Schiff. They all tell you this. Like it is the future. As far as people trying to like degrade, like Black Americans trying to degrade it, we need to be trying to make a contact, because that's the only way we're going to take control of America. I don't see, because this is the only way the white people keep control of everything. They control the minerals, man. I mean, it's just like a no-brainer. It's like this thing where y'all keep acting like y'all like exceptional over other Black people, just disgusting, man. Or like, so they supposed to get their numbers up. Trump want to annex Canada and Greenland, and he just letting you know, well, I want the white people, okay? And we supposed to be like, nah, keep the Black people out. The Asians, they about to breach almost fucking 46 million. They had 25 million. I mean, they gonna outnumber us, and I don't buy this that we should like detach from other Black people. It's the most silliest thing, xenophobic, that I ever have seen.
I have a question for you, FBA. Do you think it would be even more of a lowering of a birth rate with this whole idea that FBA should delineate where we're saying, okay, we're cutting out Caribbeans, we're cutting out Africans, and maybe you don't even, at least with the passport, bro, they were saying, okay, we'll go over to Africa and find yourself a wife if you don't like the women over here. And at least that's increasing how many Black people, whether they be FBA or African or whatever, in the world populace, right? But but people are saying that no, we need to delineate and have even less children. Do you think delineation is going to produce more children or have less children?
That's stupid. And I'm gonna tell you why. And I've been telling this cat, one of them FBA cats kicked me out they chat the other night, because I said, well, delineate doesn't mean anything what y'all say it means. No, it's a subgroup. It's what I said. It's a Black unity. Every person that Tariq got in that little museum thing, whatever it is, those are Pan-Africans that believed in Black unity and moving together, working together. That's how we can overcome this thing, man. Jesus.
Listen, every time somebody talks and you unmute your mic, it's a feedback. So can you just mute until it's time for you to talk, man in the high castle, please? It's like a lot of low hum that's going on. So if someone else is talking, let them talk, and you'll get your time to speak. Just relax. Okay, so what do you want to say now?
Yeah, you could be FDA in name and come up here all you want, but I'm speaking for Americans, and
I'm
right
sorry,
now
it's
I'm just
foundational Black African American. I'm sorry.
I'm not African, and I see what you're doing, but at the end of the day, fellow Americans, we have to let Africa hold their own nuts. All demographics in America allow Africa to hold their own nuts and figure this one out. They're about to be recolonized 4 days starting January 1st. Recolonization of Africa begins.
Well, even if they get colonized, they're still the majority. They have way larger amount of people than anywhere else, and they're having children by the boatload. So
big deal. Let them.
So let me play this video to show exactly how much is how much the birth rate is increasing in Africa. Let's go.
6 million babies in 2024. That is more than Canada's population, more than Poland's population, and about twice the size of Australia every year. Where are they going to live? Who is going to feed them? About 50% of Africans live in poverty. Why then are they producing so many humans? Africa is the world's largest baby production factory. Nigeria alone produces more babies than the entire European Union and the United States combined. I'm not sure you understood. Let me break this down for you.
You hear that? So you just said Africa's a continent. Nigeria, which is only a country, not a continent, is producing more babies than European Union and United States combined. So you might want to talk about
they have a high they have a high morality, but infant morality.
Didn't have to cut me off, so I wasn't done talking. Like I said, you just said that Africa was just a continent, right? All right, and so that the 46 million, who cares? Well, guess what? If one country is outproducing America and the European Union alone, where do you think these people are going to go? And then
they
you
take
have,
care of them.
Here we go again. Here we go again. You don't have to cut me off, sir. Can you? You can't control yourself. See, I don't like to kick you off to the back. I don't like to mute you. I like to let everybody talk. But if you got to keep cutting me off when I'm making a statement, then that means you don't have any control over yourself, sir. So just let me finish. So if we're talking about a whole continent, but just one country in that continent is out producing, then what difference does it make if the black people, we're having more babies than, or maybe a half a baby more than the white people are in America, when also the mothers are dying in the hospital rooms, like the whole medical system. As many black women die giving birth or after giving birth in America. Are you kidding me? All right.
So again, the high infant mortality rate is higher in Africa than you would expect. Also, congratulations, they're having more children. Good. Let them take care of them on their own. Also, I wouldn't go conflate FBA birth rate with this whole low birth rate situation globally. I know it's a race. It's black, white. People need to understand what this is all about in a system of racism, white supremacy.
Can I say something, King?
You're wild.
You gotta do something about that echo, man in the high castle, because that's really not. We can't barely hear you because there's like a hum in the background. I don't know if you got like something on, like a fan on or something. But go ahead, Mr. Know-It-All.
Okay, the most important thing is that we got the United States of America bombs exploding in Africa right now. And so what I'm saying is Black Americans make up 20% of the military. So we're about to have our sons and daughters with boots on the ground in Africa. And so we really cannot unite with the continent yet until we see what's happened from this, because we are at WAR with an African nation, and we are using military equipment on the continent right now. So that means we could be sending soldiers in. That means Black Americans will be at WAR in Africa. So how do we look being allies and Pan-African with Nigerians while we over there gotta, put in work against Nigerians? What do we look like being allies with people in Burkina Faso when we finna be dropping bombs on them and we're about to be parachuting in our sons and daughters? right now is not for unity. The world is at WAR, and so we got to look at it like that.
Okay.
Our bombs are exploding in Africa right now, and you cannot take that lightly. Are you?
Bruh, I watch this Ukraine war every day, right? And I'm gonna hit home with something. It's gonna link with Africa. The dollar is at stake, bro. It's not gonna recover. The BRICS nation, when Nigeria and Venezuela join the BRICS nation, they will control the energy of the whole entire world. That's key right there. The dollar is tied to that. That's why they're over in Ukraine right now, and the Ukrainians don't lost 1.7 million soldiers, not casualties or hurt. 1.7 million soldiers. NATO is taking the biggest ass whooping they ever took. You think that Vladimir Putin is gonna give up this leverage and let them go in Africa, NATO, and regain their power? I don't think so, bro. That's why he's sending no troops there. He knows this. He'll never let that happen. What happened with Gaddafi? Never. It ain't gonna happen. When you talk about Nigeria, it ain't gonna happen, bro. It just look. Nigeria is just, Tinubu sold us out as soon as way back when he was over here selling drugs in Chicago, bro. Come on, man. Like that, ain't nothing you can tell me about what's going on over there. They're not gonna be boots on the ground. They're not. Okay.
I mean, we have boots on the ground over there. I think we're gonna get our ass kicked. As many black Africans are over there. Come on,
they got terrorists on the ground.
How many? Like
Whoever control the air, control the battlefield, and America will control the air.
Okay, so let me just say this.
Wagner know how to bring down aircraft, bro. Them boys are good. That's why
America will control the air. There's no way. There's no African nation that can. Man, let's not even talk about that.
Bro, how you
Are you serious right now?
Bro, but you NATO.
Let me reset the room right quick because I want to just make this clear. The bombing in Nigeria was sanctioned by Nigeria. Nigeria was okay with Trump doing the Christmas gift to North Nigeria. Why? It was because there were ISIS cells in North Nigeria killing off Christians, Nigerians in that area. And what they did was they sent a warning to those ISIS Muslim members. So this is not, and I think that he's probably did that because he wants to show and get Nigeria government on America's side and not a part of the whole Russia BRICS thing. So I know that you think that we're at war. No, we're not. If you got to read the article first before you say something, because they knew they sanctioned the thing. No one got killed. It was just a show of force. Okay, a show of force. Like, okay, y'all need to chill out. And I think maybe a few ISIS members that were in that little area got hurt by that bomb. I think maybe about 80 ISIS people, but for the most part, like the people that were in the village, you know what I'm saying? They saw the bomb go off, and that was it. But it was sanctioned by the Nigerian government. So we have to read the story and understand the news behind it before we just say that there's a war going on and that we're just bombing Nigeria. No, they bombed a specific area of northern Nigeria that was being controlled by ISIS or whatever you want to call it, that were mainly Muslims that were genociding Nigerian Christians. So let's just be clear about what the real story is. All right. So if who wants to go next?
I will. Again, I agree that this is not war. However, there will be more bombings, and Africa will be recolonized beginning January 1st, 2026. That's when it will begin totally.
And
I'm not sure. I'm talking.
Well, no, we can't just listen.
And also, I believe that it's going to be.
Hold on. One thing I'm gonna say this is that if we're going to say things, we need to, because I can show you the actual article that explains the whole thing, and I actually covered it on my show. So If you're going to say that on January 1st, they're going to begin recolonizing, what is this information based on? And you know what, source up or shut up, like they say on Side we need to have sources. We can't just put out false news on my channel, because that could like trigger something in YouTube that like will say, well, you're giving out fake information. So we can't just say anything, because that's false information. We can't do false information on here. If you can show a source that explains what you're talking about, you can continue that rhetoric. But just saying that, this is not even. You need to be able to show the news story behind it.
I've been saying this for a while, and the man in the high castle is undefeated. However, people can find information on this if they want to. It's not a big deal. I'm more interested if recolonization is going to be hard like it was before, or is it going to be a soft version?
Okay. Did you have something to say, FBA Foundation? I think you were talking when I had to reset the room. Sorry.
Yeah, listen. He said the man is under. He must be talking about the orange guy. See, that's how I told you, man. These cats, they black bagger. Okay, so it's always gonna be. First off, if you so pro black about the military, why don't we hear none of them cats talk about CQ Brown or Lord Austin or these black Tuskegee Airmen, all this black stuff they taking down out the military? They won't say nothing about that. Period. But you pro black FBA. Look, it's not going to be. It ain't even like financially. America can't even really get involved in a big war. But if it's gonna be a big war, you just totally gonna skip Ukraine and Taiwan. I mean, come on. Dude, America always been at war with Africa. They don't knock off 35 heads of state, man. That's number one. Number two is they got terrorists on the ground. Jeremy Keenan, he a white dude. I bought his book called The Dying Sahel. He tells you about America imperialism in the Sahel, how America, there's no such thing as jihadists. They're terrorists backed by America and the former imperial powers trying to keep these African nations down. And they in cahoots with some of these African leaders like Tinubu. And they want to keep them at war and unstable so they could like exploit them for their resources. I mean, yeah, that's what they doing. Come on. Let's be real, bro.
I want to tell you.
Our guns are going off, bro.
Get a
What
chance.
do you mean? What do you keep talking about? Bro.
If you get a chance, I want you guys to watch the Avatar movie that just came out. The Avatar movie is talking about the exact thing that's happening right now. What happened, well, I'm not going to tell you, I'm not going to give a spoiler. Just go watch the movie if you get a chance. And we're going to be reviewing it tomorrow, and there's going to be spoilers in it. Not gonna, but if you want to watch that show, I'm going to let y'all know we're going to be spoiling things. You know what I'm saying? But it's really a mirror. It's crazy. It's almost like the movie's going to show you what they're about to do. You should see it. It was crazy. I was like, wow. I mean, they're showing exactly everything that they're doing right now. Go watch that movie. It's 3 hours long, but I'm telling you, it's worth it.
Is it better than the first one? Because I never saw the second one.
Well, it's not the same lines. The acting is amazing. The 3D of it is wonderful, but it's like, the first one was about like these people coming into like the initial group and kind of coming in like a forest trying to colonize. But this one is called, I think it's called Fire and Water, right? So those same people are still the same group of people, the same avatars, but then it introduces another avatar, which were more about fire. And they introduce the weapon, the machine gun, and bring the machine guns to the people. And then now you have your own people fighting against the people with arrows and bows and spears. You understand what I'm saying? Because now you give them access. So it's talking about like giving them access, and they begin to fight against their own people with the guns. You know what I'm saying? The machine guns and whatever. And this is exactly what's happening. So if anything, what will happen is America will go in, they will give people weapons, and then those people, and this is also what happened, I think, in different in Rwanda or different places that we gave them the weapons, or was it where was it that we gave them the weapons and they was able to fight and kill each other with them? You know what I'm saying? And that came. What was it? Was it?
Yeah, that was what was it? Talking about an African country?
Was it an African country or was it in the Arab country? Which one was it? They got the guns and began to use. Was it Rwanda?
Yeah,
Well,
it was
I
with
know
the Houthis
in the
and
Biafra war.
Tutsis, Rwanda.
I believe the same thing is going to happen in Nigeria. It's just,
And when I'm saying recolonization, I didn't say Uncle Sam is going to do it at all. I'm saying Africa is going to be recolonized starting January 1st, 2026. There's multiple entities, multiple nations that are there already colonizing. It's at a point where do the youth in Africa request recolonization and help the colonizers, such as China, Russia, welcoming back France, or they allow these corrupt puppet politicians over there to keep taking from them and taking and selling them out.
well, Africa is the new frontier, I believe.
Right.
And so while we're delineating, you have the American government going over there and trying to show of
I
force and
never get that.
trying to be
Yeah.
cool with Nigeria so that they don't join with Russia and China and trying to get them on their side. As much as we're delineating, you have American government going over there trying to
Can't stay away. Can't stay out of there.
But they
to
still,
restore
when
Biafra.
America's moving their troops in, China's moving their military assets in, Russia is moving their military assets in. All the nations are moving their military assets into Africa. Africa is going to be man. Y'all don't even understand what's going on. Trump just had the balls to kick it off. But everybody is finna be doing that. Russia finna drop bombs. China finna drop bombs. Everybody's finna drop bombs for their interests. And Africa just gonna get caught up in the middle of it.
Why would China have to do that when they doing straight up business? This is why
No, because America doing it. They gotta do it because America doing it.
But why would Vladimir Putin help you? Maybe you can help me.
Oh, you're making it up, bro. You're making it up.
Why why would
they're
Vladimir
already
Putin,
there?
But listen, why would Vladimir Putin help them build?
China, they're against the Islamic State. They're not there against China. And America wants to be the Christian savior. They all like they even though Trump is not even Christian. You know what I'm saying? I don't. Come on now. He was asleep at the church, I think.
So does Russia and China want to be the Christian savior too.
Even the whole Trump thing, bro. Come on, man. That dude,
China and Russia want to be the Christian savior
too. That black dude, DeJounte, with that oil.
China is atheist. Atheist country, sir.
I'm saying they want to be the top dogs in Africa.
China is not a Christian country. China is an atheist country.
China want to be the top dogs in Africa is what I'm saying. Just like Russia, just like America.
What I'm saying is that what people are doing is because African people are a very religious. They know exactly how to get Africa on their side by going in saying, hey, look, we want to protect the Christians against the evil Muslims. And look, we're going to come over there, we're going to bomb those evil, terrible Muslims that are killing all y'all Christians. And then you have Nigeria saying, yes.
But we can agree, but we can agree that it's not about the Christians, right?
It's not. I'm telling you, but I'm trying to tell you that's a move.
We know that.
Religion.
So if it's not about the Christians, that means they got other interests, and Russia gonna fight for their interests, and China gonna fight for their interests.
Russia interest aligns with the African interest. China interest lies with the African interest.
And so Africa is going to expect Russia to step up and help.
America's late to the game. China been developing Africa, and
that's why we came in bombing.
No,
that's why we came in bombing. Think about it. American bombs exploding in Africa. That is not something you can just sneeze at or just turn the other way.
What I'm
What are
trying
you
to
talking
tell
about?
you is
They've
that
been dropping bombs in Somalia all fucking since Trump got in there. What are you talking about?
no, even
No,
before
they
that,
haven't.
Black
Yeah, they
Hawk Castle
have.
was a whole movie about America going into Somalia and dropping bombs, bro. We've
No,
been
but
Yeah,
in.
they just
it's
Trump
on
don't
again.
bomb
But now
Somalia,
we're dropping bombs in South America too, right now. Not only Africa, we're dropping bombs in South America and in Africa.
bruh.
We are really on a WAR path. We
Bruh.
marching. Our
You you
guns are
you you don't
going off.
you
Our
don't
guns are going
understand.
off.
You don't
America
understand
is for
economics,
the
bro.
United Nations. America is the world police for the United Nations. So
You don't
therefore,
understand that, bro.
whatever they tell America to go, we are the police for the United Nations. So we're the military for the United Nations, sir. So yeah, if they say, hey, this area right here is having an issue with this, they're killing lots of Christians or whatever.
Thank you. I mean, what do you think? I mean, come
All right.
on.
Nigeria is not gonna be
So again,
Nigeria is not
the
gonna be the only
Christians,
one. Nigeria is not gonna be the only one.
Bro.
Everybody gonna feel it. I'm telling
right?
you.
So
I guarantee you in a couple months, you're gonna be like, damn, he was right. Tenable days is numbered. The youth know what they want. They don't find the remedy out to offset these colonial powers with this democracy thing, because they'll always get the people to overthrow the leader. So these leaders say, you know what? Hey, let's just do what the people want, and everybody live good. Okay, boom. So they don't know what the fuck to do. Like they all like, what the fuck? Because you don't get these young cats what they want now, you're out of there. I can see it. It's every all over Africa. It's a revolution on broke out, and it ain't gonna stop, bro, until they get what they want.
They're not. You think these Europeans finna let them keep their resources?
They
Man,
ain't got no choice. What do you mean?
how? They got the planes. They got the bombs.
What are you talking, bro? How you gonna,
America
bro?
had bombs, sir.
Let me
America
tell you this. Yeah, they had them in Afghanistan too, but what happened?
Throw
Come
all
on, bro.
morality out the window, bro. They are not keeping those resources. I don't give a damn what they do,
I don't give a listen. They're not going to let them get their shit. It is not gonna
bro.
happen.
Ain't nobody gonna have it. If the Europeans can't have it, ain't nobody gonna have it.
Okay. Then why did fucking Nigeria just take back their uranium?
And
France,
they
the
got
whole
their
economy.
bomb too. Last week,
What are you talking about, bro? Come
they
on,
gonna
bro.
get it back up. I promise you, they gonna get it back up. They gonna give it back up. You think you finna take the European? That is Europeans' lifeline is African resources. You think
It
they
don't
finna
matter,
lose their
bro.
lifeline? Man,
First of all, Africa is, like I said, listen, let me just get back into the population of Africa, okay? Because I don't know why Europe, listen, didn't I just show you a thing talking about the population in Africa? When I just showed that African population
46 million babies in 2024. That is more than Canada's population, more than Poland's population, and about twice the size of Australia every year.
I'm glad you
Where
showed
are they
that.
going to live? Who is going to feed them? About 50% of Africans live in poverty. Why then are they producing so many humans? Africa is the world's largest baby production factory. Nigeria alone produces more babies than the entire European Union and the United States combined.
Africa itself has more is producing more humans
Right.
than the
And I'm
European
glad you showed that.
Union and the United States combined.
I'm glad you showed that because in
okay,
Angola,
big deal.
Nigeria,
look, in
that's
Angola,
one country in Africa. The
listen to
country
me.
that say that they bombed, right?
And what makes your life better? Your living arrangement. In the Congo, the Chinese just built a road that these people used to have to travel 10 days and they broke it down to 8.5 hours. Their living is getting better. In Angola, they got high rises that look like Flatbush, Brooklyn. They don't build them as the Chinese did. I was looking at it. A whole special. In Ethiopia, they got high rises. People, the Ethiopian government told them people to get out of them huts. They made them get from all over there. They relocated them, and then they built apartment complexes all over there. I mean, I just watched the whole special of it, and it's going on all around Africa. And these people want this life, fam. That's it. Just the way it is. You can't deny it. I can't. The revolution on broke out, and there ain't no stopping it. You know what I'm saying? It's just the way it is.
So getting back to Nigeria,
when you have a younger population, you have more people that can work to build up that country, meaning building.
There you go.
And all this stuff. You have more 18-year-olds in Africa than that exist also in Africa. So guess what? Those people are like young enough to build infrastructure. Meanwhile, the median age rate in European Union and the United States is like what 40-something years old. That's the median. But in Africa, the median age rate is 18. It's one of the youngest. The continent it has one of the youngest group of people that are right now that are generationally. At some point, we are going to be.
And they won war from even cutting that in half.
And by dropping a few bombs in northern Nigeria, where nobody is not like a flex, and Nigeria had to okay it. It wasn't that it's not that Americans went over there and dropped bombs. Like, no, they got the okay from the Nigerian government to do so. I don't understand. It's not like they're just over there just willy nilly whatever the hell they want to do. There's still the United Nations. There's still like Geneva Convention. There's still like different rules to war. You don't just go do whatever the hell you want to do. That's not how war works.
So getting back to Nigeria, the Christians that Uncle Sam is speaking on is the Igbos, and Biafra 2.0 will be restored. That's part of the mission. Have you ever watched 2013 Half Yellow Moon?
No.
Okay. Anyway, so if do you know about the Igbos?
Yes.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Right. These are the Christians, also known as the Lost Found Jewish or Lost Found Israelites.
Israelites, yeah.
Right. That's about to be restored. Biafra. If you're not aware of Biafra, 1968, that was a country within Nigeria, basically. So and it was strictly an Igbo state. So that's what this is all about. Even the prime minister or the president of Nigeria, he's Igbo. So I just think that people are not reading well and getting excited. When I speak on recolonization, I think this time it's going to be soft. It's not going to be bombs in the air like people, you're not getting what I'm saying, but I don't need y'all to get what I'm saying. I'm just a man in the high castle. I'm delivering the right information. Keep tripping, though.
Okay, anyway, going back to the video, because let's really talk about what I really was talking about is that Africa, just Nigeria alone is outpacing us in birth rate, in births. So let's go.
I'm not sure you understood. Let me break this down for you. In 2024, the United States produced 3.6 million babies. In the same year, the EU produced 3.5. Their combined population is 791 million people, compared to Nigeria's 237 million, 3 times less. Yet Nigeria produces more babies than both of them combined. The GDP of the EU and the United States stands at a whopping $51 trillion against Nigeria's 188 billion, which is less than a single American, Elon Musk, almost 3 times less than Elon Musk. Furthermore, Nigeria has the highest number of poor people in the world, the highest number of homeless people in the world, with 70% of its people living in poverty. Why then are they producing more people when there is nothing in place for the ones alive? When the EU and the US have so much wealth, yet they control their baby production. They are almost 30 times richer than Africa. In fact, Nigeria alone produced more babies than the entire South America combined in 2024. What is going on over there?
Equal territories in the southeast. If you don't know, you don't know, man.
That is more than Canada's population, more than Poland's population. And
bro, why do you have what is wrong with you that you have to just shout out stuff? You can't wait until I like, is that an ADHD thing?
Listen, you don't know nothing about Africa, it seems.
Well, no, it doesn't matter whether I know everything about Africa. You don't know everything about Africa, but you're talking about the Igbo tribe, and I'm like, I don't think that the Northern Africans. You're saying Igbo is a south tribe, And this was in North Africa where the bomb was at, and I don't think that those people were Igbo.
No, they weren't.
Why did you just say that they were Igbo? You just said they were Igbo. You don't even know what
Did you just hear what I said? Why Sam is over there? It's that the request was from the Igbos. What are you talking about? They're the Christian. They're the Christians. They're the Christians.
No, you said that was
They're the no. You didn't hear what I said. They're the Christians.
But that's not
They're
what
the Christians.
Keep repeating over and over again. I heard you the first time. I heard you the first time, sir. You don't have to repeating. They're the Christians. The tribe that's up there. Okay,
That's the Fulanis and that's the Fulanis and the Husa.
Can someone give me so
damn, you don't know Nigeria? You talking about it though?
No, but you just said they were Igbo, so you were wrong, sir.
Yeah, you did.
Igbos in the southeast. I just told you that.
Listen, sir. Listen, FBA. Did he not just say that the people that got bombed up there were Igbo?
No, I didn't. You wildin' ho.
Oh, this dude tripping.
I thought the whole channel. See how
you tripping, dude?
Tell yourself. You called me a hoe. You go.
Yeah, like Jesus, boy. Like what all that about?
Hey, you gotta get that ridiculous that you gotta call me a hoe because you said the wrong. Now that he is gone with all his bullshit, did he not say that the people that was bombed up there were Igbo?
Yeah. He went into the Biafra War talking about it. That's why connected them with the Igbo. Yeah, he was just going on like on a
on a whole tangent that had nothing to do with what are you talking about, sir? And then when I checked him on it and said, okay, can anybody tell me? And then someone in the audience, just like I requested, said, no, those are Fulani and Hausa. And then he wants to backtrack. No, while I'm playing the video, he had to interrupt the video because he knew that I was about to when I got done talking about the increasing birth rate in Africa and our declining birth rate in America. You know what I'm saying? He got to jump into that because he wants to save face, and I don't have time for that. You know.
That's why I put that in the chat where it's talked about the hospitals with people living like when their life is better. You know, they're getting medical treatment. They're gonna produce more. They're gonna have they can have babies. This man, that's just one country. Look at that. He just got in. That's like 55 new hospitals. Come on. You know what I'm saying? Like they're living when their living arrangement gets better, they're gonna produce more children and they're gonna have a better life. And look, that's just gonna happen. It's just the way it is. Like people get mad at that.
They already have 2 billion people and they're not doing it now. And so I look at it like this. So let's say if you needed $1 billion to feed your society, but you was only able to come up with 500 million, then the next year the same thing, then the next year the same thing. You're so behind. It'll take you so long to catch up to feed all these people. You can't even feed the ones you got, and you're making more. So they're going to fall further. They're going to fall further into poverty the more children they make.
He didn't say that until later. He didn't say that until after that. He said
what? I'm saying the more children they make, the further in poverty they're going to be because they don't have enough now to feed. What they have.
Let me explain. This is something I went to school for. So let me explain this right here. I had to learn this myself. I used to think just like you were thinking. So I didn't know that these people are made to sign these IMF loans telling them what they can grow. What do they look like buying rice from America? So these new governments, these people, they're saying, fuck this. We're gonna grow our own food. We're gonna manufacture this. That's what your brother with the Pooh Shiesty mask, that's what he Abraham Troy, that's what he on. He's like, man, we don't need none of y'all. That's what he on.
Then you're gonna get sanctions. But then you're gonna get sanctions. Is what I'm saying.
All right, I believe
they got it set up to where
they give sanctions. Africa don't really need. Listen, the sanctions. If we give Africa sanctions, then Africa could cut off its uranium and all the other things that they're giving to them. America do not want to sanction a country that where all the fucking natural resources come from. Come on now.
Period. Period.
That's
The
crazy.
this is
Oh,
the
we're
new
gonna give.
sheriff in town.
No, we can sanction China because guess what? China is manufacturing. Nothing grows in China. They have overpopulated their country to the point that there's nothing natural resources. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to go into Africa and merge with that population because what they do is they overpopulate the place. No offense to Chinese people, but what they do is they come in and then they overpopulate and then there's no resources left for the people and now they have to rely on other people, places.
That's what I'm saying. So the more children Africans make, the worse off they're gonna be because now they're sharing their resources with Arabs, Chinese, Europeans. What's the other group that's
No,
over
they're
there right
doing
now?
that because
Russians.
they didn't know any better.
But they got to share their resources with 4 other nations right now, and they're making more children. They already don't have the resources. They're going to be so poor that they'll never rise.
China is
If they
overpopulated.
don't do something
China
right
is
now,
overpopulated.
if they
That's
don't do
why they're
something
trying to
right
go
now,
into Africa.
if they don't do something right now, they're going to be to the point where they can never rise. You got 4 different superpowers on your neck. Like we don't even understand what Africa. My heart go out to them because man, you can imagine because any Chinese business that leaves China, it comes through Xi Jinping, the Chinese Communist Party. So they're sending out their own people. They are backed by Chinese government money. Any business that's in Africa is backed by Chinese government money, not the Chinese citizens. So if a black American go over to Africa and start a business, it will be backed by his money, his capital. But when a Chinese person is in Africa, he is backed by Chinese government money. It's a big difference. And that goes with any other nation that's in Africa. So if Africa don't
Well,
stand up right now and rebel against everything in the next 10, 15 years, man, they're going to be 2 times as poor as they are now.
they know this. What do you listen to me? When you just said that American go over there and backed by American money, Akon was backed.
No, I
Despite
said when we go over, we backed
but look,
up by our own personal
yeah,
money.
but despite what people say about Akon, I don't get into the interminglings of his business, but he was bankrolled by the Chinese, bro. He do have American citizenship, bro, or dual citizenship. So you know what I'm saying? Like, it's other ways of. That's why America is going wonkers. They don't want Chinese to be a second option because we have fiat money, bro. Even America, Trump had to back down because he found out they told him, hey, you know what? Chill out with this sanction on the Chinese because you know how we make the bullets is through the mineral we get from them. You know how you gonna
Also,
wage?
the Chinese owns most of the ports in America. All the companies in Russia and China, all of our American ports are ran by Russian and Chinese companies, sir. So you can't even fuck around. Fool, excuse my language.
So
You
the
can't
only
even
way
let me excuse my language. Screw around and be trying to tariff China, and they're running the ports. You know what I'm saying? Because what happened is that you started seeing that you'd see back and back to back truck drivers and nothing moving. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know truck drivers that were trying to go on their routes and pick up stuff, and honey, there was nothing moving. When Trump started doing that,
Oh yeah,
nothing was moving. If you know any truck driver, they were just
facts.
sitting there with an empty damn with a what's that thing on the back where the trailer goes? They were
The hitch, yeah.
what's it called? They have a name for it when you
the
just have
trailer.
this thing. No, not the trailer, but that thing in the back. They call it
The
there's
hitch.
a name for it.
I know what you're talking about though.
Bare back in it or something like that. They were just there with nothing on the back of their thing and in line, and nothing was moving at all. That's why Trump had to rethink that whole thing.
When this thing is done with Ukraine, and it's any moment now, the world is gonna change forever, and they know this. This is why the Europeans are so hell bent in doing this crazy stuff. They losing their mind right now. That's why I keep telling you, talking about Europe ain't gonna let that happen. Europe about to fall. They don't went bankrupt.
There's the word Bob. They were bobtailing it and not having. There all those they were just sitting there rotting. Soybean. Do you know how much America's soybean
Oh yeah,
gets
yeah, yeah. I know
from
you're talking
China?
about.
They were bobtailing, empty. The actual crates were just sitting there rotting. Farmers were up there crying, like, man, I have all this.
Let me ask you something about that. Let me ask you something about that since you brought it up. So why was the Chinese, like the farmers, was they mad at Trump about the soybeans because they sell them to China, or they couldn't sell them to China? It was something about the soybeans.
Well, no, what was happening is that he was putting up to these tariffs and stuff like this, and doing all that stuff. And so what happened is that China started to do the same thing. Well, guess what? Same thing on American produce coming into China. Cut that off, right? So then, like I said, China is one of the biggest soybean tofu and all that stuff. You know, they're one of the biggest importers of soybeans. So what they did was stop buying soybean and went to was it Algeria? Nah, what's the part in South America where they grow soybean? Was it Algeria?
In South America, Colombia, Venezuela.
Starts with an A. What country is that?
Argentina.
Argentina. So they started to get they said, okay, bump America getting your soybean. I'm gonna go to Argentina and get my soybean.
These people ain't playing. I keep telling them.
So I'm trying to say is that, you know, it's one thing, and I'm sorry, man, in the High Castle, you don't get to come back up here by when you call me a hoe. You know, normally I bring you up here because I'm a fair person, but you don't get to call me a hoe and keep being able to come back on the channel. Take a break for the night and come back when you get your mind right. You don't get there's certain things you ain't gonna call me a BITCH, you ain't gonna be a HO, you ain't gonna call me no names.
I want to apologize. I want to apologize for him. If he's a Black American, I want to apologize for him.
Well,
I'm so sorry, sister. I'm so sorry, sister. He did that.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, that was what you couldn't get your words out, bro. You got to resort to that. That's what we supposed to be having unity.
Right. You get to come here, even though you could be disrespectful and cut me off and this, that. I had to make a whole video about not cutting me off because of you, because he always get up here and cut me off and cut people off, and he can't wait for someone to finish and all this other stuff. You know, we can have a reasonable conversation here. This does not have to be.
I got my other laptop up right here, and I'm still looking for these bombs. The brother talking about they were dropping in Nigeria. I just don't see it.
Listen. Not that America is bombing Venezuela. Guess who showed up? China. China showed up. Same way China showing up in Africa. Wherever you see China, Russia, and America America finna start dropping bombs wherever that's it, because America is behind in those areas. Because of that money they got.
Venezuela is a communist country. It's been down with Russia and China. That's almost saying, okay, you know, just like you have Cuba. Cuba is a communist country, you know, and they're backed by Russia.
We got to be thinking war. As American citizens, we got to be thinking about war right now. And right now is not the time to unite with nobody, because America is stepping to everybody right now. So what we look like uniting with some people, we finna bomb next week. Like right now, we need to just chill on the united and see what's going on.
What do we look like united with NATO, bro? Dude, let me tell you
something. 20% of the military is Black American. 20%. 20% of our military is Black American. So that's neither here nor there. We already in it. We already in the fight, whether we want to be in it or not. We Americans. We already in it. We already in it, bro.
America is not going over there to bomb because we have a problem with Africa. They're going over there to bomb to actually help Africa, help Nigeria from a genocide that they're damn near.
But the small hats already said when they done with Palestine, they coming to free Africa. So the small hats coming to Africa next, whether America there or not. The small hats finna bomb it too.
What you talking about?
Hey, first of all, shout out to the super chat. Hey,
vowed. The small hats vowed to bomb, bro.
DJ, you fine as hell. I'll accept that. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. I'm fine as hell. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm glad. So listen, after being called a hoe for no reason, I'm glad someone came in and gave me a uplifting thing, because I'm like, dang, I'm a hoe now. For what? Dang. But go
And
ahead, y'all.
imagine we start our own
Y'all know
community
the UK
somewhere.
got free
Just
healthcare, bro.
imagine Black Americans start their own community in Burkina Faso, and then next thing you know, America finna start dropping bombs on Burkina Faso, and guess who over there? The descendants of slaves. We gonna catch some bombs too. You better believe that. They ain't finna. Man, come on, man. Let's be real. Right now, cut out on the unity. America first. That's what we need to be on right now.
Why do we need to cut out the unity? What are you talking
Bro,
about? Like,
that's what I'm
what?
saying, bro. I
America
just
is
don't,
not.
I don't see it like that, bro.
Listen, America is not against Africa. I don't know where you're getting this idea in your mind that America's never been against Africa.
You know why he's saying that? 'Cause he playing that Gaddafi because they want when they need oil, they went in Iraq when they needed gold, they went. He's saying it's like, hey, the funds get low, we need to go ahead and do something. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's like, we gotta survive. You know what
Why
I'm
would
saying?
America be against a place that we get most of our resources from? Where we get our uranium from and gold and diamonds
Because
and
they trying to sell it to the enemy now, so we gotta shoot them.
what?
Hey, man, that's
They
I
finna
don't
sell
be,
it to
bro.
China. They finna sell it to Russia.
No,
So we
that's
gotta go in. We gotta go in heavy hitting. It's our only way. It's our only way. That's why. When would you know America to bomb Venezuela? Bomb Venezuela? Are you serious? That means Russia and China over there with that
You know
oil.
what? You know what? I understand what.
Did you find?
I
Listen, let me
argue.
just say this. Hold on. I'm gonna just say this because this cannot be a fake news channel. Okay, we can't do fake news. If you can't produce some kind of a news story that says America is bombing Venezuela, and FBA Foundational said that he just looked it up, he can't find it anywhere that we bombed Venezuela. Maybe we did. I'm just saying is that we have to, and then also I need to have like some quantitative thing, like a article that is saying that we are also at. Listen, this is not going to be a fake news channel. We're not going to do fake
They
news.
blowing the boats up. I know you seen the news story. They blowing up the Venezuelan boats. They shooting with missiles.
If you can post the story in the back chat, in the
You
private
just
chat.
Google United States missile strike on Venezuelan boat. A lot of stories going. They
No,
done did
listen,
it numerous times.
hold on,
They
listen.
didn't do it multiple times already.
All right, hold on. So listen, one thing I'm not going to do, and anybody comes up here, if you make a statement, have the article to prove it, and either try to share it, or give me the link to it so I can look into it. But we are not going to just have news and be saying stuff unless we have a true thing. So I'm going to say for YouTube, that's allegedly until I know it's true or not. And listen, if anyone comes up here saying that something is about to happen or happening, please show the details of where it's saying and be able to quantify your information with real information and facts. Because we can't just come up here and just say anything,
Okay. All right. Google. Put in your Google search
You
bar.
Google it. I'm
I don't
running.
know how to. I don't know how to bring it up into the. I don't know how
Okay,
to.
well, you Google it and you paste it in the chat or paste it in the private chat.
Okay. Allegedly, you can Google U.S. strikes on Venezuelan boats, and they have done it at least 3 times already.
Okay, well, you look that up and you send it to me, and then we'll go from there. I'm just listen. I'm not gonna Google your talking point. One thing that I don't listen. People always come here and they'll make a statement, and then when I say, "Well, can you give me the proof for that?" Then they'll tell me to look it up. It's like, no, sir, you're the one who. I'm not going to prove your argument. I'm only going to prove mine. And my argument, back to the original video, is that Africa is outproducing us in human beings, whether they are in poverty or not. Right? They're outproducing us. I don't even know. There's not even a number to 1, right? 1.5, right? And when you have that amount of growth, okay, again, okay, yes, where are all these people going to go? And also, all right, now there's going to be, I think, a thing of how do we control this? Because I think that people like the world powers that are existing right now are seeing that their numbers are going down, and that like the 18-year-olds and this, that, the other, there's less 18-year-olds that are over here. So what happens when people begin when generations can't duplicate themselves? You understand what I'm saying? That means that places like China, they say in a few generations, Chinese people will not exist anymore. Do you get that? So that's why China is rushing into Africa and trying to procreate with them. It's not just about, they're saying, oh crap, our population is down, so and we can barely hold the amount of people that we have here. That's what that was the whole thing. So now we have to like expand and go into and colonize Africa and begin to have babies in Africa to be able to even stay alive as a group of people. Because after a while, there's a very old population here, and we're not reproducing ourselves as a race. You understand what I'm saying? When people begin to not reproduce themselves as a race, then give it a few generations, they don't exist anymore. No matter how much they bomb or whatever they're going to do, build up, they have to begin. They have to they got to get it popping. They're going to have to start FUCKING, right? What do they say? So and so in a tree, KISSING. Well, honey, kissing ain't gonna be the only thing they're gonna have to do to be able to keep their population, keep the Asians alive, keep the white people alive, the foundational Black Americans alive. We're gonna have to either start to get it popping with other cultures, or we will be extinct. It's an extinction level situation that's happening, and people do not want. People want to lie and say, oh no, it's about this and Biafra and this. Well, right now we're saying that, but if you actually look into it and go deeper, see who cares, right? So you're not probably going to be around when the population is dominated by Africans, right? But I'm trying to tell you that this is something that you need to be aware of. And while we're over here steady delineating, but we're not reproducing at the same rate that they are. Why would we delineate? To me, it's the most craziest thing that I've ever heard of. Why would we delineate if our numbers are going down?
About twice the size of Australia every year. Where are they going to live? Who is going to feed them? About 50% of Africans live in poverty. Why then are they producing so many humans? Tiny Senegal of 18 million people produced more babies than Spain and Japan combined in 2024. Where are they going with this? There are only about 9 million buildings in Nigeria as a whole, compared to tiny Netherlands of just 17 million people with 10 million buildings, 30 times smaller than Nigeria. What is going on here? The US and the EU have over 230 million buildings, yet produces just 7 million babies annually, whereas Nigeria, with just 9 million buildings, produces almost 9 million babies annually. Do you still wonder why there are so many poor people in Africa? In 1999, Nigeria's population was just 119 million. Germany was 83 million. France, 60 million. The UK, 58 million. And Japan, 126 million. Today, 25 or 26 years later, Nigeria's population is 237 million. A gain or an increase of 118 million. Whilst Germany is now 84 million, a gain of 1 million. France is now 68 million, a gain of 8 million. The UK is now 69 million, a gain of 11 million. Whilst Japan is now 123 million, a loss of 3 million. In other words, Nigeria gained more people than the entire population of Germany, the Netherlands, and Belgium combined in just 26 years. In 26 years, Nigeria's population grew by almost 50%. If that trajectory continues over the next 25 years, by 2050, Nigeria alone will have more than 400 million people. What is going on over there? In 1999, Africa had 810 million people. In 2025, it has 1.55 billion people. So Africa gained almost 50% in 26 years. Therefore, if the trajectory continues over the next 25 years, by 2050, Africa will have 2.5 billion people. Where are they going to live? What are they going to eat? What schools are they going to attend? What road are they going to drive on? Do you now see why Africa is poor? There is no sense of direction over there. Why does God only bless Black Africans with baby production? Why doesn't He bless them with technology and how to eradicate poverty? In 2000, Kinshasa, the capital of the DR Congo, had just 6 million people. Today, 25 years later, that number has increased to 18 million. That is a threefold increase. It is now the largest French-speaking city in the world.
Kinshasa, yeah, it officially overtook Paris and Montreal a few years ago. The country has the largest francophone population in the world, more French speakers than France.
I mean, you should see them brag how they are now the largest French-speaking city on earth. How about you are also the largest urban slum, with almost 80% living in some of the worst conditions and poverty known to man. Kinshasa and Lagos are almost identical. Lagos has nearly 21 million people. I say almost because they don't even know how many there are. There is no structure or accountability in place. In 2000, Lagos had a population of just 7 million. Today, 25 years later, it has tripled to 21 million. Most of that 21 million live in abject poverty, shacks and slums. You know, I thought humans...
And I will say this, all right? So when we talk about this FBA and delineation, right? And we have to separate ourselves, right? Wouldn't it make sense that we, like, if you have other countries like China, America, Russia, going over into Africa, building and things like this, wouldn't it make sense that we would actually go over there and begin to build as well? Wouldn't it make sense that we would go over there and try to, like, I don't know, why is it that if the FBA have the combined amount of money, capital, of a small country, you know, I think it's like, I forget what country that we have combined, right? Why wouldn't we go in and try to create infrastructure to help the situation, right? Why wouldn't we be more helpful than a person like a China going in and trying to just colonize for their own benefit? You know what I'm saying? I think that, you know, but right now, when you have a whole movement called delineation, rather than a Pan-Africanist movement, the Pan-African movement is saying we need to go over there and we need to be there for our brothers and sisters, so that this poverty, you know, as the population grows, doesn't exist, right? Because what's going to happen on the flip side of it is then they just have to recolonize, and they build up certain areas, and there's no care for the people. It's more about the owning of the resources. So the people will still be in poverty, but then you'll have different countries just owning the resources of it all. But they're not. They'll build enough to make the people that are coming over there to build comfortable, right? And then they'll make the rent high enough to where people that are in poverty, that are having these high birth rates, they'll still be in poverty, but they'll make it comfortable for the people that are developing it, you know, enough for them. And then make the rent sky high for the people, and make it so unattainable, and they'll still be in more poverty with a larger population than ever. And that's where you start to get like things like Bill Gates trying to inject people and make them sterile, right? Now, Bill Gates was talking about like the Africa problem, right? Let's talk about this. Bill Gates saw this a mile away. That's why he hung up his CEO hat at Microsoft and got into inoculations, right? Got into that game, which is like, how in the hell does a tech person get into inoculations? All that stuff. How does a person like that get into that game? Because he wants to try to reduce the population of Africa.
Have the capacity to predict and understand the implications of their actions. For instance, you have a family of three children, wife and father, that's 5, and your car is a 5-seater, yet you go on and pump 2 more babies. Where are they going to sit? This is similar to what is happening across much of Africa, where families continue to grow despite limited resources and infrastructure. They just don't use their brains. This is not funny. I am not making a mockery of my brothers and sisters. I'm heartbroken by the level of foolishness coming from my people. You should see Nigerians bragging about being the most populous black country on earth and how they are the giant of Africa. I mean, who would want to be the giant of a slum? The giant of a slum is a giant slum. That is nothing to brag about. When the British left Nigeria in 1960, the country's population was 47 million, while the UK's was 52 million. So the UK had 5 million more people than Nigeria in 1960. Meanwhile, Nigeria's population has skyrocketed to 237 million, marking an increase of 190 million, a five-fold increase. If Nigeria were to experience another five-fold increase over the next 60 years, its population would reach 1.18 billion. This has to be controlled, or half of them would flood the Mediterranean trying to smuggle to Europe, because they are producing nothing but humans who would live in some of the worst poverty levels humanity has yet to see. Every end of the year, like every December, throughout the month, Nigerians party in Lagos in what they call Dirty December. They just party and spend millions. Just imagine they invest that millions into cleaning their streets and focusing on their well-being. It would go a long way, rather than partying in open field, rubbish, gutter smell, being everywhere and urinating in public like wild animals. If you are offended as a Nigerian, a Lagosian, or African, then fix it and put me out of work. If you think you are poor today and there isn't enough to go around in Africa, wait until your children turn 18. They will start robbing homes for a cup of rice and a loaf of bread, because the poverty level in Africa is going to overwhelm it. Black people in Africa should wake up. Just pumping babies with no direction is no strength. You're punishing yourself. The last 25 years has shown.
So I'm gonna talk about the FBA argument, right? So the FBA argument is that these Africans that we're seeing that are living impoverished, going through barely could afford, that they're all talking bad about Black Americans. They're calling us a coddle. They think that they're better than us, but these people are probably barely holding on. It might be the certain Black Americans, the FBA, Africans that are rich enough to make it over to America that might talk shit. But when you see what's really going on over in Africa, one of the reasons why Burkina Faso was not allowed when they had the ADDI movement that wanted to come over there and buy up land and begin to develop over there, that whole thing of giving them citizenship wouldn't work, is because they couldn't even afford to. They didn't have the infrastructure or the actual the infrastructure and the infrastructure to even bring in these people and properly do the paperwork to even make the thing happen. They needed more time to even set that up. That's how bad, that even the European, all these places that he's talking about were colonized by Europe. Why is it still impoverished? Because what happens is that these white countries or whatever, they'll go in there and they'll just make it good enough to be comfortable enough for their own white counterparts, but still leave the rest of the land impoverished. I'm saying is that people want to be against Pan-Africanism and say, you know what, but I see that when Black Americans go over there, they're really going over there trying to help. They're going over there genuine, Everyone I know that's over there, they're trying to build things. They're trying to put things together. I've seen people over there trying to build apartment buildings, build things like this. So, but and it's not with a whole payoff of give me some uranium for my big huge company so I can build more cell phones and then create a whole waste dump in Africa of all the leftover computers and everything and make it into a wasteland. I don't see that happen with Black people. That's what I'm saying. We need, I get it. FBA, we need to be for ourselves. But have we lost our humanity? Well, we want to separate ourselves. What I'm doing about it is I'm talking about it. That's what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to talk about it, and I'm going to continue to talk about it until people begin to wake up and not have this separatist, xenophobic mindset. See how people, they're just going to keep saying the same nonsense. Delineation is the best way. American Indians. Okay. Like I said, I mean, I get it. You guys, you know. Sister, they cursed the system with Freemasonry. Now we're dealing with them. Okay. United we stand, divided we fall. Pan-Africanism stands for our brothers and sisters globally. Exactly. When I see people in hospitals like that, that breaks my heart as a human being. Like, I don't know where we lost our humanity. We're letting a person like guide everyone into like just being heartless. Are we really that heartless?
How much Africa is growing in the next 25 years is frightening, yet they don't seem to care. If you think we're wrong, if you think we missed anything, please leave them in the comment section below. Also, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Thanks for watching.
So let's get into Bill Gates and what he had to say about the growing, you know, African population. So you see how I'm talking about it with care and all this other stuff. But when you listen to these oligarch type of like billionaire people, you know, it's pretty much like on something like, listen, we have to figure out how to like, you know, get rid of it, like about, at least like about 20 million. I mean, I don't know. And how are they going to do that? Now he already did a whole thing where he did a 10-year thing in Kenya where people were unable to give birth. Let's go.
2050, raising fears that progress in fighting poverty and disease will be. The population of Africa is set to almost double by 2050, raising fears that progress in fighting poverty and disease will be reversed. So, what can be done to ensure that poverty doesn't increase? And how can a disproportionately large youth population help drive progress? With me to discuss all of this and more is Bill Gates. Bill, are we at a turning point where regression is a real risk?
Well, first, the progress over the last several decades has been pretty
Also,
amazing, both reducing childhood death, getting kids in school.
You're asking me, why do I care about this? Why the fuck does he care? This guy left Microsoft. But guess what? I see why he cares. Because the majority of the things that like actually fund and create his computers, all the resources that create Microsoft computers, they're found in Africa. So he figured out, you know what? I need to like step down as CEO for Microsoft and deal with this poverty rate in Africa and cut down the people so we can get better access to the resources without all these broke ass and poor Africans around, you know, crowding our space. We're talking. You're saying FDA need to delineate. Meanwhile, the billionaires don't feel it. People aren't even. You guys don't even think on a global level. You guys are so closed-minded. You're so brainwashed. Meanwhile, people like the people with the money are not. They're not going away from Africa. They're going to Africa. The owner of Amazon right now is opening how many AI places that they can like run their like AI machines and stuff like that, and taking the water. Meanwhile, people live all over Africa. Okay, well we need this for our data centers, the water, the fresh water. So how many how many African people are going to die because they don't have fresh drinking water? But no one cares. We need to delineate. We have our own problems. Okay, if a billion Africans die because you have this going on, I don't know. I mean, I'm just creating awareness of it. It might not be nothing we can do. Maybe FBA is a bunch of helpless people that don't feel like they can do anything about it. That's why they have to delineate, because they don't feel like they don't have any power. That's what FBA is about, not having any power. We're asking the government to give us money, reparations for slavery. Help us. We need money. We're not thinking about doing anything but begging the government to give us some money for reparations for something that happened, slavery that happened like 400 years ago. But then at the same time, they're going to say we wasn't slaves, we didn't come from Africa. I don't get it. Let's go.
getting agricultural productivity up, and reducing extreme poverty. But it's really Africa that still has a doubling in population to 2050 and probably another doubling to 2100, where you really have to do a good job if you're trying to get these extreme poverty rates down. So if we don't do better in investing in human capital in Africa, yes, the number of people in extreme poverty is actually going to go up.
Should the solution, or should more solutions be focused?
Why is Bill Gates, how long ago was this video made? I'm sorry. Because Black people don't even think, this was 7 years ago. Bill Gates was talking about this very thing. That video was like, what, 4 months ago? But that video that I'm playing right now with Bill Gates talking about this was 7 years ago. I think that's right about the time where he stepped down from Microsoft. He said, I'm going to stop my philanthropy business. I'm going to create inoculations and vaccines. Why? I'm going to get into big pharma. Because they're going to try to use this to, I believe, to make to infertilize Africans, because they're having too many babies and they feel like it's increasing the poverty, and it's going to limit access to the resources, right? As people begin to spread out, trying to find places to live as they continue to procreate, they might start living near their uranium mines where they need all the things like push technology and AI. That's what I believe. I mean, I may or may not be right, but let's go. Let's see. So while everybody's saying, well, who cares about Africa? Okay. Why does Bill Gates care so much about it? Why are the people with the most money caring so much about a place that's a trash dump, overpopulated, ain't nothing there, and we need to delineate, it's all about America? Why would this person give up his seat at Microsoft? Because he could have just continued to do this and then retired. He's a multi-billionaire. He don't have to care about Africa. But we don't have nothing, and we don't give a fuck about Africa. And meanwhile, the people with the real money, they're invested into Africa. Why? Why is that? Why are we so complacent in America? We're so brainwashed in America and complacent with where we are in our little apartment, smoking weed and playing PlayStation and living off of the social media and the video games and all the stuff that keep you occupied, watching people online telling you, oh, we're tethering, we built hip hop, whatever, and you feel a sense of pride because of a music genre. We built America. Okay, well, build something else. Why? So you just stop at America? You can't go over to Africa and build too? You're lazy. You don't want to do it because you're too lazy. You don't have any foresight to understand generational wealth. But these white people do. And that's why they are more superior to you Black Americans. That's why they're running everything. You know what? I'm beginning to agree with Chaotic Truth. If Black Americans, if you guys found out Black Americans can't see past America, meanwhile, the white Americans are just flooding into Africa. The Chinese are going in there. They're building infrastructure and trying to build something for their future generations because they know they're going extinct. And we want to sit over here and isolate ourselves so we can smoke our weed and play PlayStation and fuck and get our dick sucked. That's what we want to do. That's all we want to do. That's all we're going to amount to. Jobs are leaving. Everything is leaving. You ain't going to have no job pretty soon. AI going to take it over, sir. And if you ain't got no trade, what you going to do? Nothing. Live off the government welfare, be impoverished just like the Africans. Everybody wants to talk so bad about Africans in poverty. Honey, we're heading there right now. Oh, well, if you get all the immigrants out the country, then it's going to make more jobs for the Americans. Well, most immigrants that come over here are not working fucking blue-collar jobs, sir. A lot of immigrants that come from Africa work in white-collar jobs. They work in like nursing and software engineering. I don't see a lot of Africans working in construction plants that come over to America. Oh, they think they're better than us. They probably are. Because half of y'all haven't even taken the time out to learn STEM or learn nursing. You guys put people down for learning nursing. All you Black American women, all you do is nurse and learn how to do nursing and get in the healthcare fields and blah, blah, blah. We're so busy. As much as we want to say that we are united as FBA foundational Black, we also hate our own women. And women are beginning to not have sex with y'all men and procreate with y'all Black American men. And Black American men are hating Black women. And then now, at one point, we were saying we need to go over to another country, go down to Venezuela, go over here and be with them women because the Black woman is so that she got so much mouth and this, that, the other. Cause she get on you and say, go get up and get out and do something. We just stop sitting here smoking weed, playing PlayStation all day long. Go out and get a job. Oh, well, no, I can't get hired. Well, create a job. Go mow some lawns. Go do something. DoorDash, whatever. Well, the Africans look down on us. They probably should. Because they came over from that abject poverty and come over here. Some of them, I don't believe that all of them come from abject poverty. Some of them already have money. That's why they can make it over here. But some people that come from the gutter like that, in a place like that, and then can't make it all the way over here from making a dollar that's even less than an American dollar to build up enough money to come over to America. They're over here like, man, bro, I was over here like pooing outside. And I'm over here and I'm like, what's the problem? Why can't they get over themselves? And now we want to talk about, oh, we're not Africans. We want to delineate. They're eating mud pies over there. Well, honey, listen, if AI begins to replace most jobs, we're not that far off from where they are in society right now. But the only difference is that people are actually beginning to develop over there. They're beginning to build up over there. China, Russia, and all this stuff. They're trying to create this thing called BRICS, where the American dollar is no longer the primary currency that's not backed by nothing. Okay, well, let's back it with the African gold and the resources that come out of Africa. Then what's going to happen? Oh, we have Bitcoin. Well, honey, hit the right button and all them servers go down and your Bitcoin is gone. But they have resources over there. They have fertile land over there. They have things that they can probably listen. As broke and impoverished they are in Africa, they are still able to survive. How? Because they know how to farm. They know how to. They know how to live off the land. But do we in America? I mean, for real, we have a false sense of security in America that is ridiculous. And I'm done with my little rant, but I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody want to come up?
On slowing that growth. So, for example, increasing reproductive rights for women or spreading the access to contraceptives.
See, all these people are talking about let's do this. How do we reduce the population in Africa? This is what the white man is talking about. How to stop people from having babies over there. Why are they so concerned about Africa and babies and how many kids Africa's having? But we're over here like, okay, yeah, it ain't no, we cool over here. It's because of the resources that even make us be able to thrive and survive as even a community over here. We use those resources. Right now, our cell phones, uranium, come from Africa.
Investing in human capital in Africa, yes. The number of people in extreme poverty is actually going to go up.
Should the solution or should more solutions be focused on slowing that growth? So, for example, increasing reproductive rights for women or spreading the access to contraceptives, because it seems that, is it correct that no amount of investment can really keep pace with that population growth?
What we do between now and 2050 with education, with economic growth, with health and nutrition, that'll really set the course for moderating the population growth between 2050 and 2100. But it's really a virtuous cycle, letting women have reproductive health tools that they want, educating girls, raising agricultural productivity, getting these malnutrition interventions on a much greater scale than we have today. Those are the things you would want to do anyway. It turns out that by doing those well, you also set the population growth rate coming down quite a bit. And so it just makes it that much more imperative that we invest in the human capital now. And so that the challenge of what under any scenario will be fairly high population.
Bro, why is a tech billionaire so invested in the population control of Africa, and we're sitting over here just dumbfounded? Like, FBA, delineation is the key. You would tell them. We made hip hop. Bro, you take your mind and go a little bit further than that. Think outside the box, bro. Like, stop. Don't be a drone and a follower. So NPC is what they call it. Don't be an NPC. And then for those that are on the mobile live, I just put the pin at the top, and I'm gonna do the same thing. If you want to come up and say something about the subject, please do. But this whole thing it just sounds like when you talk about like the whole mindset of FBA lineage movement, delineation movement, it sounds like a bunch of NPCs repeating the same talking points, the same rhetoric. No one has a mind of their own. Past just what it. Well, Tariq told me it was about delineation. It's a lineage. If you can't talk past lineage and begin to tell me some kind of a structure or something that you're building that's going to do something for the lineage other than reparations. We need to get our reparations from the white man because we were slaves. Oh no, we wasn't slaves. We actually was here first. Okay, well if you was here first, you don't get no reparations. So they already gave the reparations to the Indians. You should have had your card back then when they did that. Or go get your card so you can get your, monthly stipend if you're a Native American. Go ahead and get your stipend. There's places you can go if you've been here before and you are Native American or indigenous to the land. You should be able to go to those places and file and get your monthly stipend. There's people that get a monthly stipend for being indigenous, Black people right now. Go ahead and do it. Instead of just touting to be indigenous, go ahead and do something about it. But what does that have to do with the fact that this guy has no indigenous to Africa? He's an American, but he is concerned about Africa. Why? Why is he more concerned than you are? Where is your mind at, and where is his mind at? And he's a billionaire, and you probably only got like $20 in your pocket. What's the difference in mindset? Why are we over here like we need to, but this guy's like, well, the trajectory in 25 years now, 50 in 2050, honey, he might not even be alive in 2050, but he's projecting things out like 100 years. Why are they thinking 100 years from now? We can't think past go, bro. We think about right now and the past, and I was a slave, and today, right now, all I can think about is, well, we need to think about what we gotta do for ourselves because you broke and you ain't got no money and you can only think about yourself right now because bills are due. You don't even understand how this whole society has put you in a survival mode that you can't even think past just go, right? Because, hey, I gotta pay my phone about to go off and blah, blah, blah. Listen, I'm just seeing it. I'm just seeing it. Let's go.
Growth. That you're able to benefit from all those young people making a big contribution to their country.
So is the fact that Africa has such a high proportion of youth population and within the context of this predicted growth, is that something that you think is a sort of optimistic statistic? I mean, is it a good thing that there's an opportunity here to sort of harness the power of those young people?
It's both an opportunity and a challenge because the capacity to run the health systems well, to get the education system to have not only high attendance, but good learning outcomes as well. That's not going to be easy. If we don't make these investments, that youth bulge, will be a huge challenge because they won't have the development, they won't have the economic opportunity that they deserve. So it's potentially an asset, but if we don't invest right, it could even be a liability.
Let's talk about digital technology for a minute. We know that more people than ever before are connected, more people than ever before have bank accounts. Those are both positives. But what would you say are the biggest opportunities in digital technology in terms of fighting poverty and disease?
Yeah, digital innovation is really pervasive. And so whether it's tracking, do you have the vaccines out where they should be, getting feedback from citizens, is the teacher showing up and doing a good job. Digital systems let you achieve a higher quality and really assure, whether it's the domestic taxpayers or the donors, that their money's going to the right things in a way that without digital we couldn't do.
I just want to turn back to the US for a minute. Under the current US administration, under President Donald Trump, there's been a lot of threats to cutting the foreign aid budget and even withholding funding from UN agencies. Is it damaging, that kind of rhetoric that exists right now?
Well, certainly if countries turn inwards and they're not thinking about the long term and this challenge of helping Africa develop in a very stable, self-sufficient way. If you think that helping other countries over time is not beneficial, then that's going to be turning back on this model of helping out the poorest. And so when those recommendations in the U.S. to cut the foreign aid budget that came out of the executive branch were put forward, we certainly, our foundation was talking with Congress about what we've seen, that foreign aid is working super well, whether it's malaria, HIV, and so many different areas. And it was very pleasing that the Congress, on a very bipartisan basis, chose to maintain these commitments that are so critical. So foreign aid has stayed flat. Ideally it would be going up, but in the face of some of this turning inwards, the fact that the European countries have remained generous and the U.S. levels are steady, that is a good thing. We just have to continue to make sure it's spent as best we can.
Okay, and one final question for you. There's a question in the report that really stood out to me, which is, it asks, is extreme poverty inevitable? Could you summarize what it will take to ensure that poverty is not inevitable?
We know what works. Human capital, agricultural sector, taking advantage of innovation, whether that's new seeds, new vaccines, or the digital platform. It's clear if we make the right investments to help these countries, they can get virtually all their citizens out of extreme poverty.
Do you really think that Bill Gates cares about that, whether these people are in extreme poverty? Do you really think that? Let me play this video right here. Okay, here we go.
This is for entertainment purposes only. So there's this new 8-year contraceptive that's been released by Bill Nene. And while the new Namibian president, a female president, by the way, rejected it outright, we've been told that Kenya will be quickly testing it. I don't know how many, billions of shillings they got from Billy to give this to their women. And, these guys and the societies that Billy belongs to are part of the New World Order that believes in the depopulation agenda. And that will never, ever work, because we don't give birth to bodies. It's souls that are coming in. And that's something they haven't realized. Because ever since they started this thing of trying to reduce the numbers of Kenyans and Africans in general, The numbers have just been steadily increasing, but there's actually a population crisis in Europe and in like Japan, where the numbers are actually decreasing, and it's a minus population growth. It's because we ain't giving birth to bodies. We are actually portals for souls. And this new 8-year contraceptive is gross, family, because they say that the way it will work is it will be producing mucus to block like the sperm from entering, blah, blah, blah. But I don't know if people are aware that the main causes of all illnesses, cancers and everything, is either mucus or parasites.
What? Either mucus or
And
parasite.
so this thing that's supposed to be producing mucus in the uterus to stop things is going to lead to so many issues. But does our government care? Does Nabi care? Sometimes it's not the enemy who's really the enemy. It's those that look like us that will harm, kill, steal, and destroy from their own people for a little pocket change. It's so disheartening, family. And this thing that they're releasing, it's not just about babies. It's because a lot of African women, their wombs are actually stargates. Their wombs are actually sacred portals. And depending on their awakening, depending on their bloodlines, they can be celestial portals, cosmic portals, earthly portals that can allow in certain spirits that to us in our current ignorance would consider to be gods. And they know that this is the season of return, where the great ones of the motherland, where the ancient ones of the motherland, where the so-called gods and goddesses are returning, and they require these sacred portals. And there's going to be a whole transition in the next 8 years. That's why they're introducing this now. But what they don't know is whenever they try and block the portals, it actually ends up, it blocks the ignorant ones who are stupid enough to take it, but it actually opens others' portals. That's why you've seen in the city, all these modern women are having issues with fertility. There's all kinds of like, what are those clinics called? The ones that help people give birth. Those things were not there 10, 15, 20 years ago. But who knows what we were injected with when we were in the 80s and stuff like that. So you'll see, like, while in the cities, many women are struggling to give birth. If you go to the rural areas, they're still having 5, 6, 7, 8 children because these souls must come through. They must come through, and they, by any means necessary. Anyway, I'll attach the thing at the end of this so you can see, but it's so sad, family, because the only person you block when you take these things is yourself. And all these karmic crimes, all these soul crimes are being recorded in the heavenlies. And soon and very soon, there will be hell to pay for trying to stop the birth of the chosen ones.
So now I want to get into the Nicki Minaj, what she addressed the United Nations against. So here's the thing. So the genocide. So what's happening is they're trying to attack this whole thing on several different levels. You have certain people saying, well, we need to get rid of all the Christians. You got people saying we need to get rid of stop the birth rates. So Africa is being attacked on so many different, like from so many different angles because I believe in the birth. I believe it's the birth rate, right? Whether it be disease, they came up with AIDS, and when that happened, that I think that like kind of stifled things a little bit, but now it's then the COVID and all these different things that like the I mean all these different illnesses, it hit Africa pretty hard. These things hit Africa pretty hard, but let's go. So now there's like this whole like Christian persecution that's going on in Nigeria. And I wanted to kind of get into that because if we want to get it, let's really talk about this, right? And Nicki Minaj, she is a Caribbean woman. I'm not sure if she's part Caribbean or full on Caribbean, but she went to the UN and discussed the whole thing with the persecution of Christians. And so let's go over her speech that she gave to the UN.
Hello, everyone. I must say I am very nervous, so please, well, thank you, Ambassador Waltz, for this invitation. It is an honor to stand on this stage with you and the other distinguished speakers here today to shine a spotlight on the deadly threat faced by thousands of Christians in Nigeria. I would like to thank President Trump for prioritizing this issue and for his leadership on the global stage and calling for urgent action to defend Christians in Nigeria to combat.
Now let me just say this real quick. Because you'll hear FBA say, well, Trump he's down with FBA. He's for FBA, right? But if Trump is only for FBA, why does he care about Christians in Nigeria? Now, this is the president that you guys, the FBA, has voted for. Man in High Castle said, "Well, I voted for this, right?" So Trump he's now over there and protecting so-called Africans that the FBA is delineating from, right? So, what part is it? Is Trump down with FBA and delineation, or is he protecting Nigeria? Delineation is a must. You guys sound like a bunch of broken records. But Trump, he is helping Nigeria. So all that throws all that delineation talk that you're saying that hey, hello thank you, Joy Mindy. If anybody wants to come up and say something, but all this delineation talk that you thought that Trump was on your side and delineation is a must. You guys sound like a bunch of NPCs. Trump ain't on your side because Trump just bombed Africa to help the Christians in Nigeria. Now, if Trump was for only delineation, then why would he help Nigeria? Why would he even care if Nigeria, if a bunch of people get killed with the high birth rate that they talk about, right? What's really going on here? Oh, no, it's about colonization. It's about, well, what really is happening here? Do you think, I believe what's happening is that Trump is he wants to be allies with Nigeria. At one point, FBA was pushing Trump. Let's not lie about that. And a lot of FBA, especially the largest amount of people that voted Trump were black men. Like as far as in the FBA, in the black, thing, a lot of black men voted for Trump. Let's be, If America is announcing their support, it means they need something from Africa. There's something they're trying to eventually control. Yes, exactly. I agree. So when people are talking about that we're delineating from Africa, bombing helps no one. It does, but I think that I don't think anybody it wasn't, nobody got killed by the bomb, I don't think. From what I'm hearing in the news, no one got hurt by the bomb, It was a show of force. That's what America does. They do a show of force and maybe people will back off, from wherever they're coming from with whatever's going on. Africa is full of resources. That's what I keep trying to tell these FBA guys. There's a delineation. We need to separate ourselves from Africa. However, America's not separating ourselves from Africa. We are getting very much into Africa's business. They don't have to. They don't. Trump, like I said, yeah, just send some stuff over there. Africa is rich in lithium for electricity mining, exactly, and also fresh water for the AI, because Trump is very into technology and AI and all that stuff. But we are over here, and the FBA Black Americans are over here talking about delineation. But the government of the United States that they're saying, okay, well we are Black America, we are okay. Well, the government itself don't agree with you. They say that Africa is full of resources. We need to get a hold of that. We need to be a part of that. What's going on? Oh, okay, you guys are getting killed by a bunch of people over there. Let's help. Let us help you guys. Let's try to create a show of force to get them out of your way. Okay, Nigeria, can we bomb over here on Christmas? Yeah. All right. And I think that Congress wasn't even for it. Congress did not allow it. I thought I'd do some research, but let's get more into Nicki Minaj's speech.
At extremism and to bring a stop to violence against those who simply want to exercise their natural right to freedom of religion or belief. I stand here as a proud New Yorker with a deep sense of gratitude that we live in a country where we can freely and safely worship God regardless of one's creed, background, or politics. No group should ever be persecuted for practicing their religion, like I recently stated on social media. And we don't.
Hold on. Why does it matter what Black Americans? I don't have a problem with you calling yourself FBA. I have a problem with the delineation movement. I don't think that that's a smart movement at all. I think it's ridiculous. Oh, okay. Nicki Minaj is delusional, but she's in front of the United Nations. When the last time you spoke in front of them? Whatever.
We don't have to share the same beliefs in order for us to respect each other. We're way beyond thinking or expecting or assuming for the person sitting next to you to have the exact same beliefs. We're beyond that. That's ridiculous. But that shouldn't make one person feel less safe than anyone in any room. Music has taken me around the globe.
Amen. Here's the thing. Music has taken Nicki Minaj around the globe, and you don't see any other hip-hop artists or any people like this addressing the United Nations like this right now about any subject. So anyone that wants to talk about what Nicki Minaj is saying, I'm like, at least she's trying to do something. She could be just making an album right now and dancing and with pink hair or whatever. No, she said, you know what, I'm gonna put my black wig on and try to look decent or whatever and let me address the issue. Let me just do something. Let me take myself out of this and go into something about helping people. And I say, and I give her a thumbs up for that. Shouts out to her.
I have seen how people, no matter their language, culture, or religion, come alive when they hear a song that touches their soul. Religious freedom means we all can sing our faith regardless of who we are, where we live, and what we believe. But today, faith is under attack in way too many places. In Nigeria, Christians are being targeted, driven from their homes, and killed. Churches have been burned. Families have been torn apart, and entire communities live in fear constantly, simply because of how they pray.
No, I'm saying
Sadly, this problem is not only a growing problem.
I didn't say that there's never been no musician that spoke in the United Nations. I'm talking about what's going on right now. What's the latest musician to speak at the United Nations about anything right now in the last year? Yeah, shouts out to her at least stepping her foot in there. Everybody else just wants to talk on social media. She took her behind to the United Nations. She's trying to do something. I don't know what it is, but shouts out to her for at least trying.
Problem in Nigeria, but also in so many other countries across the world, and it demands urgent action. And I want to be clear, protecting.
Why didn't Sean P. Diddy Combs go to the United Nations? Why haven't Jay-Z, a billionaire, gone to the United Nations to talk about something? Has Kanye West been to the United Nations? Maybe I need to look that up. Has he done it?
Christians in Nigeria is not about taking sides or dividing people. It is about uniting humanity. Nigeria is a beautiful nation with deep faith traditions and lots of beautiful barbs that I can't wait to see. When one's church, mosque, or place of worship is destroyed, everyone's heart should break just a little bit. And the foundation of the United Nations, with its core mandate to ensure peace and security, should shake. I am joined here today by peace builders, by faith leaders, by those who saw violence, saw rising intolerance, saw the threats clearly before us, and chose not to look the other way. I am inspired by their work to build interfaith ties, to see the humanity across the lines which might divide us, and to fight for security and liberty for all those who pray. I look forward to our discussion today, and I hope it will encourage deepened solidarity for us to urgently work together to ensure every person can enjoy the right to believe, to worship, and to live in peace. Barbs, I know you're somewhere listening. I love you so very much. You have been the ultimate light in my life and career for so long. I appreciate you, and I want to make it very clear once again that this isn't about taking sides. This is about standing up in the face of injustice. It's about what I've always stood for my entire career, and I will continue to stand for that. For the rest of my life, I will care if anyone, anywhere, is being persecuted for their beliefs. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to let you back up here. But before you say anything, I deserve an apology. If you can't do that, you can't speak. So do that first.
When someone calls me a liar or says that I'm lying or accuses me of saying something I didn't, I may say something like that from time to time.
I'm sorry.
However, tonight, I may apologize for calling you a lying hoe, but you were lying on me.
No, I was not lying on you.
I didn't say anything that you were saying. I want to be clear.
Don't show me the tape where you okay, whatever.
That's just what it is.
Okay, well, listen.
So we can deal with it or not. That's just the way it is.
Listen, are you apologizing?
Let's continue or not.
Are you apologizing? Yes or no?
What did I just say before? I said I apologize for calling you a lying hoe, but
ain't no but, bro. It's either you apologize or not. Done. Like, listen, I'm not playing this game with people. Ain't no but. Like, sir, you called me out of my name. I didn't call you a liar. I said that this is what you said. Now, if you translated it as being a liar, then it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Jerry. Exactly. The hell? Anyways, listen. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I have been broadcasting for 4 hours straight. Yeah. Freedom of speech. You could have your freedom of speech on your own channel, sir. No. We're not doing it. I don't know why you keep coming back, sir. That's it. You said that you didn't want. You said a but. But means listen. If you say something and then you put but after it, that means it negates everything that you said prior. So if you say I apologize, but then you don't apologize. So okay, well we'll talk to you another day. Time out for you today. That's it. When you want to come up here and have a real conversation, I have the link that you put in the back chat. I have those links. And I would be willing to like actually have that conversation based on the links that you put in the back. What I will do is I will at least show what you put in the back. But as far as you being able to come up here and disrespect me, hell no. Jerry, we not doing the the Genesis Springer show today. We're not doing Genesis Springer. We're not disrespecting me and get to say, I mean, I'm on the side of righteousness. You know, I'm not on the side of like I said, I've discussed Tariq Nasheed versus Taharka Bey. We've discussed Oshay Jackson and the whole passport bro movement and how they're going over there and doing sex tourism. We talked about people going over to Africa and doing things in Africa and being recognized for that. It got into then we got into the population of Africa, you know, and how things are happening in Africa when it comes down to the population. And let me go back to the original video that I played so that we can be clear about how this conversation started. Let's go.
So I brought you a story some time ago about how Bill Gates was allegedly testing contraceptives on Kenyan women, an 8-year contraceptive, and the obsession that WHO and the Gates Foundation have on birth rates in Africa. Well, this is the interesting thing. Greece is in the midst of a serious demographic crisis at the moment. They're closing down 721 schools out of the 13,478 that they have in the country. And this is for the 2025-2026 academic year because they don't have enough students. They don't have the minimum requirements. So the kindergarten need at least 5 to 7 enrolled children. Primary schools need at least 9 to 10. Junior high school needs 10 to 15. Senior high school need at least 15 students. So the fact of the matter is that they don't even have enough. We're talking about 5 to 10, 7 students or 15 students. They don't even have enough of those for 721 schools. The fertility rate in Greece is low. It's like, I think it's 1.3 to 1.35 births per woman, which is well below the replacement level of 2.1. African birth rates are exploding. Nigeria is the fastest growing and youngest population in the world. Africa is exploding. Across the continent, the average fertility in Africa is 4.1 birth rates per woman. That's more than triple Europe's average. And Nigeria is leading the world when it comes to that. So when you're talking about it being the fastest growing population, and it's already at 230 million people today, and projected to hit 400 million by 2050, Nigeria's median age is 18 years old. The median age in Europe is 44. That's insane. So half of Nigeria is under 18 years of age, and half of Europe is middle-aged or retirement age. So the reason why I'm bringing this up now again is because why are they so obsessed with our birth rates? You would think that they would be overjoyed that Africa's birth rates are exploding because of the crashing birth rates in Europe and the fact that Greece don't even have enough students to fill classrooms. Guys, you see, this is the reason why I say you've got to keep educated, you've got to keep your eyes on the ball. None of that stuff is for our own good. This shows, to me, as far as I'm concerned, you don't really care about us. Like, if you really cared about humanity as a human race, you would look at Africa as the savior of the human race because we're the ones having the babies and the kids that are going to take the human race forward. That's the reason why white supremacists are so afraid of the replacement theory. You are being replaced, if you want to call it that, but who cares about what color your skin is if we're one human race? Like, follow, share, subscribe if you found this video informative. So
I mean, so that's what we're talking about. For those that are just joining. Now let me go into Nigeria and what's going on with Trump and what he's doing. So let's go.
States is offering $1.6 billion in aid to Nigeria, with new conditions tied directly to the protection of Christian communities. The move follows years of escalating violence, including church attacks, kidnappings, and mass displacement of believers. U.S. officials say future assistance will depend on Nigeria taking measurable steps to improve security, investigate attacks, and protect religious freedom. Human rights groups have long warned that Nigerian Christians face targeted violence with little accountability. This marks one of the strongest diplomatic pressures yet linking U.S. aid to religious protection in Africa. The United States is offering $1.6 billion in aid to Nigeria.
So what do you think is going on here, guys? Africa is the last hope for Christianity. Interesting. If you want to come up, that's the link. I don't know why. I did pin it to the top on the mobile thing and to the. If you take it off of top chat and put it on live chat, the link should show up at the top. Just FYI. This has nothing to do with Christianity. If you want to come up and talk about it, come on, because I'm fixing to wrap this up. If I don't have anyone come up, because I think I get it that people are like, oh, well, why? You know? I'm sorry, hold on. All right, I'm going to, it's about resources and wanting property, okay? All right, so what's happening when you try to click the link? Is it like not showing up or what? You know what you could do? If you could type this into your browser, StreamYard.com/9DGSIJML2X, and I think it should bring up StreamYard. Africa lacks the infrastructure to succeed. And you know what? I get that. And I believe that that's one of the reasons why you have Trump going into Nigeria. But let's go into declining birth rates in.
Welcome back to the channel. Today I'm going to talk about the declining birth rates amongst Black women in the United States. According to recent data, the birth rate amongst Black women in the United States has been decreasing for decades. In fact, it is now at an all-time low. Now, some of you may be wondering what is causing this decline in birth rates amongst Black women. Well, it could be a combination of things. For one, more and more women are pursuing higher education and careers, which means they're waiting longer to start families. Another reason could be economic instability and access to affordable health care. Many times there will be challenges as far as childcare or good stable jobs that pay well. It's clear there are a lot of factors at play when it comes to the declining birth rates amongst Black women in the United States. However, it is important to remember that every woman's decision to start a family is unique and should be respected. I, for one, stand behind any woman who is making good.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. What happened to the video? Okay, we lost the audio. Hold on. What's going on with the audio? Okay, let me try this again. I don't know what's going
on. For decades. In fact, it is now at an all-time low. Now, some of you may be wondering what is causing this decline in birth rates amongst Black women. Well, it could be a combination of things. For one, more and more women are pursuing higher education and careers, which means they're waiting longer to start families. Another reason could be economic instability and access to affordable health care. Many times there will be challenges as far as childcare or good, stable jobs that pay well. It's clear there are a lot of factors at play when it comes to the declining birth rates amongst Black women in the United States. However, it is important to remember that every woman's decision to start a family is unique and should be respected. I, for one, stand behind any woman who is making good.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. What's going on? Oh, okay, I think that because I'm bringing up a video on another thing. Okay, hold on. Well, let me. Okay, so that's happening because of that. All right, sorry about that, guys. That's what's happening. So as I play the other video, it's cutting off this video. Let me zoom it. My bad, guys. I'm trying to bring up the next video and it's doing okay. No, the video lost sound. Okay. Yeah. So it lost sound. So it wasn't me. I thought it was something I was doing. I'm like, why is it cutting off? Oh no, it was because the video lost the sound. So I want to let's go into why is Russia and China in Africa? Let's go.
Millions of Africans, enslave millions of Africans, seize African land, set up plantations and work Africans in those plantations, then create a colonial system where you impose Chinese values and Chinese ways of life. You create a hierarchy in which China and Russia are at the top and the Africans are treated as this, a racist culture that continues to inform the world. And every ever so often you go and bomb these societies because they have governments that disagree with you. For China to be an imperialist power comparable to that of the West, it will have to do a number of things. One, kill off millions of Africans, enslave millions of Africans, seize African land, set up plantations and work Africans in those plantations, then create a colonial system where you impose Chinese values and Chinese ways of life. You create a hierarchy in which China and Russia are at the top and the Africans are treated as this, a racist culture that continues to inform the world. And every ever so often you go and bomb these societies because they have governments that disagree with you. For China to be an imperialist power comparable to that of the West, it will have to do a number of things. One, kill off millions of Africans, enslave millions of Africans, seize African land, set up plantations and work Africans in those plantations, then create a colonial system where you impose Chinese values and Chinese ways of life. You create a hierarchy in which China and Russia are at the top and the Africans are treated as this, a racist culture that continues to inform the world. And every ever so often you go and bomb these societies because
every so often you go and bomb the societies, okay? After you do all that, right? So you create the thing and then you also create a war in a situation where you bomb the society. And I don't know if that's, that's interesting when you think about it. And here's the thing. African people are not stupid. They're not, people think that African, they're not dumb. They know what's going on, and so I don't know why people want to make it seem like these people don't know what the heck is going on in their country.
2017 at the headquarters of the African Union here in Ethiopia. An IT engineer is looking at the servers in this building and something seems off. The engineer notices that often in the middle of the night, these servers are connecting to some server in Shanghai and uploading emails and audio files. The African Union headquarters was built in 2012, but it was not paid for by any African nation.
The impressive new headquarters of the African Union
entirely funded by the Chinese government.
This building was a $200 million gift from the Chinese government. It was designed and built by Chinese firms with Chinese money. And yes, the servers were installed by Chinese engineers, who, it appears, left an intentional backdoor into the servers so that they were easily accessible. The African Union IT team eventually removed these Chinese servers and installed new ones. The Chinese government literally offered to install them for them, but they declined. The local IT people also swept the building, and they found microphones embedded in the furniture and in the walls.
Jesus. What? Like, come on, guys. Are we really pretending like look at what's going on, you guys? There's such a if Africa is such a shit hole, why would they invest so much into doing that? You know? Welcome to the channel, Boo.
It's Bowman.
Bowman? Okay, I'm like,
Yeah.
Boo.
It's all
Bowman.
good.
Welcome to the channel.
Hey, how you doing?
Are you the one that's been trying to get up but couldn't?
Yes. But what I
Okay.
did, I wrote down the link. That's what it was. I had to do it and just type it in manually.
Tell me you gotta write it down. I don't know why it's not letting you click it. So there's the link. Just write down the link and then just type it into your browser and then it'll bring up StreamYard. Because StreamYard doesn't have an app, so but yeah, there you go. So just go ahead.
I came in super late, so that's why I was wondering what your thoughts were on the Tariq Nasheed. I don't know what's going on between him and Taharka Bey. I really don't.
Well, to go back, there was a lawsuit that happened because Tariq Nasheed accused Taharka Bey of being a pedophile or like child abuser or something like that. Like that he had like some child cases against him, and those documents I guess were false, and so Taharka Bey sued him for that false information. But they've been going back in court for different reasons this whole time because Taharka was at one point like kind of going against Tariq, and Tariq was like, "Look, like you can't say these things," and then he's saying you can't say these things. So they've been like fighting in court for like about 3 years straight.
Mm-hmm.
There's been like several lawsuits going back and forth, and so in this case, Taharka he won this last lawsuit, this defamation lawsuit, where Tariq Nasheed had like accused him of SAing a child or doing some kind of weird, thing, or
Right.
child assault. So.
I did see that post. I said congratulations on that post, by the way, but I wasn't sure what was going on with that. But I do know that Tariq Nasheed he's a person who is not good for our community, and I keep telling people, hey, stop listening to the guy because he has a personal issue and vendetta against African people, and his little thing with FBA that he's falsely come up with has misled a lot of our people. And I feel like he's an agent because the stuff that's going on in Africa, and when you look at Trump and this US government and what they're doing and trying to keep black people who are over here in America from coming together with the Africans in Africa, I see what they're doing. They don't want any revolutionary people in Africa, and they don't want to have any.
I want to clear this up before we even go any further. So, are you an African? Are you Caribbean? Or are you FBA? Or I wouldn't even say. Are you a Black American?
I'm an African in America, and I was born here. My ancestors have been here for centuries. See, there's a difference. We went into slavery. There's documentation, but unfortunately, our people think that we're actually natives, and I disagree with that. A lot of us are not natives. A lot of us are actually from the continent of Africa.
Thank you, and I agree with you because a lot of when I did my ancestry and I did my DNA, it definitely showed African. But they'll say your DNA test that's not true, and I'm like, what? And I can also trace my lineage back to like Virginia in 1770.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have documents. I can show you the census documents and everything. But no, that's you. But you're not African. Okay, well, my DNA says otherwise. So I can't just so me, and I'm also a Pan-African. You are on a Pan-Africanist.
Oh channel. Yeah, you better believe it. You better believe it.
A lot of like if you see in my thing. So this guy said you were tethered. No, he's not. He has FBA lineage, so cut it out. But you'll see a lot of like the FBA people get into my chat and talk a bunch of stuff and whatever.
I will never claim American, period.
Right.
Ever.
So call it equals not FBA. Thank you. All right. So bottom line is that you don't even know. So this is what they do. They'll say that you're a tether, and this is the kind of
That's
stuff.
that's the Tariq Nasheed little, what do you call those? Minions. That's what those are. They're brainwashed people. They're sick. They're out of their mind.
Yeah.
And
And so I'm trying to see this all this like crazy stuff. So I'm just showing, like, I'm showing the illness that's going on with this whole FBA movement. Which is a cult in my mind.
yes,
Person that would like take this amount of time at 5 o'clock in the morning, damn near, to say this on a fake account called Doug R9J6E. So these are like troll accounts saying a bunch of BS, but I'm talking about what's going on in Africa. And so I'm like, okay, so you're saying that we should not care about this type of things. And I'm showing,
it's
I'm
important.
showing a video right now where China built an entire like Trojan horse and called it for the African Union. And this Trojan horse, like, okay, I'm gonna put this $1 billion building here. But in the meantime, all your meetings are being recorded, everything's being recorded, the servers everything has a back door to it. Your mic, all the furniture has microphones in it.
Why do you think?
Why would they be that invested into Africa if it wasn't that important?
Why do you think Ibrahim Traore made them cut off the radios, the internet, everything, and cut them out? Period. He kicked out France, and Macron is seething, and he's trying to do backdoor deals with Trump in order to get to Ibrahim Traore, because Ibrahim Traore took back the gold mines. I think he even made a deal with I can't remember, it was Mali or Niger, over $800 million bank that he has now. And so it's so much that they don't want Africa to have their own independence. That's why I tell people, stop rocking with Tariq, because it's causing separation within our communities. They don't want us to go back home and rule over all the earth. That's what this has to do with. It has to do with the wealth of Africa and the future of humankind. Because these people, what they're trying to do with Starlink and all this other stuff, this technology, they literally trying to rule from space. That's how deep this is going. And people don't understand it. They're too distracted with other things that are not important.
And let me tell you. So I would say, okay, well, why wouldn't we? If other countries are going into Africa and helping out Africa, why wouldn't we too? And then people want to say Pan Africanism is dead, right? And
No.
I think the reason why is because they don't want us to go over to Africa and try to help out those communities that don't have irrigation systems, don't have electricity, because there are people in America that know how to set those things up. Hell, I know some crackheads that will build your whole house for you.
America is too evil. For instance, there's a inventor over there in Africa who came to America, and Trump poisoned him. Him and his partner. His name's Maxwell Chikumbutsu, and he designed a chip that actually runs off of radio waves. Okay, Trump poisoned him and his partner, and his partner ended up dying, but he ended up living. So this guy has invented something that's just amazing. So it's not that they can't do it. It's just Africa is so corrupt by Europe that they can't do what they want to do, because people in Europe and America keep on killing people who are innovative and who are trying to really help the continent. And Europe and America are just so dependent on their resources that they aren't allowing them to keep it. And people are in here in America who are black are talking to the Tariq Nasheed talking points, and they're stupid.
Someone said, who was that again? Say his name.
Maxwell Chikumbutsu.
How do you spell his name? Maxwell.
Maxwell, and then I think Chikumbutso, I think. But yeah, he's an amazing inventor, and there's another African who created something similar, but it don't have to do with the chip. It's just straight up to where he created something that just energy runs through it without having to use coal or anything like that. It's crazy. And now what they're doing, here's what they're doing too. They're trying to break the consciousness of the African. I'm gonna tell you how they're doing it. I watched a commercial the other week where they're trying to bring basketball over to Africa, and they're recruiting these African kids and stuff like that so they can be distracted, like how they've done with us. They throw athletic sports and video games and stuff like that in our faces because they don't want us to overcome. And our people are so blindsided by it. It's sad. And
And
yet
it's
you
not
have
just what's going on in America. Who's snatching our black children off the street? Well, do you think that if you were in Africa, they'd be stealing your black children off the streets and doing everything that you're saying here? Who's stealing FBA families, scamming their properties? Who's caring about our black homeless veterans, women, children? Like, what if I mean, do you know, like, okay, what if there was a situation where we had every able bodied veteran to go over in Africa and create irrigation, help them to develop their country versus us only just being over here playing PlayStation and just talking online?
not to be mean, but who did those veterans fight for? Because it wasn't for their own freedom. That was a lie.
Right.
That was for white wealth. That's what those veterans fought for. But they were black folks were put in jail for not fighting, and they were back into a corner and going into the military. So I mean, it's like what if you can't get a job outside of high school, outside of your graduating high school, what are you gonna do? You're gonna turn to crime, or you're gonna go to the military. That's if your family, doesn't have enough money to help you get into college. America is a scam, and it backs people into decisions, especially when it comes to this military.
I just have to say is that I don't like the whole proposition of Pan Africanism being dead when you have people over in Africa that are from America that are winning prizes, that are like doing things in healthcare. I know a person right now who actually has been doing so much in healthcare that the actual Kenyan government, Tanzanian government is now going to put herbalism in their hospitals.
As they should. You see what happened with COVID.
Yeah, so that tells me that there's people over there that over here they would never get recognized by that. There would never be a situation where they would put that into. Why? Because they're going against big pharma. But in a nation like Tanzania, that person is revered.
Yeah, as it should be. Because it's only right.
Interviewing her next week, guys. I'm going to be doing that, so please like and subscribe, and so you can see that interview, so we can really go get into Africa and not just only feed into the Pan African is dead. See, a lot of these people that are saying that are younger people that don't know about the people. They'll say that those are scammers. Well, honey, you don't think Tariq Nasheed? You don't think this whole thing? He's not generating money off of it. Every Tariq radio show, he's making money from YouTube. He's making money from TikTok, and he's also making money from root work and everything else. He's promoting T-shirts and everything. And then he promotes the Hidden History Museum. Oh, okay, well, come to my hidden. We're going to be doing an event. So he's making money hand over fist, but he's not a scammer. But if a Pan Africanist tries to make any money, then they're a scammer. So it's almost like if you go to church and you take a portion of the offering to live, then you're a scammer. Like, okay, well, you're going. Why is Tariq Nasheed able to generate millions of dollars off of hidden colors movies where he's talking about Haiti, and Lord knows how many Haitians probably bought that just to support it, but then you want to turn around several years later and talk bad about Haitians? Well, give them their money back then. And all Haitians that bought the Hidden Colors movie 1708 or whatever it was called, you need to reimburse them of their money for buying that movie. Because guess what? You can't. Why would you? You don't need their money. You should. They're tethers. Well, give them their money back.
He don't even know what a real tether is. He don't even know what a real tether is. The whole point of tethering is to replace the consciousness.
And here's another thing: is that you want to call them a tether, but then you don't want to address all the like Arabs in our community selling liquor and alcohol and all this other stuff. Chinese people putting up restaurants in our neighborhoods selling MSG and everything like that, and high blood pressure and stuff like this. I haven't seen no Caribbean restaurant that wasn't selling like something that healthy, cabbage, lettuce, not lettuce, but cabbage and spinach and really healthy meals. But you'll get a Chinese restaurant and that stuff is chock full of MSG. Honey, one time I ate like some fried rice and damn near had a stroke. Okay, trust me. Like, but we'll be okay with that. They're not tethers, but the Caribbeans and Africans are, because they come over here. Oh, they come over here. They think they're better than us because they have. Well, honey, if they come over here and they're more skilled and they're working in the nursing industry and they're able to carve out a life for themselves, why be jealous of that? You should have went to school for a better career. Don't only go as far as a high school education and they get mad because the Nigerians went to school, went to college, and they're coming over here and living a better life. Because guess what? Indians are doing it better. Why are there tethers? Why are we talking about the Indian tethers? Why are we only focused on Somalians, Nigerians, Haitians, Jamaicans, Caribbeans? Why is it those people when there's other people like Asians, Middle Easterns, all these other people that come into the Black community and so-called tether, right? Half the people that work at the 7-Eleven. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, in a lot of those Indies and Caribbean areas, there's a lot of people who came over from India in the 1800s. And so a lot of them are intermingled with the children who were slaves and have totally shifted the mindset of the African that was over there who was revolutionary. And they made them turn against their own people. So when you hear a lot of these people who are coming from the Caribbean, stuff like that, a lot of that is just resentment from their Indian cultures that have been replaced over there. From the African culture to the Indian has been intermingled. And I know it's because I dated a girl whose father was part Indian, who was from Jamaica. And a lot of them have intermingled. And so now they take on this kind of a hostile mentality toward Black people. And that's just what it is. Because that Indian mixture and that mindset, they don't like us from the beginning anyway.
All right, so this guy says you'll be scammed, overcharged, and kept out of opportunities in Africa because you're not one of them. Have you been to Africa, sir? Yes or no? Like, so a lot of people will say that what you'll be done, but I know people that have been to Africa, been in Africa, and they're not touting the same thing. They're over there thriving, doing okay.
You can be scammed over in America too.
You could be scammed over here too. Exactly.
I mean, it's not going to change. We all have one common enemy. And those enemies are constantly taking our resources, taking our consciousness, and they're going to try to profit off of it and eventually make us a slave. It's not a joke, people. It's real.
And so they're like Nicki Minaj is one of them. Okay, she's
my God,
Caribbean, and so she's the bad guy. So here's the thing: I don't know about how many white people are in the audience that don't even understand what's happening here. This is a conversation that is happening in the Black community. You have a bunch of people that call themselves FBA, and they're delineating from Africa and saying that we're not from Africa, we're from America, and we are the foundational Black Americans. We built America, and so therefore we're entitled to reparations. And that the whole objective of it is that we need to delineate from Africa, Caribbean, so that we can fight for reparations, and then they can't say that they should get it too, because African can be considered African America just as well. So then now they need to like change the name to FBA, so that when this imaginary reparations happens, that we get ours and no one else can get it. This is like a imaginary story about what they think is going to happen, when actually the actual Constitution talks against reparations. I think the 14th Amendment or one of those amendments says that you can't do that. So it's just creating like a separation for no reason. But I want to like really get into, because like I said, this is a channel I'm really invested in what's going on in Africa, because I'm like, man, this is interesting. This is where all the resources come from that we actually are using. So if Russia and China get to control those resources, then what?
The thing is, Russia isn't necessarily controlling resource. What it is in the situation with Burkina Faso is Ibrahim Traore is trying to gain power. And so Russia has warheads, things like that, where he can negotiate. Okay, well, if you give us this warhead and teach us how to fight this way, then we can give you this resource. So it's kind of working hand in hand, as opposed to America, who has always cut the throats of Africans. China, Ibrahim really don't trust him, so they're a no fair game situation in that. But when it comes to Russia, he's able to work with Russia like that. Now, that's not to say that he trusts them, because he really don't. But right now, his hands are tied with this situation because America is just too evil. Macron is too evil in France. So he has to do what he has to do right now and gain, what do you call this? Like a friend, basically, in order to get Africa the way it needs to be going. Because you remember before, Gaddafi tried to do the United States of Africa, stuff like that, and be able to control their own resources with gold and stuff like that, and wasn't able to because under the guide of Clinton, Obama basically assassinated him. So we're trying to get power back, and unfortunately, people like Tariq is an issue for us. Because that's what they're trying to stop. This is why you have Trump saying, oh, well, black people in America build everything, because they know they can give you a little pat on the head. And that's all you want to hear from white mommy and white daddy is approval and being recognized. And they're okay with that.
Man, you should have heard how they see Trump he's FBA. He's down for FBA. Meanwhile, he bombing the top of Nigeria to stop them from killing the Christians.
And using that as an excuse, right? Saying, "Oh, it has to do with Christianity." That's bull crap. Has nothing to do with Christianity. Everything to do with the resources in Africa and power.
With hating America, this is 100% about that. See, this is the thing. They always say the same thing. If you hate America, go back and to the flies and potbelly, whatever. Who said this? But I'm saying that I never said I hated America. I'm talking about the fact that FBAs are saying that we need to delineate from all other blacks in the whole world and only make it about black Americans and have no care about anything else that's happening. Meanwhile, let's get back into this video. And why should we know about this? Why should we care about this? Why is it important to know that China have gone and spying on the United the African Union.
Accessible. The African Union IT team eventually removed these Chinese servers and installed new ones. The Chinese government literally offered to install them for them, but they declined.
Hold on, let me go back. So we can go back what happened. So for anyone back that missed the beginning of this video, I want y'all to see it again. Here we go.
The engineer is looking at the servers in this building, and something seems off. The engineer notices that often in the middle of the night, these servers are connecting to some server in Shanghai and uploading emails and audio files. The African Union headquarters was built in 2012, but it was not paid for by any African nation.
The impressive new headquarters of the African Union, entirely funded by the Chinese government.
This building was a $200 million gift from the Chinese government. It was designed and built by Chinese firms with Chinese money. And yes, the servers were installed by Chinese engineers, who, it appears, left an intentional backdoor into the servers so that they were easily accessible. The African Union IT team eventually removed these Chinese servers and installed new ones. The Chinese government literally offered to install them for them, but they declined. The local IT people also swept the building and they found microphones embedded in the furniture and in the walls. The whole building was bugged and had been feeding audio and internal emails to China for like 5 years since the building was built. China building a headquarters for the African Union and then spying on it is a pretty good symbol of what China is up to in Africa. And that's what this video is about. It's about how a growing China has rushed into Africa, mainly by building a bunch of stuff. Roads, trains, dams, mines, ports. These projects are a part of China's growth as a superpower. And it shows how this country is projecting its power on the continent of Africa.
But there are questions here over why the headquarters of such an important African organization is entirely the work of Chinese construction, labor, and money.
Okay, so there's this very predictable thing that you see time and time again as countries get powerful. As a country gets rich, they often start looking outward, both economically and militarily. Let me explain what I mean here. 50 years ago, China was a very poor country with a huge population. But eventually they opened up to the world. They opened up their huge population as a workforce for cheap labor, and their economy exploded.
China is agrarian, urbanizing fast, you betcha, but still agrarian.
Most in terms of land, not population.
Come on, Michael.
No, you're wrong about this.
So now China is a very rich country. And remember, rich countries start looking outward. How can they project their power, connect with other countries to continue their growth? They do this for a couple of reasons. The first one is the economic reason. In the same way that the US got really rich and prosperous and started to look outward to China for cheap labor, China also got rich. And its labor eventually got expensive, wages went up, and China needed its own option for cheap labor and new growth opportunities. So they started pouring huge amounts of money, like $300 billion huge, into Africa. Okay, so that's the economic reason. China grows really fast, their growth is slowing down, so they need to invest in emerging economies, is what the economists will call it. Economies that haven't developed very quickly yet, but that with a little bit of investment could start to grow. Untapped markets. But the economic explanation is only half the story here. In China, economics and government power are not very separate. So to understand what China is really up to, you have to understand the geopolitical motives. And to do that, we got to look at a map. Here are all the countries that China has projects in. And yes, I've just highlighted every single country on the African continent. I mean, besides this one down here, this little tiny country of Swaziland, they're the one holdout on all of this. These projects range from transportation projects like roads and trains, to energy like oil and dams, to real estate projects like housing developments, and then mining for things like copper. You have everything from a shoe factory in Ethiopia to a $6 billion Chinese-financed dam in Nigeria, to a massive suspension bridge in Mozambique, the longest in Africa. I mean, these projects are everywhere, even here on this tiny island off the coast, where China has poured millions of dollars to build housing, a stadium, an auditorium, a library, as well as their national parliament. China built it all. There are too many of these projects to even count. And honestly, if you take it as a whole, a lot of these projects have been a major benefit and economic stimulus to these countries' economies. But why is China doing this? What are they up to? Well, in addition to all the economic value of investing in emerging markets, China's president also claims that they're doing this in the name of cooperation and friendship. 坚持以非洲方式解决非洲问题. The African way. Let's dig into this and actually see what these projects look like and how they are built, and if it truly is the African way, whatever that means. Okay, so there's this really impressive rail system that China built in Kenya. It goes from Nairobi to Mombasa in just under 4 hours, which is faster than any train in the United States, which, let's be honest here, isn't really saying much, because here in the United States, we don't really know how to build trains anymore. We used to be really good at it, and now we're not. It's kind of a shame. And anyway, look at this train in Kenya. This railway system was a $3.6 billion project, the most expensive infrastructure project since Kenya's independence. And it was mostly entirely paid for by a giant loan from China's state-run bank. So it was financed by China, designed by Chinese engineers, and then built by Chinese construction firms that sent Chinese workers to hire locals and manage the project. And now it's a Chinese company that actually runs the thing. If you ride this train, you're going to see all of the safety announcements and all of the documentation in Chinese, in Mandarin. It is very clear who financed and built this thing. It looks like China just parachuted in and plopped this thing down in Kenya. And now Kenya has billions of dollars of debt that they have to pay back to China eventually. In fact, 72% of all of Kenya's debt is owed to China. And this railway was meant to reduce congestion on the highway that runs parallel to it, but it hasn't done that. In fact, this railway cuts right through like these two national parks.
While the train will offer passengers a view of a lifetime while passing through the national park, conservationists are concerned that this construction will affect the ecosystem and the wildlife that live here.
And it's actually not doing what it said it was going to do. So yes, Kenya has this big shiny railway, but it wasn't really solving African issues in the African way. Meanwhile, the Chinese construction workers who came to build this thing were caught treating the local workers very poorly, making them sit at separate tables during meal breaks, punishing them when they didn't complete deadlines or take out the garbage on time. That, mixed with the fact that some of these Chinese workers were taking bribes as a part of a huge corruption scheme with this railway. And it's clear that this project wasn't actually about supporting the local environment. It just left Kenya with a giant pile of debt and a big shiny railway. But listen, that's not always the case. There are tons of these projects, and some of them are truly helping the locals, like this big, beautiful, shiny road here in Lesotho. This used to be a rough gravel road, and it is now a beautiful, shiny road that is helping the locals move around in their country. So it's definitely a mixed bag. And listen, I get it. China, you want to give a $5 billion loan to Nigeria to build a dam because Nigeria has 200 million people, many of them young, and you want to help them become a booming economy so that you can get in on some of that growth. Oh, and you love the fact that you don't have to adhere to any environmental standards while you're doing these projects, which I know you love, China. I know it. That's the business rationale. We're looking for new economies to invest in and be a part of their growth. But if you look a level deeper, you won't just see a bunch of investment projects. You'll see a bunch of free gifts from China. And I'm intrigued by especially the political ones. Like when China shows up and builds a new parliament building, which they've done for 7 countries in Africa. Or when China offers $32 million free dollars to build a new headquarters for ECOWAS, which is basically the economic union in Western Africa. They do this for free. We will build you a new headquarters. Well, let me be clear. There is no such thing as a free gift in international relations. Everything has strings attached. So a major part of all of this investment in Africa is China investing in its future as a global superpower who needs to have friends.
You understand what I'm saying? So that's the point I wanted to stop at, right? So China is willing to build things for free in Africa. Why? Because they want to increase their power. Why do they think that Africa, that they're giving this free gift to Africa will increase their power globally? And why is it that FBA and Black Americans can't see that, this is how they're moving, but we're like on some, like, no, we need to stay away from Africa. But the people that got the money that really that count aren't willing to put billions of money and resources. Like, okay, so billions of dollars. There's no such thing. I don't think there's no bank that holds $1 billion. What they do is that they give a number to it and say, well, this is $1 billion project, and then they get their own people to come in, probably working for pennies on the dollar. Because China, how their government is set up. It's like you go over there and that's a part of you. They probably force them to go over to Africa and build this thing. It's free, so-called, and meanwhile, microphones everywhere, and let's hear what they got to say if they say anything bad. what's really going on here. And people are just, I mean, they're not paying attention. Like they're just like, no, we need to like just stay to ourselves and don't worry about that. But now America's jumped into it. There's something to it, right? Let's go. What do you have to say?
Um, I should say this. China actually has to where they really want their own workers in there. I know there was a video a while back years ago where China was actually creating fake IDs and actually paying their workers to work on specific projects and phasing out the Africans. And Africans like, hey, well, we need money, we need to be able to work. But they started finding out that the Chinese were actually creating fake IDs and getting in to their lands illegally. And so that's what some of the things that the Chinese pull. Now, when it comes to these projects, China knows that they're banking on Africans being in debt because there's debt tied to those projects. And it's behind closed doors. And some of these projects, they aren't going to talk about out loudly with some of these African leaders that they're doing. And I don't like what's going on either because there's no respect to nature. And the African has always been about nature worldwide. And that's why I'm like, why are you building all this infrastructure knowing that everything has to live? It's unfair and it's not right.
Amen. So no respect to nature, just throwing a whole rail system in the middle of a park where animals live, throwing off the whole ecology of the land, only because you want to move people around, your own people, really. It's not even really for the Kenyans. It's for the Chinese people to move their own people because they want to be able to move back and forth and be able to generate money or whatever it is. But we don't care. It ain't got nothing to do with us, right? FBA should not care about Africans. Like I said, Pan-Africanism is dead. But Pan-Africanism would say what's going on in this situation and why is this happening? You understand what I'm saying?
I know I do.
Is like what? Like they did what? They put microphones in the African Union building. Why? But that's a dead concept of caring about what's going on in Africa or in Caribbean or in any place where you have a majority of people that look just like us.
China is in alignment with the New World Order, and that's what people need to understand. That's the reality of it. If you look at Kenya, they're already starting the digital IDs, stuff like that. So that's what China's trying to bridge across to as well in Africa. That's what people don't realize, because the dollar will be gone, ladies and gentlemen, pretty soon. So just get ready for that.
Right. And they're trying to think that it can be replaced by Bitcoin, but I think that's a farce too.
Well, yeah, they're trying to make it to where it's blockchain? Blockchain will be the new slavery eventually. So it's only a matter of time. And that's why I keep asking Black people, why are you asking for reparations when they're going to change it up on you? Like they could easily change the dollar to digital, and they're going to try to make it like a digital credit scoring system like in parts of China. So it's like, why are you asking for reparation when you're never going to get it? Our people are just so dumb. It's starting to really bother me.
Yeah, they give it. What they gonna give it on a card that can appreciate and depreciate every day?
Right. The debt ceiling is just ridiculous right now. You think that these white folks are really gonna give you something that's tangible? Really? When they're in debt to Jews? Stop it.
They're in debt to everybody. They're including China. Listen, if I break down, they're in debt to Canada, Mexico, Russia, China. America's in debt to pretty much everybody in the whole world. Okay. I think it's like 9 different countries America's in debt to, and it's like over like trillions of dollars. Like I think that Canada is like about Japan they're in debt to. And so, and what happened? The reason why we're in debt to Japan, why? Because we dropped that nuke, and now we got to pay it back. We got to pay for what we did. Like, okay, which I don't understand what that whole thing is about. Okay, you drop a nuke, and now you're in debt to the place that you dropped the nuke at. I never understood war, right? So you win the war, but now you're in debt to that country to fix the country back up. Like, okay, I'm a create all this havoc, but then now I have to like fix your whatever I messed up. It's like, is this a game that y'all playing? You know?
It is a game. It's a huge game.
Yeah. Let's go.
And has historically not had a lot of friends throughout the world because the big boy United States has been doing all the friending by giving people stuff and making their lives better so that they can be allies. So China is getting in on this. And China has used their checkbook to make friends with literally every single country in Africa. Of course, besides Swaziland, the teeny little country in the south that has been the one country that has held out on all of this. In funneling all of this money into these countries, China has been able to get all of these countries, besides Swaziland, to not recognize Taiwan anymore and to support China instead. The TLDR on that is that you can't support Taiwan and China because they both think that they're China, so you have to support one or the other. And so China has been getting everyone to denounce Taiwan and say that they support China. That's a whole other thing. I'm making videos about that. Suffice it to say that China has been using its checkbook to get all of these people to be their friends. It's sort of like the rich kid in middle school who like brings you an MP3 player because he wants you to be his friend, and you're like, sweet, if you give me your MP3 player, I'll be your friend. I grew up in the early 2000s. In my middle school, there were MP3 players, so sorry for the throwback. But remember when China built the African Union headquarters and then bugged the entire building so that they could spy on the leaders and their emails and their conversations? That is a perfect representation of the strings that are usually attached to these projects. But perhaps the less obvious but more dangerous strings attached are the debts. John Adams said it best when he said, quote, "There are two ways to conquer and enslave a country. One is by the sword and the other is by debt." It's a pretty intense quote, but it really applies here. So many of these projects have been paid for by Chinese money through loans. African nations diving deep into debt. We all know that when you owe someone money, that person has a lot of power over you, especially if you get to the point where you can't pay them back. And this isn't just theoretical. A few years ago, China helped Sri Lanka build a port here in the southeastern coast. It was done with a Chinese loan. With time, Sri Lanka struggled to pay back that loan. So in 2017, China swooped in and said, "Can't pay back your debt? No worries. Just lease us this port. Let us have it for 99 years. And Sri Lanka's like, that doesn't sound great, giving a piece of our sovereign territory to China, which they could potentially use for military, but we're in so much debt and they're offering to relieve some of that debt if we give them this port. Okay, so this port now belongs in part to China. This sets a dangerous precedent that could be applied to many of these nations in Africa who have sunk themselves deep into debt with China and may not be able to pay it back in the future. So China is growing and honestly behaving like any superpower would when they are growing this quickly. I mean, if we wanted to make a video about how the US has projected power throughout the years, it would be a lot worse of a video, okay? So let's just make it clear that China's a superpower, they're doing their superpower thing. This is very normal superpower behavior. Doesn't make it right, it just makes it very normal and typical. China has taken a specific interest in Africa, which has led to countless infrastructure projects, which have been honestly an impressive sight to behold, but has raised questions of what are the actual motives here? They're not just business and economic. And the bigger question that I want to keep an eye on going forward is, how is all this debt going to play out? How will African nations who are so deeply indebted to China have to service that debt in the future? And what will happen if they can't pay it back? Okay, before you go, I want to tell you about the sponsor of today's video, ExpressVPN. The way that I...
All right, so I wanted to like play that one. What are your comments on that? And I've been up here for like 5 hours and 11 minutes, and I'm fixing to like wrap this up. If anyone else wants to come up, you can, because I'm about to wrap it up. So go ahead.
My comments for you want me to just say over the overall show, or you just want me to talk about the video?
Overall, let's do the overall.
I just want to tell people, stop following Tariq Nasheed. Please come up with your own intelligence. Do your research historically. Don't just listen to somebody who has infiltrated people's movements, specifically with Tone Talks and that other lady, and then Dane Calloway with that crap, and then him saying FBA, all that crap. Foolishness, just foolishness. Start learning more about Africa. Start learning about stuff like Blue Beam Project. The things that are going on with Elon Musk, stuff like that, about the new currency, digital ID currency. Start learning for yourself, because this is a bigger picture here. And Tariq Nasheed is one of those people who are telling you to look left when you really should be looking right in front of you. So just be careful about people like that. I just want to tell y'all, have a good night. Thank you for allowing me on your show.
Thank you. And man, have you subscribed?
I'm about to, actually.
Make sure you subscribe and hit all notifications, because we're gonna keep on discussing this lawsuit with Tariq Nasheed and Taharka Bey. And you're gonna I think next week he's supposed to like really break the whole thing down, and we'll be right there to see it, as well as we're gonna continue to talk about Oshay Duke Jackson and the Passport Bros and that whole situation.
I can't stand them either.
Yeah, you have people going over there for sexual tourism. Now you have a guy that has been found to be messing around with a little girl, 6 years old. Like, this whole thing is showing that there's truly a sickness in our society, and we need to address it.
Yeah, I agree.
Something going wrong. I don't know what it is, and it's like a virus. This is just permeating the whole thing in between red pill, passport bros. Now you have FBA. All this stuff is division. You have the red pill dividing black and black women from the black men, trying to push that whole ideology that black women are terrible and this, that, together. And then you have a passport brother. We need to go somewhere else and find like a Brazilian woman or a Taiwanese woman, whatever.
Self-hatred.
Black women, right?
Self-hatred.
Tariq Nasheed saying we need to delineate from Africans. So it's like a whole group of people that feel like they have a meeting together and say, listen, this is how we're going to destroy the black community in America.
Yeah, and you know what makes it worse? The fact that the AI automatically repeats it in our algorithms.
Yes. Yep. It becomes an echo chamber. Yep. And I've been like, oh my God, like inundated with all this stuff. And I'm like, you know what? Because I'm being bombarded with this BS, I'm going to talk about it, because I'm tired of seeing it. So guess what? Maybe if I talk about it and give another thing to watch, that maybe some people will see that and begin to talk about that.
Yes, and hopefully you can get some scholars on here that will be able to, like the one he just got into it with Smalls. I would love for Smalls to come on your show.
I have been trying to do it, but we'll see. I've been working on it, but we'll see what happens.
We shall. Thank you. Yeah. And I'm about to subscribe.
Thank you. And listen, guys, if you please subscribe to the channel. If you don't like me, okay, fine. If you don't like what I'm saying, but if you want to see the rest of this and things that are going on, you want to come in the chat and talk crap to me, whatever, fine. But this is about information primarily, and about sharing information and like being aware of everything that's going on in the community. Just like Pan-Africanism is about being aware of what's going on in the community abroad, everywhere, and having solidarity. If Africa right now is having a population boom but don't have the amount of like resources to be able to hold that, why is it only China that can think about like building structures when we have people that are able-bodied here that can go over there and do it? So what all that's going to happen is Trump going to say, well, we need to go over there and do it. And then you're going to see people go. That's what I think is going to happen. Trump's going to go over there and make friends with Nigeria, and then say, we need to go over there and create infrastructure. And that's when Black people are going to go over and say, okay, well, we need to get behind Nigeria. But anyways, I digress. I want to thank you guys for being here. Shouts out to the chat, the people that love me, the people that hate me, but I'm here for everybody. Much love and peace.
trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Making a transition. Turn a mission. I'm on a mission,